We're going to call to order the Villa Soul meeting. It is 1 p.m. on March 14th. There are a couple people on the phone. I believe one is our chairman. Is that correct? Herman, are you on the phone?
I'm here.
All right. So, as far as first item on the agenda, everyone, there are agendas by the front door if you guys want to follow along from an administrative standpoint. First item, roll call. I have Mario Corey Jr. in the room. Herman is on the phone. Mike, are you on the phone as well?
So call me to my CDD number. Right. I don't have that number.
Herman's at...
He says to call him on the CDD number.
Yeah, Herman, I can't call out. I'm using this for the call. It's a call in, so we hear you.
Freddie, just text me the number.
Text him the access number. He doesn't know the number to call.
I'm here on the call.
Alright, and Mike is there as well. Alright, so we have all 5 supervisors present. Freddie will handle that. Your engineer is stuck at the gate, but he is on the way.
At our gate?
There's a very long line.
Interesting.
And then we have District Council Scott Clark. I'm Gabriel Mena, and this is Freddie Blanco. So, next item we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag is over in the corner. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which is the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Next item on the agenda is the audience comments. And since I see a couple new faces here today, this is going to be your opportunity to speak to the board. We do try to keep all comments contained to this section, being that our agenda is very long today. It's nearly 500 pages. We're asking you guys to say what you need to say now. The board can address it, and then please refrain from interrupting as we move forward, just so we can make sure we get through everything. So we're looking at a pretty long meeting. They are public meetings. You're welcome to stay all the time. If you're just here for a complaint, you can get out of the way and leave. Up to you guys wherever you want to go.
Yeah.
So,
is it okay if we give Mr. Scott Soto the first opportunity to talk? He's our neighbor from across the creek, and he had something he wanted to share with the board with regards to some of our land.
Hi everybody, I'm your neighbor across the creek. My parents own this property right here that comes right across where your dock is, and then my property owns at the end of where your trail is. I just want to say hi to all of our neighbors over here. I'm the administrator of a Facebook group called Friends at Volume Creek, and if you've been keeping up to date with what's going on with us on that side, they're coming at us from every angle, and we've been fighting them off pretty hard. And I just want to let everybody here know that whatever happens to us is going to happen to you guys on the side of the creek. So I've been keeping everybody abreast on the Facebook pages about the Friends of Boggy Creek, what they're trying to do, land use, proposals they're trying to change on us. They're trying to change the industrial. And we're actually a rural enclave for Boggy Creek West. So Boggy Creek West has put up a pretty big front against the commissioners and the county people. We have friends in the commission, we have friends in the body politic, all that stuff. The people that are against us are learning that we're a hard people to beat back. Basically, I just want to come over here and say, I've lived here my whole life. I'm 43. I've lived on this creek since I was a baby. So before this was here, this was Ramada Campground. Before Villa Soul ever happened. When I was a little kid, we'd wake up and there'd be campers out here, and little camp kids running out here going, "Hey, what's going on?" Like, hey, they'd be gone the next day. It was very inviting and a very nice, inclusive place to be. It's still like that, the way that you guys, from what I understand, Villa Soul, you had to earmark off all this area for mitigation. That mitigation point, I'm pretty sure, starts at the top of my parents' property and ends at the bottom of my property. I'm also a trail hiker, and 2 of the guys in my band are before the trail lights. They go around trails, maintaining trails, all that stuff. Especially after the hurricanes this year, how bad the creek got destroyed. We've been going up and down it and cleaning it out. But what I really would like to do, I proposed to Mario, was, you guys have a campsite at the corner of my parents' property. It's got a can, it's got a fire ring. It can be improved upon, and people can actually, your residents can actually enjoy it. And my parents who are overseas right now wanted me to let you guys know that in 20 years you guys have been here, you've been the best neighbors. We have no complaints, and I want to say the same thing. I know the last guy that used to be over there, we did not see eye to eye, and I tried to tell him a million times, I'm your eyes on this side of the creek. There's only 2 families over there. So anytime anything comes bad down here, or comes good, I see it, I hear it, I know what's going on. I just want to, like I said, extend a handshake to you guys and say, feel free to come to us on your side, because I'll, thank you for letting me come to you guys' meeting and voice my comments and all this stuff, but I like to maintain that trail for you guys. I like to put a couple picnic tables over there, make it more enjoyable for your actual people, because all we get out of it is it's more of an inviting place on the creek, and it's not going to mean the more people that go around there love Bobby Creek, pick up the trash when they see it. I'll come down here, I'll get the trash. I'm just looking for permission not to trespass. And I have to come to you guys, because to step foot across the creek, I know is trespassing. And I want to help you guys out. We want to help you guys out. We want to have a strong communication stream going on between the residents of Little Seoul and the residents of Boggy Creek West on this side. So anything that we can do to be help to you guys is, like I said, we're just extending our handshake to you guys, and hopefully we can, like I said, be all part of the same team and keep Boggy Creek the way it is natural, which I'm sure you guys live here, you appreciate that, that's why you live here. But we can improve it, we can maintain it, and I'm all here for it. So.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate
I don't want to take up too much of your time, but you guys got a big meeting.
Do you guys have any comments, questions? No? All right, I'll get with you to get a more concrete plan and bring it to the next meeting, but thank you for coming by.
Okay, yes, sir. Get out of here.
We'll try to make something work, because,
Yeah,
Thanks for coming.
it was nice meeting all you guys, and hopefully I'll see you guys again. I'm sure you'll see me on the creek. I'm gonna wipe up.
Awesome. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know me?
Our parents are cool.
What's your name?
Anybody else?
If you would,
teacher, they're good.
Yes, I love you.
I look like my dad.
Yeah, just, yes, you do, yeah.
thank you, Scott. If you guys would just,
Thank you.
we have a podium here with a sign sheet, you can just put your name and address down for me for the record.
Mario's got, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I got you, thank you.
Yep. Hey, everybody, I think probably knows me, I'm on the board of directors for the Homeowners Association. My name is Jason Simmons, to everyone that doesn't know me. I've lived here for a little over a year, and I'm really trying to keep out of dealing with anything as far as the CDD was concerned, because I figured with everything that was going on, with the changeovers and everything else, that quite honestly, most of the issues would begin to get fixed. And I understand that the CDD is dealing with a certain amount of bureaucracy that the Homeowners Association probably doesn't necessarily have to deal with. I have no idea the stresses or the red tape you guys have to go through, like in order to fix things. But a small list, I'm not going to bring up what my wife was going to talk about. I'll ask you at the end where I can submit that to, so I can submit it in written form. I have a couple of questions. We have solar panels out on the side of the building that apparently don't work, they don't actually do anything. And we have solar panels on this side that were supposed to be on the pillars that were above, from my understanding, talking to people in the neighborhood, that were taken down and never replaced. Is there a plan to get those back up and running to save us power, as far as this building is concerned?
Not to my knowledge, Freddie, you know what the status is on those solar panels?
Well, on the time I have working with the community, that solar panel never was working from the beginning.
So what year is that?
So I already have 11 years working with that community.
Greater than 11 years. Okay. And you don't know anything about the panels that were outside here?
Not to the other side.
They weren't here since then?
Only see that one next to the tennis court.
Okay.
Well, given the facts, I've worked in construction for a very long time. Though we have exposed rebar that's on top of those, is there going to be anything that's going to be done to cover that exposed? Because what's happening is that's rusting out down that and eventually it's gonna cause some real damage. We also have a sinkhole that's forming on the side of the pool over here, by where the drain is. If you look at it from the level field, it's actually sunk down about 6.5 inches below the grade and the rest of the bricks. And we have a hot tub that I don't know if anyone knows, but it's not hot.
So, I'm glad you brought that up, because the hot tub was not working, then it was working, then it's not working again. What's the deal with that?
Okay, I understand the hot tub, the spot was replaced, the heater, but that one don't even working at all. But for years, that's not working.
For years. I'm sorry, I didn't
For
understand.
years, if I may, for years we've been paying for it, it doesn't work. No one sees this.
So we don't know what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
I'm gonna check it out that once
Yeah.
with the vendor. I'm
And then-
gonna request an inspection for that one.
Probably my third, and this is gonna be the biggest thing for me, because I have 2 small children that play on Camino Real Drive South constantly. We have neighbors who unfortunately do not abide by the same moral and ethical views that I do, and come screaming down our road and dodge Hellcats doing 90 miles an hour at all times of the day. Is there anything that we can do as far as speed bumps are concerned on the public roads to keep my kids from getting squished?
I'm sure there is, we have to put it in the agenda for
Okay.
future meeting.
And I think that's it for me. Like, is there a place that I could submit some written stuff? Because I know Becky wanted to submit some stuff, but unfortunately she wasn't able. Was that for you?
Whatever you send to me, as managing of the district documents will become part of the record.
Okay, awesome. And that's as much time I'll take on you. Thank you very much.
What was the name of the road again?
Camino Real Drive South. That's one of the publicly held roads, so we don't really have any control over it.
We speed up all.
They speed on it. They speed everywhere.
You have that problem on all the big roads, Sister View,
Yeah.
Camino Real South,
Yes, sir.
which is another one?
Florida del Sol is
We
awful.
have a lot of problems with these, I wanna say kids, but they're like young adults that are just doing donuts and speeding everywhere,
Yeah.
so it is a dangerous thing.
I had to snatch a kid a couple months ago to save him. Sorry.
If I could make a comment, my wife almost got killed by somebody coming from Siesta View Drive around the corner. I think it's, where you live. Maribel. Yeah, Maribel. I mean, she came within inches, and it wasn't a kid, it was an adult.
Yeah.
He never even stopped. And we take walks, and you know I've got a scooter, and she's always keeping me back and looking around because they come around the corner so quickly, and with all the cars parked, they should be more cautious, but they're not. And then they don't see you until last minute. That's a very bad corner right there.
Yeah, I agree.
Very bad.
All right, we'll see what we can do about that.
Thanks, sir.
Anybody else? Okay.
So just as a reminder, once we shut this, we'll ask for the crowd's quiet. So, last chance.
If I can say something, I can't get up there and say.
Sure. And what was your name?
Sam Nash. Just like the comment about the gate situation. I had a group of people come to my house the other day. Some of them came through and I got no call. Others came through and I got a call. Now, every one of these people I'm talking about never has come through our gate. So they didn't have a license plate, they didn't have a prior list that's on my account, blah, 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 okay? That's one issue I have. That means anybody can come in here with who knows what agenda they've got on, with them and cause a problem here. Let alone we get the donuts with the kids right in that middle area down the road here, just after you get to the gate. Half the time the gates don't work. Takes them, I don't know how many weeks to get at the gates to fix. And that's ridiculous because that means people can come in and out at any time they want. And then the sinkholes over there that they never fixed for months. And we can't use our roads in and out of the gate the way we want to. We have to go like this and like that, and people are coming around making a turn into their apartments. There's people coming in all directions over there. We should have the roads maintained so we can get in and out straight. Because there's 2 lanes, sometimes you gotta use 1 lane, go around the sinkhole problem and it'll go straight out, which is a very big nuisance as far as I'm concerned. But the gates are the biggest problem. No security, they let anybody in that they want. Everybody that's a commercial vendor is let in here. People are throwing the shoppers all around on the grass, on the streets, and we gotta pick them up. And then they're soliciting our door with business cards and brochures. So could we do anything with the gates being more secure and possibly have a little more security in our neighborhood so that we can feel comfortable?
Thank you, Mr. Nash. We will try our best.
Yeah, and you're free to address these now. Just keep in mind, not required to. Things are on the agenda, a couple things you address, but if the vice chair wants to address now, he's welcome to. Or if you want
Well, I
me
mean,
to.
you have valid points. We share the same sentiment, and I think you gotta give us some time. You know, the meetings are kind of already set up the way they are, and we're trying to get in as much as we can, but we also can't be here 8 hours. So we're trying to do the best we can, but all those things are in the plan to try to do something that hopefully in the future.
And I'll say the sinkhole by the front, or the depression there, that is on the engineer's report tonight, so we'll be looking at that. And last meeting, we did look at the cost for repaving all the roads. So that is the board, that was brought to the board's attention, and still considering that, because that's going to be a heavy.
So I wasn't addressing repaving, but that's nice to know.
Well, usually if they're gonna repave they'll get speed bumps and they repave too. So
Right,
they
exactly.
kill two birds with one stone.
But I mean, the previous sinkhole was there, not repaired for a long time. That was a bigger sinkhole. And that's where that patch is just before the other one, is as you go out the gate. So, I mean, that was a long time. I can imagine how long it's gonna take for this little one to be patched up.
This is Terry.
Who's that?
Terry?
Here.
Who just called in?
You might have unmuted by accident.
All right, so then are we good on audience comments? Anyone else in the audience? If not, then we will close audience comments and continue. The one I will ask the board, since we are looking at a relatively long agenda here, if we could push your landscape vendor to the front, just so that way he can get back to work, keeping your community beautiful. So that being said, if that's all right with you, Mr. Vice Chair?
I'm fine with that.
All right, so the first thing is in front of you guys. There's a proposal for Blade Runners that we discussed last time, and I just wanted to put on the agenda to formally vote on. That is the cost for him to get his Genie lift from the towing company. Last time you guys expressed that you wanted to cover that cost.
Laptop would have been better, and put out of the laptop.
So I'm gonna mute this for. So $720 that going before the board.
Hey.
Yes. All right. So any thoughts on this?
This is how much he paid to get his lift back. Yeah, I support that we cover this amount, because I don't think, you know, he was in the wrong. I think it's a follow-up on behalf of the board member that called the tow truck on him, when he should have called other board members, or at least the attorney or management, and found out if he legitimately had permission to put that there. And I think that, you know, we jumped the gun on that, and I think it's fair that we reimburse him for that. It's my comment.
So are you making a motion to do so?
I'll make a motion to approve $720 for the towing of the Genie lift to reimburse Mr. Rodriguez from Blade Runners.
I'll second that motion.
Before we go that, can I make a point?
Yeah. So we have a first and a second, now we can have discussion.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Clark, what is the policy when we towing unauthorized vehicles out of the city property?
The policy and the contract is that if there's a tow that was made under our rule, then the owner of the vehicle should pay the cost of the towing.
Okay.
But that wasn't in the street, it wasn't empty land.
It was on city property.
Huh?
It was on city property.
But it wasn't in the street, it wasn't empty land.
I sent pictures when a person could almost get hit if that equipment fell on top of that person. You can laugh whatever you want. I'm just expressing
Wasn't
pictures
90 lakh.
and I send it to the rest of the board. Now, because you are their business partner, you want to bring this bill to the district and everybody to pay for your mistakes. By the way, we are still waiting for
I
information.
object to his comments because I don't feel that, I don't feel what
Guys,
he was
guys.
talking about is factual. He's making assumptions, and that is ruining the integrity of this decision.
Sir, do you have proof that he's a business partner of anyone?
So why somebody on the crowd is getting
Close, guys.
See, this is what I was waiting for, and I'm glad that he talked. Because he already told you that he's an HOA board member together with these guys. So let me make my point, and then you can do whatever you want. Okay. So
As long as you don't give lies, okay?
Yes,
If
Mario.
you're being factual.
Mario,
you
let
can
him, give him a chance, and then you can
I'm just
respond
saying,
in
you're
kind.
making statements that are not right.
okay, so this is the same company that broke down in the middle of the street with all the oil, never reported to the city. He said he reported to the HOA, and then the HOA is supposed to get in contact with Inframark, and I'm still waiting for that email. That was over a month ago. So going back to this,
That's out of context.
so here we go again. So why he's not here and he's on the phone? Okay, good. So, once again, this bill, it was on equipment that was illegally parked on CD property for over a week. It was reported different times, and it's not the first time that happened. It happened in December, and this one, when it was towed away, was on January 3rd in the afternoon. After 3 or 4 days, when people were walking by, causing a hazard condition for the district and a possible lawsuit by somebody if that vehicle would have fell on top of that. So that's why my disagreement why the CDD have to pay for this. Now, if the rest of the board would like to approve it, I would like to have that on the record, which is going to happen.
How many times they done was report?
Okay, can I say something? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
So this incident happened, Freddie Blanco called and he explained the situation, and the issue here is not that if it was illegally or if it was not, the issue was that it was not given the proper time for the field manager to contact the vendor to fix the issue. So the supervisor took it on his own hand and did that, and for that reason now it's costing the CDD, the district, money because they didn't give the time and the field manager the time to do his work. He's supposed to do it and he didn't give the time to do that work. So that's so to have it on record, that was the real situation when it happened. The CDD supervisor called Freddie called me and called Juan, and not even less than 24 hours, that unit was out of there, didn't give us time to verify all the information about the situation that the supervisor Compass was stating at the time. Thank you.
Are we done?
Yeah, there's no further discussion of it, we just take a vote.
I'm glad that he mentioned about the 24-hour policy. There is no policy on the vehicles. When it's a vehicle or equipment that is improperly parked or staged on city property, the towing company comes, well, the previous company.
He's a CDD vendor. He's a CDD vendor as well when you tow the vehicle.
So we start
That's
making
wrong.
exceptions now on the city.
We're gonna take a look at the towing policy later in the meeting anyway, because, yeah, I kind of agree that we can't just go around and randomly taking cars that have been in violation for several weeks just because you feel like it. That's just not the way you do business as a leader of this community. I think that when you saw it in December, like you just said, that was the time when you needed to open your mouth and say something about you not wanting it there. And that was the time that he should have been told, move it. You understand? Not wait a month for him to be okay with leaving that there, thinking that he was all right, and all of a sudden you just decided to call the tow truck because you happened to see it and took it away. And that's why I think he should be reimbursed, because he was not given the opportunity to remove the vehicle from the area with enough notice.
I'm glad that you mentioned, because the first time he was behind the townhouses, and that was on December 4th. Where the vehicle was towed away was on January, it was a different location. So it was the second time.
It's on the same street, it's visible from the same area. I don't see the point of what you're saying.
The point is clear that if it's in violation, it doesn't matter if it's 1 minute,
No.
2 months, 2 years, it's a violation.
I think the biggest point you're making here, Mr. Comas, is that you have a personal vendetta against the vendor of the CDD, and you go around doing things purposely to him. And that's wrong, and this board is not gonna stand for that. You
Of course
understand? Because your job was to notify management and wait to hear back from them before you acted, right? This is why I'm against this whole thing about supervisors calling the tow truck at their will, because he's not the first person. There's a bunch of people that have been towed here just because you or the other individual that used to be on the board don't like them, okay? And including me, I was at risk of being towed because my in-law parked his car in my driveway where I have the authority to allow him to park there. And you guys were like, no, that's CDD property, you can't do that. And that's wrong. So I think that you guys either need to know the law if you're gonna call the tow truck, figure out what our resolution actually says, because, you know, we need to sort out which resolution we're following. Because now there's 2 resolutions, and it looks like the contract with Tashcone says there's another resolution for 2015 that they're following. So it's very confusing, and we're gonna address that later on. But anyways, let's address this.
And actually, I'm glad that you just mentioned that, because he's the only one that would like to get reimbursed. What about the other 135 vehicles that they were towed out of the community? Why they are
I
not
have
here?
no knowledge of them.
No, they're not knowledge, because they were towing away properly. So if you want to get it on personal that your in-laws or whoever park, that's on you.
And just to bring everyone up to speed, the previous.
Okay, out of line. It's out of line. Let's conduct the business because this is out of line. You know.
This is a motion, there's a motion on the table,
Yeah,
we don't need to talk about all this.
Well, everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, but just the last
He's
thing I
had 2
want to say
opportunities.
was, the previous board did make the precedent of not reimbursing, for tows. So I just want to throw that out there. Now we can move to the motion. to voting. I don't think that we're gonna get anywhere with more of the talking. So, if we vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And they're on a small delay, so we'll have to wait for that. And those opposed?
I oppose, of course.
Hey, Michael?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, do you have a vote for reimbursing Blade Runners for $720 for being towed?
Let me ask you this. Was Blade Runner made aware before they got the charge of how we've been in parking is concerned with any instruction with it, made aware of that prior to this thing happening?
Corey, did you do that?
I couldn't understand it.
He said that he was made aware of something.
Sorry, Michael.
Was Blade Runner aware of the parking violations prior to them being charged?
No. That's the argument. You vote,
Yeah,
Mike?
Mike, the argument is that the tow truck, that Mr. Comas, Supervisor Comas called the tow truck, but before he called the tow truck, he called Freddie. Freddie called Blade Runners, and then he didn't give time to fix the issue, and then by the time Blade Runner came to the property to address the issue, the lift was towed away. And that was, for us, it's a problem.
I have to say that if they were given I think they should be doing a certain amount of time. If you're going to tell me you have the vehicle that the equipment moved, I think a certain amount of time is proper in this case.
So, Michael, is that a yes? Mike, are you voting yes?
Yes, I'm voting yes.
All right, thank you. That one passes 4-1. While we have the vendor here, and I'll get that taken care of for you as soon as I can. Do you guys have anything for the vendor? Freddie does have something in front of you guys
Yes.
here, a proposal.
We have another proposal right there. Yesterday, we provided inspection for the landscaping service. We find the two timers located right here in the middle of the island is not working. That's controlling the middle island and part of the entrance right here, right one. I was with the vendor right there, and we tried to put the controller manually for checking if it is working, and it's impossible it's working. So you have a proposal for $3,767 for replacement for both of them. If you can bring any other comment one regarding that controller.
The two flags over here by the well, those things is old, that'd be 12, 15 years old because I think that's the original flags. Those things don't hold the program, we program it, and next day they lose the program. And some of the ports for the clocks is not working because I have one son over here and one son in the right side of the clubhouse that's not getting water, and I can't do anything until I have a good clock to send a signal to the valves and find the problem.
So those clocks only supply water to the center park?
Those clocks is one is from the guardhouse, like a halfway down in the field, and the other one is the other half of the boulevard, and like 80% of the clubhouse because it's a small clock on this side.
Those two clocks take care of all that area?
Yeah, because you have another clock over here, but the only one with 3 zones here at the back.
And how long has this been broken, do you know?
We found it yesterday. Because the problem last month wasn't the clock by the entrance, by workings. And that's where it fits. We find the problem was a broken wire, and that's where it fits.
Okay. Any comments, guys? I just think that if it covers that big area, I know the grass in the center park is dying, it looks terrible. So I'm okay with getting it fixed, or if anybody else has any comments.
Just need a motion.
I can put an input. I went out myself as well around, the areas just walking, and then I saw the gate open, so I went inside and I saw it, and I saw the clutch, and the clutch, need to be repaired. They're not working at all.
Okay, we need a motion?
Yep.
Anybody else? All right, I'll make the motion. To approve 376744 for Blade Runners to fix the clocks that supply most of the irrigation to the community, common areas.
Do we have a second?
second.
Anybody second?
Herman second.
Herman second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No, any opposed?
I oppose. We got bigger priorities than the clocks right now.
All right, that one carries. And that is for a total of $3,764.44, just for the record. And do you guys have anything else for Blade Runners? Freddie's going to cover some more items from them later on, but just while he's here.
I have a couple more proposals. I sent one for the Bahia side. Freddie asked me to get a proposal where those water folks damage the side around the tennis court and all that stuff. I measured that stuff and it's 10 pallets over here. I don't know what you guys want to do, but I think it's wasting the money because all that.
It's already full of grass, right?
Yeah, so that's weeds. And the other one is the one we got for the last meeting, for that tree between the sidewalk and the street, because we are trained by the town home. We didn't do anything about that, and the building is still without water.
Okay. Yeah, and I think we're going to address that today, right?
Yeah.
The tree issue? Yeah, okay. And what else was I going to say? Did you ever do the second application for the house?
3 times.
You've applied it 3 times?
3 times, but I stopped like 3 weeks ago, and it's working because.
Yeah, I haven't seen any hounds lately.
Yeah. Anybody
seen any hounds lately?
The only comment that I have is, I don't know if it's something we can do about doggy bags, you know? Last Friday, I filled it up every station. Put a bus with 200 bags in each roll, so each team have 2, so 400 bags for each one. Yesterday, everything was empty.
So someone's taking them.
Yeah, because it's 1,000 bags in the fire station there.
It's not 1,000 dogs walking here every day.
No, it's common that someone will take them for their personal use. Stock them at home, you don't have to buy bags ever.
So how do you handle this problem? Because you do have people that use them legitimately.
If we figure it out, I'll let you know. It's an ongoing problem that we have.
Scan your card to get it back.
How well do those locks work on there? Do they work well?
Those works. There's one over here that don't work, but we open it and we close it that way people don't move it. But my team is, you know, what I'm supposed to do is just fill it up everything, take a picture, like I did it once a week, because I know I don't have a bunch of people calling and saying those things. And
How often are you emptying those bins and refilling those bags?
once a week.
What, is there a particular day that you do it?
Friday.
On Fridays. Yeah, I think, as long as we have the bags, you should refill it. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, unless we start falling out of budget with that, then I guess it's a concern, but I guess management will try to figure out what we can do to prevent it.
Put a camera there that works on solar.
I'm sure there is.
Look, hey, you know what? Maybe that will leave the problem because they see the camera.
Put a sign that says there's a camera there.
Herman, did you have something to add?
Yes, I got a question about the 3 applications that you did for the HUD. That total, it was 150 piece, right? The applications?
3 applications, each one was 158. I just charge you for the price of the product.
Okay. Okay. So the total for the 3 applications was what, 450 or something like that?
457, I think was.
Okay. So when is the next one that you think is best that we have to do, or we can wait, or how, you know?
What they told me is now we can do it like once every other month. So we're gonna spend $158 every other month to prevent that stuff.
I would say we should wait until they come back, see
Yeah.
how long it takes them to come back.
Yeah, if you wait that way, because if they come back in 2 or 3 months, and you can delay it a little bit, especially if it worked that quickly. Did you see it after the first application?
Yeah, the first application was he moved to the end of the retention pond over there. And then we do the application over there around the retention pond.
All right. Well, that's awesome to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great one.
Thank you.
Alright, so now bumping back to the set agenda here, we move on to business matters, with the first thing being the discussion of campus suite agreement. Now, this is the company that we use for our website, ADA compliance. Infomart did renegotiate. Previously, there was a charge, once you guys hit 750 pages a year, where they charged you like $1 a page, and it was astronomical. So Infomart managed to renegotiate, and they removed that fee, so now we can post full agendas online if you guys are so inclined to do so. And then I know that I was approached and asked if we could change the website. I know there was some interest around that. I did reach out to the vendor and ask what that looked like, and in our agreement there's specifics as far as the color and the fonts and whatnot, in order to keep it ADA compliant. So it wasn't a complete no, right? They said, give us specifics and we'll work it out. But really, the websites are not meant to be aesthetically pleasing. They're meant for the ADA compliance, of CDD business. So in order to hold our documents and advertise as necessary our meetings and whatnot. So that's just a quick update on that. If anyone has anything on that, I'm happy to go back to the vendor. There are a couple different vendors that do this. We have an agreement with this company for several years now.
Yeah. My opinion is I don't think we have a problem with the vendor. At least for me, I realize that every CBD in the area uses this vendor. It seems like they have kind of like a niche there that everyone uses them. But I do see a difference in the layout of websites from one CDD to another. And I believe, I can't remember off the top of my head which community, I'd have to find out and let you know. But there's a community that has Campus with a template that seems like it's more user-friendly. And, it doesn't give like the contact information of the supervisor, but actually gives a link so they can send a message directly through the website. And there's a lot of different functionalities in there that I thought were better than ours. And I think that's where I think we were coming from, is just to improve the website, not necessarily get rid of it or change it.
No way.
And Gabriel, usually this contract is with Inframark, right? The contract that we're looking at here?
Campus Suite?
Yeah, it's your agreement, Campus Suite and Inframark's agreement, right? To service our website? Or is this Campus Suite agreement with us?
So districts are always going to be, the majority of them are always going to be through the district.
Okay.
We're very familiar with them, we use them a lot.
Gotcha.
So we were able to just get a better deal for all you guys.
Gotcha. That's what I was trying to figure out, whether it was an Inframark Campus Suite or a district Campus Suite.
No, the district is typically, agreements are typically set up to continue on in the event of, the rotation of staff. So. Next item on the agenda is...
So before we close this out, can we just get a couple of different templates that are options and maybe share with us so we can see, or how does this work?
Well, so, and I asked him what it realistically looks like. I said, what are our options? He said, pretty much be specific with me, and I'll let you know if that's doable or not. So the alternative would be, I can ask for some presets.
Correct.
And see if we can bring those in front of you guys instead. So, because he's the guy that we work with is very, very responsive. He's very helpful. So he was eager. He just said, I just need to know what you want, right? So once we settle on something, I'll see if you can do some presets for us.
Also, if you can find any other company that provide, because I know the only thing that we need is the ADA. That's pretty much what we need, but we overpaying so much, in my opinion, to these companies, almost $3,000-$4,000 a year in website. That's huge for a website. Just saying, I know the ADA is separate, but that's something that maybe management can look into it and see if another provider, cheaper, that offer the same, more or less, but paying just for a web server, almost $3,000 a year, that's huge.
Well, it's not just the server. They ensure ADA compliance and they convert documents into ADA format. So whenever we submit something to them, they will make sure it complies. So it's not just
with the ADA. I know they charge separate the ADA. That's separate to make sure that it's ADA compliance. So I'm just saying, just let's figure out, let's go through it. The company's not bad, the templates are awesome, so,
Yeah.
That was my opinion.
So, and I heard just your agreement here, it does say $2,075. So, and then there's the additional charges for the conversion once you broke that limit. So they've done away with the conversion rate once you break the 750 pages. Anything
What was
else?
that again? I'm sorry.
So your current agreement is for $2,075, and if there was a higher amount, it was for previous conversion costs, but they've done away with the conversion for the over 750 pages. So we shouldn't see as high now.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. Anything else on the Campus Suite before we move on?
No.
All right. Next, we move on to the towing. Now, there's two parts to this. The first one is our agreement with Tad's Towing, which has been your towing company for the last year and a half or so. So I was asked to add this just so we can take a look at it and see kind of what the guidelines are. And then we have a separate one after this for Towlando Towing that the vice chair obtained for this meeting. So first, and there's a long discussion here to be had around towing, and part of that will be, I I think, addressed as well in the council section, so if we just want to compile it all. First, the obvious thing, there's a moratorium on towing while the district revamps. And for any kinds of rules, changes, procedure changes, we need to advertise a public hearing for it and actually set the rules that are meant to be changed and have a public forum like this for it. So we could set that for the next meeting after we hammer this out. So first off, would anyone like to kind of just share I guess, Mario, being that you're the one that obtained the tow Lando here.
Yeah, I obtained a bid just to see how things work with another company and just to have another option. Not necessarily I don't like tax towing. I think tax towing has been more fair than the board members that call a tow truck, because I tell you, I've seen them come to tow somebody and people come out and they're lenient. They'll let them go. They'll be like, don't worry, that's fine. So I don't have a problem with tax. But I have a problem with the rules. I'm looking at this and there's a resolution here from 2015 that supposedly is what tax towing is following. And this says that they're only towing repeat offenders, but yet we have a 2022 resolution that doesn't say that. It says basically we can tow where we want at will. So I think, we need to clarify that. I think the 2015 resolution makes more sense to me than this. I don't know why we changed. I wasn't here, so that would be interesting to know. Why did we change the resolution to begin with?
Yeah. Sorry, that gets wrong. You guys talked about wanting to create a strike system with some warnings. That it's a bit hard to do from the CDD's aspect, just because in order to issue the warning, then you also have to track, especially if you're only doing repeat offenders. So not only do you need someone to go out, put this warning on, track it, compile a database, run it. So then it comes down to who is doing it, right? Now, if that's something that the supervisors want to do, and I just putting this out there before we even get into it, we don't want to delegate anything to non-supervisors, residents in the community, supervisors, held accountable. And this is part of your position. So that's where we've had supervisors that have been given the authority to authorize towing in the past. That's where it comes from, right? I was not on that list. Freddie was not on that list. It's what the agreement that the board had was to set board members to do that.
So let me ask you something. How do other communities do it?
Similarly, it's the board that handles it.
So supervisors call tow trucks at will and just get them towed automatically?
Or if you have a full-time on-site staff, then you put them down. So, one community where they have a manager and 2 employees on site, they're the only ones authorized, and none of the supervisors are. You guys don't have a full-time employee, you can't have an objective third party that's here every day. Right now,
Just the sheriff's department do it.
Well, we have something in the agenda for that. But the sheriff's is a bit different, and we do have a representative here today. It's a bit different in that they don't just check. They typically won't check and call for towing. It's just someone that's hanging off, slightly breaking one of the CDD and tow policies. They're CDD streets. We have to be the ones to authorize it. It's our private property. So I know there's been some discussion about not giving that authority to a supervisor, but that's really going to be the most feasible way to do it, unless you have full-time staff.
These work most effectively where there's full-time security, and then you'll have a roving security that patrols for that. That's where it works really well.
I agree 100% with that.
Without that, someone's got to call it in. TAD specifically requested in their agreement, the names of one or more authorized people, and that's kind of what led to the process that we have now. And it makes sense because, as Gabe said, there's nobody else here but the supervisors. Now, I've got one community where the HOA and the CDD are working in concert, because the HOA has people who do parking enforcement. And so we've entered into an agreement with them where and they indemnify the CDD if they make a mistake, it's on the HOA, but we actually have those extra sets of eyes that patrol the neighborhood and look and call things in. And that's new, that's a new process that we have there, so we'll see how it works out.
Thank you for sharing that, that's interesting. So let's clarify the first issue. Which rules is Taz Towing enforcing?
The most recent.
So the 2022, this is what they're enforcing.
Yeah, when their contract was done, the 2022 was not enforced, but they've been provided with the 2022-02, I think it is. Yeah. 2022-02. And that's what they're supposed to be enforcing.
So Florida Statute 71507, how much time does that give, how much notice do we need to give residents to tow?
We're not required under that statute to give any notice. That statute provides that they have a warning. A warning can be done in the form of a sign that says no towing, which is typical, or a warning can be done in the form of putting a sticker on the car. I've got one neighborhood that does that, but again, you kind of have to have the roving security to do that effectively. You got to have someone who can put a sticker and then come back and see if they moved their car.
I understand. So it sounds to me like what you're saying, that the security should be playing a big role in this. And I know this is why we had security years ago here, 24/7, because that's how our community is set up. Now, you're telling me that we're not obligated to follow 71507, is that what you're saying?
No, your question was what warning 71507 had.
Requires, correct. Is there a time frame? No time frame?
No.
So he just says, just give them some sort of.
Under 71507, you've been in places where a business has a parking lot, they put signs up there, and if someone pulls in and parks illegally, they can be towed in 15 minutes.
So the notice is just a sign?
Because they've been put on notice.
The sign posted at the front of the street, essentially. So being that you have one in the community that covers the community, that's the requirement. And the tow company will verify before they even start that you have that sign.
I don't know. My opinion is that I think this issue is not smooth and clean. I'm all for just continuing the moratorium until we can figure out if we can get security in here and have someone to police this.
So yeah, if you're saying that you want to find someone to delegate to that is not the supervisors, not the board, and that is security, then that, at least it kind of gives us that kind of direction. So now I'm looking forward, do you want this to fall on the board, on the supervisors? Do you want to try, this is try what Scott suggested with the HOA, or do we want to just wait until we have the security company?
I like the security idea the best, and working in conjunction with the HOA wouldn't be a bad idea, because I'm sure we can get lots of volunteers here to be part of some sort of traffic committee here that kind of look around for things that need to be.
And so that's my first statement was the committees are of residents. That's where you have to kind of draw the line. Not saying you can't do it, but that's where you start having too many chefs in the kitchen kind of thing, So there's a difference between having like an HOA board and having the CDD board and then having random residents that volunteer.
In the neighborhood that I talked about, the HOA has specific people, and those people have appeared before the CDD board, so it could be discussed with them and we know who's actually doing it as opposed to somebody different every week.
Is it 1, 2, or 3?
It's 3 people total.
3 people. So in our HOA, that's a committee. Yeah, so I'm okay with that. I think we need to explore both of those options. What do you think?
Yeah, I had 2 problems with this.
Hold on, Herman.
Pause, hold on. I had 2 problems. First, it went into place, and I felt like the community as a whole wasn't given the opportunity to know something had changed. And I'm the kind of person that I would rather over-inform and then come back and say, look, we had it here, 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 and here. We had it every established place that we possibly could, whether we used the HOA to help communicate or whatever. This just happened and people seemed to be surprised by it. And that's what kind of turned me off on the whole thing. And the second component that I don't like was if we build rules and regulations that are understandable by the community, they should be understandable by the towing company. And the towing company should have the autonomy to execute upon those rules without really having to get a board member involved every single time. And then that really just becomes where the board members are extrapolated from the day-to-day. There's going to be situations, I understand, where they're going to need a judgment call, right? And I understand there's going to be some of that, but when you're parked in front of, say, a fire hydrant, that's something that, right, should be taken care of. Your policy should kind of outline for both your resident and for your towing company, and that's what I felt like it didn't match.
So, I mean, the reality is it'd be nice to just have a towing company come in and loop around and do violations. But the reality is, in CDDs that I have, even where we're calling them, we're sometimes waiting an hour, waiting 2 hours to get a tow truck to come, and then the car's been moved or whatever. So the reality, I think, is it's going to be very difficult to get a tow company to just come in and self-enforce. So to do it effectively, you probably have to have someone inside the community who's going to say, we have this problem, whether that becomes security, if you go that way, or you create some other vehicle.
Is it legal for tow companies to go patrolling and take cars that are violating the rules?
It is if the rules are clearly specified. The tow companies, they're a little reluctant to do that because under the statute, they have the liability for a wrongful tow. Mm-hmm. We don't have the liability. Mm-hmm. And the second agreement that was in there, I noticed that they wanted to push that over on us, which I would not be in favor of. They know the statute. They know to comply with the statute. They know these Florida statutes where we cited those and they apply. They know the Osceola County Code because they do, if they're in Osceola County, they do enforcement over that. So they're pretty savvy on those things.
Herman? Oh, who's that, Mike?
Yes. So me. So my opinion, what Corey was saying, I think what we need to figure out is Touchstone has the manpower to come at least once a week. If they don't have it, they don't have it. What is the other company, Tor Orlando? If they have the manpower to come at least once a week without us calling, that's something that we need to figure out if they can do it. That limits us from calling them. Now, like Corey said, if it's an emergency, if it's a fire hydrant or, something that is out of the ordinary, yes, I don't know, legal counsel, if that can be done, that if a supervisor, whoever it is, report that issue to management and to the tax, to the company, can we get, a vote on it, or it cannot be a vote on it to just tow it, that vehicle, just to prevent just going, saying that it's what happened right now with blade runners. I don't want that to happen to anyone. I don't know if that's possible to include. I know we cannot communicate together, but management can be the middleman, checking, okay, yes, or no, and based on the photo or the video that was taken at the moment.
Yeah, and so one thing is, if we're in a meeting like this, then we're not going to get through in a timely manner either. If you guys send me something and say, can this be totally not, I'm in a 5-hour meeting. No, but, so the other thing is that I cannot poll you guys to see if 3 of you want to tow a car. We can't operate on a majority for this because I can't call you and say, how do you feel about this car that's parked here? I got a picture. So I can't do that. That's where assigning the authority to the individual on, with these rules in mind, that's kind of what alleviates that.
Gotcha. So it looks like we have three options then. Get security here 24/7.
Also, it's just not even 24/7, but I have another district that they just expressed interest in getting a nightly round. They do have a security company at the front gate, and they're asking if they can add a nightly patrol, or a morning patrol, 6 a.m. Just drive around the community, look for any cars, right? You don't need them here 24/7, constant enforcement, but a routine check.
You really do it randomly.
Yeah, you should.
People don't know when they're gonna be.
That would be a good idea to kind of set a certain number of hours and they can randomly patrol. So
Yeah.
can we look at something like that and get some proposals on that?
Or
how does this work?
So the hard part is finding a company to piecemeal that. Hiring a company to come in and just do a drive. I'm sure it exists, but if you're having someone to do patrols and look at cars, and then you also want a security company and a roving patrol, that's where you kind of get messy. Whereas if you guys want to end up at that roving patrol, then that might be something that they can do anyways. So in the interim, I can look for just the roving or the daily check and see if that's a thing. I have not seen that done where they only come in and check for tow violations.
Tats was coming here 24/7. There is no hold up. I didn't need to call anybody. They will come in here gladly because they were making money on that. The liability falls 100% on Tats. That's what we want as a district. We don't want nobody trying to push the liability to us in case there's something happen.
Right.
So in the case that he just mentioned, I was called because it was a vehicle that is it's not a regular vehicle. It's an equipment. That is the only reason. But I show up, I took a picture, and I provided to you, and I provided to Tats. It's a safety and liability for the whole community.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, the chairman. Go ahead.
And I've done the same thing where residents will send me pictures of what they believe to be violations, and I'll send it to someone who's authorized to initiate a tow. Because again, I do not have that authority. It was solely board members. So, I mean that system exists where I get people call me and people send me pictures all the time saying, please have this car towed. And then I just say I will forward it to the appropriate person, right, which is one of the board members that was authorized to do so.
I don't think we're going to solve this today, though.
So there's a lot to think about with
I know, there's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, I think a committee also as well is good to have a committee do it with the CDD. You have to be a CDD committee because this is a government entity, so this is pretty much like, the Senate or whatever. They have their own committee, so we need to do a committee just for that and, and get volunteers and all that. I think legal counsel can shine on that more. I know I heard something about committee, but I don't know if what's CDD or HOA committee, but I know on the CDD we can do some of those committees as well.
Okay.
He wants to know if
He wants to know if we get the three people that you said that the other communities assigned. You said it was the HOA, but he said why can't that be done through the CDD?
if the CDD has a committee, then it becomes a sunshine law issue, and they have to meet when there's a notice published and all those formalities are being done.
Yeah, that's
very unproductive.
Can you clarify what Mr. Comas just said? So by us changing who does the enforcement, that changes the liability as well?
Under the statute and under our agreement, TADS was and is liable if they make a bad tow.
Correct.
And that's the way that we want it to be.
Correct. But my question is, if we change it to have the HOA that say, have three people that call the tow truck, does that shift the liability, or is it still the same contract?
Where I've done that in the other community, we've had the HOA sign an indemnity agreement because they want to do it. They were hot to trot to run the towing enforcement. So the deal was, if you guys make a mistake, it's on you, it's not on the CDD.
Yes, your lawyer should protect you. You keep the liability off of us.
I'm not sure that answered my question. I'm just trying to understand because the contract obviously says the tow company has the liability. So my question is, if the supervisors don't do the enforcement and we get some other entity, whoever it is, to do the enforcement, that shifts the liability from the tow company to somebody else?
Well, if we do that, then our agreement with the tow company is going to say, these people are going to have the authority to call it in, but the agreement will still say that they assume the liability.
Okay.
That was your question.
Yep, that answers my question perfectly. Yep. Thanks.
Yeah, and so then on the total Lando thing that you provided, on the second page here, they do have the stickers, automatic tow, and it doesn't apply. So when it also much easier when you have a system where you can set up, like we talked about, the visitor desk passes, placards, but you need someone to hand those out, right? So that's the other part. Now, if you had a staff on site, you could say, go to the clubhouse, get your parking pass, and go. But that's hard to do. So, and then, the other thing is, you give these people a warning, and unless you track it and verify, then they'll just keep doing it. They take off whatever warning you gave them. I've been told recently about cars that were pulling off plates while they were breaking rules. So, it gets kind of messy. That's where we did not send out letters. The district is not required to send a mailing for these rule changes because we hold a public hearings, right?
Correct.
That's an option the board has to do if you so desire to send a letter to every home. There's a cost associated with it, probably around $1,000. But the public forum and then our public website act as our means to notice these people. So the rule change that when it went into effect, we had a public meeting, we had a public hearing, and then it was posted to the website, right? And that's kind of where our responsibility ends for that. We're not like an HOA that we need to send a letter every time and change something. But you guys can opt into that fee, or the cost rather, and do that option.
Well, I think if we do that, if we just let the HOA know, the HOA has, email blast capabilities, email text capabilities, they have all these different things that they send out and disseminate, and if I'm not wrong, we got 60-70% of the residents here are on some type of digital platform. So I think, the HOA can do a good job at that if it's gonna cost us money, you know what I'm saying? We just have to provide them a copy of the rule and let them disseminate the information. I think everybody will be happier that they are aware. Like right now, I tell you, I walk these streets, there's at least 10 cars facing the wrong way, parked on the wrong side, parked on the hydrant. I get it, but I also think that if tow truck comes in here and starts towing everybody for, without notice, without everybody being aware that the enforcement is on again, then we're gonna have the same problems we had before, and
and we partner with HOAs, anytime we have a good relationship, know the manager, whatever, it's just, hey, can you do us a favor, send out an email, and that usually works, so.
I didn't get what you said. You said something about the stickers being a difficult thing to do. Why?
So what I was talking about was just the enforceability behind it from the tow company's perspective.
But this is talking stickers like parking permits, right? Is this what you're talking about?
But it just, because you guys asked about, giving people like a violation on their car, like a little something. I know I've gotten them when I've parked in neighborhoods. It'll say from an HOA, it'll say no parking on the street kind of thing. This is your warning. No idea if I'm ever coming back. If I just took it off.
What happened to those big, heavy, glued stickers they used to put on the windshield on the side door, and are difficult to remove?
Yes, they are.
Is that not allowed anymore? Is that why they don't do it anymore?
You're not going to make friends doing that. And, if you're concerned,
I look at it from my point of view. I'd rather have a sticker that I have to work hard to peel it off than to have my car towed, because if I use the car for work, if I use it for business, it can be a dilemma. But I'm just saying another option. But anyway, what are we going to do, guys?
So I think what we need to do is we gotta start with the towing again. We need to get notice, at least the community, just to make sure they know we're back, and and send the rules, at least digital, management, if we can send, if we agree on it, to the HOA and see if the HOA agrees to send it, at least the PDF rules.
So, just spitballing, what you could do is keep the moratorium on and use the opportunity to provide warnings, saying like, this is the kind of stuff that will get you towed when towing starts. And that way you give people 2 months to relearn, give some time to educate, and then towing goes back into force. But you have to enact it at some point.
No,
And the moratorium at some point, if you want to keep your streets clear.
Yeah, I think your moratorium stays in place if you take no action today.
So you guys want to table this till we figure it out?
Sounds like it.
I'll say we should table it until we figure it out, because that has been an issue that we have been dealing with for a long time. So I think we should continue to stab at it until we come down to a greater resolution.
Okay.
All in favor of that? Are we all in favor of that?
No, we don't need to.
No, we don't need to vote on that?
No, we're fine. You just motion to action. All right, so then next, you guys had, I was approached with interest of trying to cut down on the engineer's time here. So I had taken the initiative and bumped him up. That way we can have his report and then let him go. And whether you guys want him to remain on the phone for any questions, or if you're just done with him for the day, you can advise him when he's set to leave. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
And by the way, if you're going to move me even further up on the agenda, sometimes that's what I do. I just come in, do my report, and I leave. And anything that I need to know, we can communicate later. So.
And we're on page 33 for you guys.
I second that motion.
Yeah. So I have noticed that the PDF that you received, I think, is reduced in size, and part of that, some of the graphics didn't come through pretty clear. So.
Oh yeah, I see the attachments. Here, let me. I'll re-upload it here, so we can follow along.
And it's basically about if you're trying to look into details on the graphics for severity. Like we have actually calling out individual colors and what each one means. This is kind of blurred altogether. But again, it's not super relevant to the discussion. So basically, the update on the first project, CCTV is complete in Zone 1. Last time we only had Zone 2 complete, so we have Zone 1 and 2 complete. Final invoice has been sent to management. So now the next step would be for us to do an engineering evaluation of that work and identify a project to be done. There's definitely a lot of high severity issues, so we're going to be basically trying to catch the lowest hanging fruit, the best, best for the buck that we have to spend on repairs. So that's a quick update on Zone 1 and 2. You will notice on Zone 1 that the area that we referred to in the past as Schedule A, that's where we completed all the repairs. All that area is blue, which means everything is in good condition, thankfully. There's a section that is orange, and that is basically average. We typically would not be addressing anything that is average, even in the new inspections. If it's average or better, then we would not be doing the project. So that confirms that the work was done properly. So that's...
So which is the street that's blue, if you don't mind me asking?
So right here, in Zone 1, the section between manholes 47 and manhole 56, that is what we call Schedule A, and we did TV of this. And
what street is that?
It's actually not on the street.
Oh, this is just drainage opportunity.
Yeah, it goes between homes here, and here it goes across like a big open space.
This one has the
Between
pictures
Florence
not
and-
compressed, so you can follow along a little bit better.
And these are the higher risk pipes if they go between two houses, if you have a leak there, so that's why we started to look.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I was saying pipes that go between homes are higher consequence of failure, so that's why we started there. We actually don't run under the road. But again, that's Zone A, Schedule A that was completed. But overall, Zone 1 and 2, CCTV is complete, and we'll be moving forward to start doing the evaluation. In the past, when we budgeted this program, we had every year a number for engineering evaluation different than our hourly cost. And in the past, the board had two separate buckets basically that we were billing. One was called capital projects and one was just like the general engineering. If you want us to continue working under the general engineering on this, we can. Or if you want us to be billing it separately, we can do that also. It's still going to be hourly, but at least you know how much money tracking has spent on this project. So that at least when it comes out of the budget, it's clear. So we'll bid it as a separate, just the work that we do for evaluation unless.
I think that's smart. Once all the work is done, in a couple of years, whatever that may be, then you can essentially remove that budgeted amount. So I think it's smart to keep it separate for now.
So yeah, there's no decisions that are needed on this one. The third project, this is on there since last time. This was just the cost of repairs for all the roadways. I did have a conversation with the chairman about the next steps, and we were basically discussing that depending on how much money is available for these repairs, we can identify an area that we can go get bids from, but we really can't just go and ask for bids without identifying how big of a project and shoot at this point. So this can stay on here until you want to make a decision about it, but it's just on there as a reminder that there's no action item for us on it.
Gabriel, how much money do we have available?
Well, I was going to talk about this a little bit too. So, between last year, you guys set up the $300,000 reserve.
Yes, we left some money.
You guys are at 86% revenue for the year, which all in all, you collect about $1 million a year. Now, most of that is accounted for. I went through the budget like you guys asked to see where this extra money might be. If you have like a money market account, I would advise not touching that. But so you guys have 200 grand in your money market. You currently have 900 in your unassigned, 300 right here in your unassigned. You have a couple $1,000 in the budget. You have about $6,000 left over from your insurance costs because we were over budget, or we came in under budget rather. You have $8,000 contingency that just covers items, right? But my concern is that with the $76,000 that you guys that brought to the table today, that we're not going to be able to do all of it. So, realistically, looking at this amount of money to do these roads, you're going to need a loan. If you scrap everything you're doing and just put all your cash to it, you might not even get there. So when you take out a loan, and that's what we talked about in the past, is how much money we would need. Turns out how much money you want to essentially put down, right? So with interest, we're looking at $1 million loan to do this job, and I'm not an accountant. These are not numbers from a bank. Again, in order to get you how much something like that will cost, I need to go to the bank and say they want to put down $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, and I need clear direction on how you're going to pay for it, which would be to assess the residents for it, or if you had another means to do so, then we can talk that. But realistically, you could put 200, 300 grand into this, and that's really where you should stop, because that's the 300 that went into the emergency fund reserves from the previous board.
So we only have $300,000.
That is free.
Okay, so $300,000. Okay, so then you say we have to do a special assessment in case that we need to get a loan.
It depends on how you want to do it. You can special assess the entire community for a large sum, every house, or you can break it down over a 10 or 15 year, like a new bond. Being that it would be probably $1 million, maybe a loan, like a 10-year loan, but it kind of just depends on one, if you guys want to do it, if you want to do it, and the size of it. Because Peter said, the price would depend on the size that you want to commit to. whether it's half of it or all of it, depends on how much money you need to find, right? So if you want to take that $300,000 and put it towards the roads, and then stop spending money on all these upgrades, that's the more realistic thing.
And that's the question I want to ask, because I see 20,000 things in here in this agenda that they need money to be paid for, but there is no money. So we need to get the money somewhere, and you just mentioned the key word, either a special assessment or a loan or something.
Or you could put off items and you raise your normal assessments at the next budget. So, and that's typically what most districts will do, is we'll say, we'll schedule this for October or November, where we need $70,000 to fix a fence or something. We'll schedule it out, find a vendor, and try to just assign a lot of money to it. So we'll increase assessments, 5, 6, 7% for one thing that's paid over just moving forward. So you can increase your assessment $300 a house and have some more money year over year. But to pay for the large expense for this and everything else, I don't think that you guys can do that. I don't think it's realistic without a loan.
So I'm a little confused. Are we talking about the 600,000 that's on this page?
I think that's what.
Is that what we're talking about right now?
You're saying doing everything,
Yes, so the total amount, that's an estimate, so it might be.
So I want to hear something about prioritizing. I don't think we need to blow the 700 grand in one day and just do everything. And I don't think that the contractor's going to be able to do everything in 1 year. So I think we need an engineer to help us with some sort of schedule of what needs to be done first, what needs to be done second, what needs to be done third, and we can start figuring out how we're going to pay for each phase so that we're able to determine whether an assessment increase is needed. I personally, my own personal opinion is we need to alleviate our residents from any more assessments. This CDD has been pretty brutal in taking our money every year, and I think someone has to stop the bleeding, I think, and I think fiscal responsibility, we need to get an accountant. Do we have an accountant, I believe?
Yeah, you have an accountant assigned to you.
That can give us a financial plan on how we can get to this number without an assessment. And once we get your details, we'll be able to responsibly figure out how we're going to use what we have to keep our streets safe and in good condition.
So we provided recommendations.
Go ahead, Ernie.
Yeah, and also, like Mario was saying, we need to move with some guidance as well for this budget to start having reserves. This is incredible that we don't have reserve for the streets. We don't have reserve for the clubhouse if anything happens. It's just emergency thing, and I don't think that's something smart to do. We need to start getting reserves so we are planning for the future. So we are not reactive, we are proactive.
Right.
That's what we need to do for the next, budget.
Yeah, Herman, I agree with you. Unfortunately, the way you build reserves is by having leftover money and adding to it, right? So when assessments were raised, what was it, 3 years ago now?
Mm-hmm.
Where it was 90% increase, right? It was double. That was to catch you guys up, and then just to pay for some of the pipe work, right? So that was a necessary fund. So I don't know if one, and I advised against going down at the budget time. I said, at the minimum, you need to hold, and I asked for an increase.
Hold on. You say that was to catch up, but that was not. It was for the street repairs only, and they say 3 years, because I was on that meeting, and it was 3 years thing, and that's what everybody is gonna pissed at the CDD, because it was brought up as a 3-year plan and done. And that's what we need to, figure out exactly what the district needs economically so we can plan for the future. That's the main goal.
So out of that 90% increase, where's that money? What happened to that money?
It's what you see in the current budget. So, you guys are now assessing $1 million.
But this is the third year, right?
Yeah.
We're in the third year now.
No, and that's why you've been able to put aside the $300,000. There's been a little bit left over every year, but not enough to fund a project like this. You would have had to start this 10 years ago.
So I have, so basically, and I thought your concern is valid. We had provided recommendation, and I should have probably we provided a recommendation that we should go with the seal coating first and then the 1-inch millimeter surface, from the reason that if we didn't do that, the seal coating will get worse. The area where we can seal coat now will get worse because that's going to be more expensive later to do. Same thing with the 1-inch millimeter surface. If we don't fix it now, later it's going to need a 2-inch millimeter surface. It's going to become more expensive. If we maintain those now, we stop them from deteriorating. However, you'll have the worst areas right now that need the 2-inch millimeter surface kind of left to the end, but their cost is going to always be the same. So our recommendation would be to take care of the seal coating, the 1-inch millimeter surface, 1 year if there's a budget, and the next year, whatever is left, all the 2-inch millimeter surface, we'll look at that and and find our detail. And instead of saying we really need to do all $400,000 worth of work, we look at the worst areas and we say we're going to have $100,000 a year to do pavement repairs, and maybe by the time we spend $300,000. The other projects all the stormwater projects that were budgeted would be coming to an end, and then you would have, I don't know if that assessment is the assessment going back down after.
Only if the board chooses.
Okay, so that way maybe
The assessment
the
was
stormwater work would be getting close to an end, and then maybe we'll build reserves by then.
Now, the other, thank you for clarifying that. That's exactly what I was looking for. So we have all these pipes also that are an issue. So how are we coordinating? Because we're not going to seal coat areas where you're going to rip up the asphalt to change pipes or anything like that. So which pipes need that priority and is the same areas that we're going to seal coat?
That's a really good point. So because we have the CCTV for zones 1 and 2, we'll coordinate it as best as we can, because there's zones 3, 4, and 5 that we don't know the conditions of the pipe. So seal coating, I think seal coating, you can tell, it's not very expensive. We seal coat and then we remove the pavement. The contractor will be putting back brand new pavement, so it's not going to be.
But this price is just for the areas that are done, right? 1 and 2? Or
No, this price
for the whole thing?
The entire community.
Okay.
Yeah, so the seal coating would be the cheaper option. Now, Peter, how much more money do we have for CCTV work that we didn't approve? Or so how many? What's the expense look like?
I believe we had budgeted $30,000 a year for CCTV, and I think what we were looking for is to wait till towards the end of the year, the financial year. If there was no emergency, we would do the CCTV. But just also keep in mind, if you use up that money, then you wouldn't know the condition of the next season. The next section of pipe.
What I'm asking specifically, we looked at approving these. We brought them back to us, and we approved. It was $55,000, and there was another like 120. Does that ring a bell with the other zones that we opted out of?
Oh, you were talking when we were looking at TVing the entire community.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was the TVing the entire community, and then we decided to break it off into 5 zones. Was the top priority zone first. So we finished 1 and 2. And the end of this year, we'll be looking to TV zone 3, but we would also have a plan for growth. So we will coordinate this as best as we can.
But do we know what pipe work needs to be done in zone 1 and 2?
So that's what we're just talking about. We're going to do the engineering evaluation to dial that down. But to your point also, zone 1 and 2 are primarily pipe that runs between homes because we want it to be in most consequence failure areas. So there may not be much of this pipe even underground, under roadways.
There's not going to be much.
Yeah, in zones 1 and 2. Zone 5 is the one that is mostly in the roadway, 4 and 5, which we haven't TV yet.
Zone 1 and 2, where they are located in the community? What streets? Do you have that in?
I mean, so that's the two graphics, but yeah, they're mostly all within easements. They don't really, so zone 1 doesn't go under any roads except it crosses Florencia Drive.
Villa Preciosa.
And it crosses the main run up here.
Puerta del Sol.
So that's a crossing. It's not running parallel. Zone 2, again, it just crosses roads. It doesn't run parallel to any road. It mostly goes between homes.
And you mentioned in your last meeting that the more prioritized streets are on the other side, which is Camino Real, CSW down there, that needs more
You're talking
attention.
about the roadway
Yes.
issues, not
Yes.
the storm.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the area that has the more issues. And
So-
but again, that's depending on which direction we're gonna go. Are we gonna start with seal coating, or are we gonna start with the worst pavement condition? So that's the decision. Again, our recommendation is start seal coating so you can preserve what you have, and then do the 1 inch if there's budget to go up to the 100,000. And then next year we can start prioritizing all the 2-inch and under surface. I think we can get it to, you know, a condition where it's satisfactory, hopefully, to the community, instead of trying to tackle it.
Sounds good, but only concern is I don't wanna spend money on seal coat and then the following year we're gonna rip up the street to fix pipes. That's my main concern, and I need to know the time frame of when we're gonna know, you know, at least for now you said zone 1 and 2 is done, so you'll do the engineering, you'll tell us what pipes need to be replaced, and then you'll be able to tell us by next meeting what pavement will be impacted,
Yeah, so.
if any.
Yeah, well, I can tell you right now, within zone 1 and 2, there's gonna be very minimal pavement impact. And our goal is to do most of the pipe repairs trenchlessly without actually digging. It's very minimal because there's not, in zone 1 and 2, hopefully, yeah, that's the whole point, is to stop the sinkholes from developing, yeah.
So the next question is, do we have money to do this?
If we're talking the 100,000, that's more doable, yeah. Now keep in mind, you guys, you know, can dip into this 300,000 reserve, but we will go through it. So it'll last you for now, but you'll have to look at, like I said, this year I'm going to recommend another assessment increase. And then you guys tell me no, or yes, you know, but the budget I'm going to bring before you guys will have an increase built in. Because otherwise you're just not going to get to the reserve numbers that you want to see.
And these are not hard numbers, right? You still have to get bids.
These are
right?
estimates, these are estimates.
So can we have bids by next meeting?
For what? That's
For the seal coating and the 1 inch? We obviously cannot afford the worst right now.
Yeah, the next meeting is when?
2 months.
In 2 months.
Maybe.
Yeah, we can get to
do that.
So, just to be clear, we are looking only at the mill and seal coat.
1 inch now, yeah.
Yeah, the 1 inch. So, just to kind of reiterate for you guys, that would be preserving your roads that are in good condition, and you'll eventually have to circle back to the worst quality condition roads, and then that would be a hit at that time.
That could be the next round. If you want to increase the hundreds or like 150, again, we can say, okay, then we're going to have 50,000 or whatever amount, you know, if we got quotes on resurface, or, you know, the quotes we got are like 75, then we have another 75 to spend on just the areas that are the worst. That's an alternative.
And so looking at, I know this is the cost of the entire neighborhood, but if we're only looking at areas, then like if we remove, or sorry, is this proposal, is the seal and 1 inch mill only for the good areas? Like is that applicable to whole new pricing? 100,000 would come off?
Is it only for the what?
The better, good quality areas.
Where areas that, yeah, that they would actually benefit from.
Okay. All right, so
And will you be able to break down the major repair into, like, 'cause I'm sure the contractors have a minimum of what they can do, right? It's not that we just break into whatever we want.
And then like patches, yeah, that's,
No, I'm saying like doing full sections that, you know, we can break this 400 grand into 4 areas.
absolutely. What we would do is we would look at just streets, you know, from intersection to intersection, we can break it that way, and just prioritize those.
Yeah, that would work for me. What do you guys?
yeah, it's just a matter of the number being attractive enough to actually get bids for it.
Yeah, because, I mean, you guys are saying we have 300, maybe we could spend 200 this year. And if we know which areas are really bad, that we probably should do now, you know, and it could cost another 100,000, and maybe we could do that, you know?
I think that's a good plan.
So, yeah, I like that idea. When you bid this out, Peter, do you imagine this being one contractor to do the seal coat and then the 1-inch mill? Or two separate?
Some contractors only do seal coating, some contractors will do both. I'll probably be asking for the contractors that can do both. You know, we get better numbers when they have bigger quantities.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
So you mentioned in the next meeting you're gonna bring some kind of budget, including an assessment increase?
Yes, I'm still working on it, but just looking at cost of living increase, already things are going up, and then with everything here, we're gonna blow the budget this year, need to amend it next year, so in order to capture whatever improvements are made, costs will go up for certain things.
Are you gonna include also the loan or special assessment on that increase as well? Or you're gonna do all together in one?
Well, so if we're only doing a small amount, like $100,000, then we don't need a loan. So if we want to do the whole thing of 670, then we would.
Okay.
So, and what I'll have in front of me is an Excel sheet where we can essentially plug in a number and it'll tell you what that looks like. Or if you want to add a line item for $100,000 a year, then what that looks like for every house. So we can kind of play with it until you get to something that you want to see. But we have to have a balanced budget. That's why we have to do a budget amendment at the end of the year if we go over. So we can't intentionally set a budget lower than our anticipated expense. And that's where you kind of get into the issue of, well, how do we pay for this? And some communities will bring down their reserves to offset, right? But they have large reserves that they're not using to fund road repairs, so they kind of have that flexibility. And I've seen communities drain their reserves. They end up with 1 year of money left, and they don't have a raise assessment in 15 years because they've drained the entire savings. And that's what I'm trying to avoid and advise against, because if you guys have a sinkhole that opens up and tears out the road, then how do you pay for that, right? As intended with the emergency fund that the previous board set up. So now ultimately, you guys are going to tell me what you want to see in the budget and what you don't, and that's a discussion for next time. But yeah, just as a heads up, I recommend to all my clients every year, unless you have millions and millions of banks, right? That a small increase. And the two schools of thought are either one large increase every 3 to 5 years to kind of cover, or you play a small game where you do like a 2 to 3 increase percentage increase every year. Just as like cost of living, so you don't fall behind too much. So we'll talk about it.
Alright, so I got my marching orders. I'll be getting quotes for the seal coating on the 1 inch, and then we'll break the rest of the area into maybe 4 areas or so, and we'll run that next. So the next project is for the pond bank inspections. So we have come out and we inspected both ponds all the way around. And if we were to do the entire pond, repair all the banks, there's roughly 2,000 feet on pond 1, which is the one to the north, or 1,000 feet on pond 2. We don't think we should go fixing all that, because a lot of those issues are also on the other side of the pond, on the west side, on the east side. So if you only looked at the issues on the west side, that's the table. That's the table that you have in front of you. 450. Sorry, that's okay. 450 feet on the north pond and 970 on the south pond, and they total up to $70,000. And again, these are estimates. We assume 10% contingency, 3% inspection, 7% engineering. These are all estimates. There's a structure that's broken, but we recognized recently that there was an order of taking that was done over the North Pond, and within that order of taking, we believe that there's language in there that says that the county is responsible for structures. And that structure is in that pond. So even though that structure is broken, it's probably maybe on the county. So I don't know if the district council can look at it.
No, I concur with that reading, and the pond or an easement was taken over the pond in 2014 to allow additional capacity for the county's project on Simpson Road. But part of the negotiation of that back and forth was that they were going to replace and upsize the structures in order to accommodate the project. And we said, well, if you're going to do that, then you're buying those structures. You're going to take responsibility. So that was a very intentional negotiation that we had, and I think we should enforce it.
What do we need to do for that?
So we would notify the county, we'll find out who's responsible there, we would notify that the structure is broken, and honestly, it's not impeding the stormwater. However, once they know, they'll find out what their priorities are. They may repair it, they may not, but at this time, it's not really impeding the stormwater. It could eventually become an issue later, but not right now. The pipe itself is not broken, it's the concrete that protects the pipe. The section of it is broken. So unless somebody runs into it with a lawnmower or something, that breaks the pipe, that would be the bigger issue. But we can notify and let them know about the structure. But as far as the banks go, these are the numbers. And again, it still comes back to whether you want to, and actually we think that the South Pond have worse conditions than the North Pond. It's steeper there, it's getting closer to the property lines.
Peter, is there any risk of a complete failure on the banks where they'll?
Well, basically what happens is water goes up and down, sections of dirt keeps sloughing off into it, so it gets steeper, and that's the issue. And we see more of that on the South Pond. But it's happening on the North Pond too. You know?
So you're talking about the tubes right here, the tubes that you talked about last time? Is that what this is about?
Yeah, this is if we were to install geotubes. Basically. Yeah.
So, I was doing a little bit of reading on this because I didn't quite understand it. But my understanding is that the best erosion control is to put vegetation down. That's friendly to the water.
Yeah. So there's two types of vegetation. Vegetation that would only survive underwater, and vegetation that will only survive above water. And as the water goes up and down, that's the zone where you have the issue. Is do you plant vegetation that will survive here, there, or in both? But then grass really is what you're looking for, like good thick grass. But as it starts to deteriorate, there's not enough time for vegetation to grow, for grass to grow. It's just bare dirt. The water goes up and down and just keeps sloughing off. So alternatively, we can try to look at something to plant along the entire perimeter, if you want, as an option for something that would basically survive water, drier seasons and wet seasons. Those would actually be more small shrubs, not grass. And they may be more expensive than putting the geotubes stuff. Because geotubes are prefabricated, they just come in and they install them.
How do they anchor those things?
I think they just put stakes in there and then they allow it to grow. These geotubes actually have vegetation that will grow on it, and then the roots will also stabilize the vegetation. They stake it down at the beginning.
Peter, do you met with the county superintendent at the construction site?
Yes. So that's the next project. If you want me to move on to
okay, yes. I don't know if the rest of the board has any questions in regards to the.
So I can move on to the next one too, and then we can give you direction on anything that we move forward. So the next one is the Simpson Road. We met with the CEI, which is a company that is hired by Osceola County to manage the project. And we asked them for some permit information records. They were very cooperative, they were helpful. They gave us whatever information they can find. And we reviewed that information, we reviewed old permit records. I have more details in here if you're interested. But the summary is that, you know, they own the lots, they have easements over the pond, or actually they own the pond too. And they also have a couple of easements that allow them to do all this construction. In the order of taking, it said that there's a maximum amount of capacity of the pond that they can contribute to the pond. And there was calculations in there, and those are in line with the current design. So we asked, you know, we got the current design compared it to what was in the order of taking, and they match exactly. There's no changes. So there's really no next steps for us except, you know, when they're done, if there's anything that needs to that, you know, that did not get restored properly, we can look at that. But this is all in line with the paperwork and the history and agreements.
Do you see any kind of either worry in the future, in the near future, about that pipe that big going right next to our yard, right next to the side of all those houses here in Riachuelo Lane?
I mean, if we start having a lot of, you know, big events that has a lot of water coming in that is causing erosion, then we can talk to the county about putting some riprap to dissipate the energy of the water. But other than that, you know, everything is kind of designed to standard.
So that's why they took out 10 feet of water from there?
They took out all that water so they can open cut the pipe, yeah, so they can dig down and not fight the water as they're building. I don't know how much water they took down, but yeah, they drained the pond down, and that's why you can actually see more bank. But that's all gonna, a lot of it is gonna get covered up again. They had mentioned that if we needed them to keep the water down, we asked, you know, if they wanted to keep the water down so we can do this work while the water is down, would you work with us on that? They said, well, look, you know, we can talk, see what their schedule lines up with our schedule. Okay, if we have somebody come in to do geotubes. But you know, once they're done with the project, they're gonna let the flow back in, and it's gonna eventually fill up over time as we get rain.
And do you know, I know you have some plans there, is that trench that's there, is that gonna remain, or is that we filled in? Because they put the big pipe in, but there's still a gully there.
That replaces the ditch that was there to begin with.
Just doesn't make sense that they would.
No, because the pipe is just to drain water off the street.
Right.
So Simpson's gonna drain through that pipe, but then you still gotta move the water that falls on the land between the street and the pipe. It makes sense that you would have put more grades.
Yeah, like you just put a catch basin or two in there and collected it.
Yes, this is all, again, this is all their drainage easement.
Right.
Okay.
You know, they just.
We can't tell them what to do. Yeah. All right, so in terms of the erosion then, geotubes versus plants, you think plants gonna be more expensive?
I believe so, yeah. And more maintenance, so you're gonna have to maintain those. And if they die, you know, you have to replace them.
Is this a real time sensitive issue, you think? Like, how soon should we act on this?
I would say maybe by next meeting, by end of the year, you need to have a plan, especially on, I think the South Pond has areas where it's getting really close to the property lines. And you'll have residents upset about, you know, they're basically part of their backyard sloping off. So definitely the South Pond. I do know that the issue even came up when Mr. Mark was, was on the board and it was happening in front of his home, and he lives on the north pond, so there's an issue there too. So he's the.
You're saying the South Pond is the worst?
The south is the one that is getting super close to the property lines.
Can we get bids to take care of that next meeting, or?
Well, who controls the water level? Is there some kind of mechanism that controls how much water sits in that pond, or gets released out?
Yeah, there's a control structure that allows water out. So when it gets to a certain level, it starts to go out. But how low it gets has to do with how much rain we have.
I was just wondering if we could adjust that, and maybe that would help.
There's a lot that goes into that. You need.
Oh yeah, I know.
That's basically the.
But it also depends where that water is draining out into, because because that's what happened during the hurricane. All the ponds were flooded, so the water really wouldn't move anywhere for a while. But yeah, it's interesting. So, can we do that? Is that right?
Hey, I got a question. I cannot hear good Peter because he's all the way over there. I hear some things, but I'm just going through the agenda. What is this, I know we're discussing something about ponds right now. It's hard to listen, only I listen to Corey and Mario. But what is that about that also has that pond?
Sorry, can you ask that
You know,
again?
The easement, you're talking about the easement.
I'm just reading the stipulated, taking over, and then they pay $177,000 or something like that. So they own that? Those ponds?
The county, the taking order.
The county currently owns the North Pond, yes.
They own an easement.
They want that easement, right?
I apologize, my legal.
We own the pond, they have an easement to put water into the pond.
So basically, I don't know if you heard counsel, he said they don't own the pond itself, they have an easement over it.
Okay.
You got more stuff on there?
Well, so,
Then we still maintain everything there. We still need to maintain the whole thing.
The CDD maintains the banks and the vegetation, and then the county maintains the structures.
so the direction is for engineer to bring proposals for just the south pond? Are you,
Yeah, she says that's what, more time sensitive, right? South pond?
I believe so. I mean, yeah.
well, I'm just trying to get it clear so that way we know what to bring back.
Fine, Mark.
And did you say at, by next meeting, Peter, or maybe the one after?
No, we'll try to get proposals by the next meeting. For that. So, the last item I have on the report here is the issue at the gate entrance or exit lane. So I want to give you a little bit of background because this is relevant. A couple of years ago, we had another issue right at the same lane, just upstream from there, and it was a bigger void. It was a much bigger area that we had to repair. And then that's when we TV'd that pipe. We found out that that pipe needs to be lined. There was a lot of dirt coming in, creating a void under the pavement. And we had a contractor come in to line that entire pipe from structure to structure, from the catch basin to the manhole that is basically like in the intersection where people are doing, the donuts. There's a manhole there. So from that point to the catch basin, it's all lined. So there's a brand new pipe there. Between the time that we contracted the contractor and we came out and did the work, as they were working, there was a small depression that started to develop next to the manhole, to the other manhole. It was not within their scope, but it was starting to develop in the same exact location where we have a bigger hole today. While they were there, I talked to them and they said, we can take care of it, no additional cost. So they went and just repaired the pavement at that location. They didn't do everything like that they were scoped to do on, we're contracted to do. What we had a contractor to do is to dig, find a void, fill it, compact it, test the compaction, and then basically rebuild the entire pavement. So that's what they were contracted to do. That section that's having issues today, they were not contracted to do that. They just kind of, did it as a bonus at the time. So now we understand that there was a void down there that is now causing the pavement to sink. We got quotes to repair the pavement, but we also want to look at the manhole itself. We want to be able to see the manhole itself. When we have a contractor, we'll be able to see that whether there's an issue with the manhole itself. But basically, that's the end of where the pipe is lined. So the pipe is lined to that point. If there's an area that needs to be grout it because it's still letting in soil, you'll grout that. And that's usually a minimal cost. But the quotes that you have in front of you are just to repair 20 feet by 12 feet of pavement. And you can look at the numbers here too. These are very different. Dale Beasley, they're the one that did the work last time. They're the ones that did the lining. And they're significantly less than Pothole Heroes and All Terrain, who are close to one another. So when we see these numbers, what we want to do is we want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. So if, for example, decide to go with one of these, we'll make sure that they're doing everything we need to do before we sign the contract.
So to excavate and remove encounter voids, they only gonna charge $9,000?
Yeah, that's the quote you gave us.
And that could just be because we've used them a lot, so that might be just relationship. Or convenience, if they have another job in the area a lot of times. But I wouldn't complain.
Usually, I mean, the relationship does count, but usually it would be half the cost.
Doesn't count that much.
Yeah, exactly. So there's something that we want to make sure that they're assuming everything that needs to be done. So if you decide to go with one of these, you can make a motion to approve up to a certain amount, given that we verified that everything's included in the quote.
My point is, last time we paid 76 for the other one. So you're saying that you are not anticipating it's the same one, the same kind of issue in this one as well?
So the 76 was including the liner. The liner was a huge part of that.
Correct.
Which was, pipe work. Yes. The other one had 410 square yards. This one is smaller. This one is a lot smaller. The other one was about 130 feet long by 20, if I remember correctly, 130 by 12. This one's only 20 by 12. It should be a lot less.
So they're gonna cut the asphalt and they're gonna fill the void.
They'll excavate, if they find the void, they will fill it. And basically, how we make sure that the pavement is done properly is we make them do a compaction testing. There's no standards for how compacted it is, and then before they pave the road.
Now, getting back to all the pipe work that we have to do at some point, are we gonna have to rip the street up again?
Potentially. This is the chicken or the egg,
But this is where this bad pipe here too that we know of, or?
So this is a location where the pipe was repaired.
Correct.
However, there was
But you said it's more out of that area, right? It's not the same area we're talking about.
at the time, the void that became visible was in another area. So this could have been a void that was already there, and with all the rains, now it's just showing up on the surface.
And we're sure that there's no water leak somewhere that's causing the washout?
We'll make sure, and we'll inspect the pipe. Last time we got a contractor to come just throw a camera in one line. It costs about $500, so we may do something like that. Have somebody come and throw a camera in that manhole, make sure there's no leak, because we don't want to fix it and come have to refix it again.
So I understand that fixing it properly costs a lot of money. It's like, is there anything wrong with just filling it now, whatever's there, we just throw an asphalt on top just so people can drive on it for now until we can figure out the rest? Or is that just not something that's good to do?
That is what basically they're submitting quotes on.
But you're saying they're gonna cut 10 by 20 feet or something?
You're talking about in a smaller area?
I'm saying just taking where the dip that's there now, just filling it with asphalt so we can figure out how we're gonna fix it.
We can have them do a smaller area. It just, might develop a whole. The reason why we do 20 feet, most municipalities have 20 feet minimum. If you don't want to have like a car that's driving, you have a change.
Are you saying, just do the top and not excavate?
Yeah, I'm saying not do anything, just fill it with more asphalt to just make it even so that it can be drivable for now until we can figure out the best repair. So it sounds like we don't have all the information we need.
We can't just fill it with more asphalt. Like a contractor. Yeah, again, if you wanna keep
And then
it.
also, yeah, and also, I'm sorry, and then also, we looking to repair the streets. Why are we gonna dump so much money on something that is gonna be repaired soon? You know, when I mean soon, maybe this street, there's always gonna be one that is gonna be, I don't know, 1 inch, fix or whatever, on the scope of work that we have to do the whole community. So we need to start thinking, on these roads, instead of putting more money, we need to stop the injury, right? And then just look further what we can improve so we can just get the money that we need to repair the street. Because right now, if people dump 10,000 or 20,000 or 20-something thousand to fix that little hole, that 20-something thousand could do a seal of a lot of streets. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it's coming from.
Yeah, we can try to minimize the scope, we could do a smaller area. I don't know how small it's gonna get, how much money it will be. We can keep it barricaded until we figure out, what's gonna happen in this zone. But again, that's.
So there's no quick fix to use the road with the not keeping it back?
I think a quick fix will not be anything less than maybe $6,000, $5,000-$6,000, even a quick fix.
Peter, based on my experience, we need to see what's underneath. So you can throw as many alpha you want, dirt, whatever, so that way you can be driving on top of that. What's going to happen if the whole pipe collapses the next day? Then we have a vehicle, somebody injured there. Just my opinion for the rest of the board, we need to see what's underneath of that.
What's next?
I would say Peter, see if we can get them down in size a little bit.
So what Peter's saying is, you guys can authorize a maximum amount. He can go back to the vendor, or all of them, to one, make sure that everyone's looking at the same scope, and then reduce it. So if you guys authorize him $25,000, which you probably higher than we would need, but that would cover all the proposals in here. Once he finds the cheapest for the scope that's desired, he can give him the authority to move forward with it outside of the meeting, so that way you guys don't have to wait for the next one. You guys want that? Yeah.
I've been doing some homework, and some of the companies, obviously, I'm not there, but some of the companies they're around $6,500 to do the 25 by 12, and they do half of it, it's like 2,500. So numbers are there, so we need to find more, but at least we need to approve something. But realistically, 15 to 20,000 in there, that's an incredible high. I think the top that we can go is 10,000 because that's what the whole it is. Now, if it's something different, engineering has to tell us, probably to go above that price, just to cover that area, just with asphalt, just compact it, I just want to make sure we don't put a lot of money on a hole that later on is going to buy.
Yeah, so also, if you have contractors that give you some quotes that you would like to give me their contact information, I can get, we can get additional quotes just to make sure that they have the complete scope of the work. We can do that as well if you would like.
So it looks like we're talking here minimum difference of about $3-4 grand. I'm okay with just approving the 10K and working the bids out and being able to do this so that area gets fixed, because it is an eyesore, it's a danger. The barricades are there, but those barricades don't stay up. When it's windy, they fly everywhere, and that's, to me, more of a liability than the hole itself. So.
Peter, do you think there's a chance that Bill Beasley has misunderstood and they're going to come back higher instead of taking the other two lower?
There's always a chance for that. They've been in the area, they know exactly what's going on here, so I have a level of comfort that they know what the issue is, but I will definitely triple check before we go spend $10,000 because we don't want it.
Well, I'm just trying to essentially ask you, where do you think
think $10,000 makes sense. If it ended up being slightly that there's a misunderstanding and we can just reduce the size of it to get it under the 10,000, that's what you want me to do. I can work with the contractor to try to get it within that amount. I can do that.
I just want to make sure it works and doesn't fail me. That's all that I care about. So, anybody
So
want to
I'll do the motion for the up to $10,000 to fix the mothball on Cortado. So
I'll second it.
Alright, so we have a motion from Herman and a second from Mario for not to exceed $10,000 for the engineer to fix the front exit gate. Now, what question? Yeah.
So, I don't know, councilman advice on this. Am I able to work with the one contractor to work within that budget, or
Yeah, I think that's where you would start with this.
with the one contractor?
Just make sure that they understand the scope, and if you can get a lower number for a smaller scope, we'll go with it.
And Chairman, can you forward that information to the engineer so he can look at that company that you were talking about too?
yeah, I don't have the formal. I just got it, but I can send you the contact information so you can contact them and do everything on your own.
So if we were to reach out to another contractor that gives us a small amount, is this motion going to allow us to contract them?
If the board wants to do it that way, it can be not contractor specific, but just not to exceed $10,000.
Yeah, that's exactly what the motion is, right? That's what I thought the motion was. Herman, is that your motion?
Yeah, the motion is up to $10,000.
With any contractor, right? Not necessarily
We'll say
specific.
to find a
Correct. With any contractor, yes.
I guess that's for equal work. All right.
That's it for my report, unless you have any questions.
Do you have any time frame how long this will take to, pretty much after you got in contact with the vendor to see how soon they can complete this?
This is not based on actual communication of this contractor, just based on current schedules. Contractors are at least a month out. If I was to talk to Dale Beasley about I'm going to give you a signed contract, they may not be out for a month. If we do another contractor, they may be quicker, they may be lighter, So just, there should be an expectation that the barricades are going to be there for a few more weeks before it's repaired.
Rainy season is just around the corner.
I mean, we will keep monitoring, I guess, if management can keep monitoring, if they see that hole getting bigger, just keep expanding the barricade area.
Yeah, I live in not very, bigger. I've been watching it. The hole has been there for years. Now it's, we're fixing it, so now let's take the action and try to find the best solution for it.
Yeah. Mr. Herman, will you send me that contractor information as soon as you get a chance, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Anything else, Peter?
Nope, that's it for my report.
Thank you. Very productive meeting.
Yes. Did you want me to call in, or are we going to?
So,
I do it.
so the motion.
Oh, yeah.
There's a second.
We see a vote.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Alright, I believe Michael dropped off. I don't see him on the call anymore. So that passes for. Thank you, Peter. Next on the agenda, we have district council.
All right, I'll take these in the order that they appear. The first item is a letter that the district received from a law firm that relates to some type of shooting incident that occurred around the gate. I think you probably know more about that than I do. It seems like they're kind of fishing because they sent it to the HOA and sent it to us. We do have an obligation to preserve any video evidence that we might have that might relate to that. I don't think their letter really enunciates any claim against the district. They have, we're just because something occurs near our gates doesn't create any liability for us, and we're going to have to, they're going to have to state a specific claim and give us notice of that before I become greatly concerned about it. But they'll try to find a way to do that, because these things are about money, as you well know. So we should be sure that we've preserved any video camera evidence that we have in and around that area, and then we'll see what happens with it.
Yeah, I talked to Bear about that. They agreed to do so, and I also forwarded it to our insurance carrier in the event something does pop up. So, I've not been approached by them since though, so it's just that one letter, no context.
So Vera has the footage of that?
Yeah, I spoke to one of the guys in the tech side. He pulled 2 hours of footage and set that aside. He archived it. So the footage exists. He said he looked through it, but he did not see it. It was not captured on footage. So it might not be any help either way, but we have it.
So we've done what we need to do at this point.
Should we be concerned that a board member was present that day at that shooting at the entrance with the talking to the cops?
No, I'm not concerned about it.
Yes, and counsel, I was in contact with counsel at the same time, giving the footage to the police officers. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, there was a request from police for footage, and I recommended that we go ahead and do that right away, because obviously we want to, cooperate with law enforcement. So my understanding is that was done to the extent that there's any footage that was relevant to the incident. But no, I'm not greatly concerned. Thank you for that. Second item on here, at the last meeting, Infomark gave notice that they did not intend to renew their agreement at the end of the fiscal year. The board asked me at that time to solicit proposals for district management services. I went out to 5 firms that I've done business with over the years and think well of in terms of their abilities. One of those firms was Infomark, your current one, in case they wanted to submit. They chose not to. 4 other firms did, and to the extent that the agenda package is longer today than the Holy Scriptures, you probably owe that to me, because those lengthy proposals were in there. I also provided to you in a spreadsheet is kind of a synopsis of a cost differential. There are some differentials. There's not a huge swing in there. But I wanted to talk to you today about how I think you should proceed. I don't think you hire a district manager solely on cost. I think you should invite whatever firms out of the 4 you would consider and have them interview with you. It's a fairly lengthy process, and I did not recommend trying to do that at this meeting, but I think you should set a meeting in the future and invite the ones that you want to consider. My request for proposals said that I told them they would need to attend a meeting to interview for it, and that they would need to have the individual who they propose to serve as the district manager and sit in that chair present, because there's a relationship thing that you obviously just got to see if that works. So I'll leave it for the board to decide specifically how you want to proceed with that. I mentioned at the last meeting that you have your current district manager under contract to the end of the fiscal year. There's a penalty clause in there, and I don't really recommend that you incur a penalty. I also don't recommend that you change horses in the middle of the budget season. I think that will be very disadvantageous to the board to do that. So the timing, there's some flexibility in the timing of when you want to invite them and do a meeting, but I would say 60 days before the end of the fiscal year, which would be August 1st, you should have selected the district manager that you're going to go with and have it in place so that the transition process can go on and there's enough time for records and bank accounts and everything to be done that needs to be done. So that would be my advice. I'll pause now and let the board discuss it or ask questions about it.
Yeah, you currently have the May 9th and July 11th prior to August. Those are your next 2 meetings.
So this interview process takes place at a regular scheduled meeting, or?
You can do a workshop, but if you want to make the selection at that time, then it has to be a regular board meeting. I'm doing one other, and I advise them to just set a special meeting. This is probably going to take them 2.5 hours to go through the process. And I said, why don't you just set a meeting just for that purpose?
And how do workshops work? Is there a certain amount of notice we have to give, or is it just 48 hours?
Same thing.
No, it's a 7-day newspaper published notice.
Anytime the CD meets, it's going to be 7-day. Except for emergency.
Yeah, you can do a shorter notice for emergency, but this is not an emergency. So,
any thoughts? When do you want to actually have it in front of you?
So, I don't know, what do you guys think?
Anything, Scott, that stood out
I think
negatively about any one of them that just like didn't feel right from what you usually see, or was it all kind of same old, same old?
no, I mean, these firms do this all the time. You know, they're used to the process. They're going to put together something and try to, say why you should hire them. A lot of it's price driven, but it's not the only thing. But what's most important for you to do, I think, is to get those people and those firms in front of you and ask them the questions that are important to you.
Yeah. I think we should try to do it before the May 11th meeting so we can make a decision at the May 11th meeting. I just think these meetings are way too long for us to bring more vendors here and just drag this out even longer. So I agree that I think we should set up a workshop, May, June, April, you guys pick, and be ready to have the information that you need for the July 11th meeting.
Yeah, there was discussion about poking around with a new company and trying to create some overlap, at least have me work with them so you have a little bit of continuity. But you are kind of in an awkward spot if you want to hire a management company to come on, interview in April and then they have to wait 6 months, right? Whereas if you push it to June, we're a little bit closer. But just thoughts, so you guys let us know.
Well, the problem is we have 2 meetings, so we have to decide by August 1st. So you think that's a problem that they're going to wait 3 to 4 months before?
Most of them are really used to the fiscal year cycle and the budget cycle, and they're going to understand.
And what is the detriment to have to wait to the end of fiscal? Like, I know you said you recommend that we wait till August, right?
Well, so the budget cycle is really, there are 2 things in your case. One is that you're under contract to the end of the fiscal year. You can hire one. You can hire one today if you wanted to, and then you're gonna sit and wait with that for months, which is probably more awkward than waiting 2 or 3 months to make a decision. But it's up to you to drive the schedule.
Yeah, I just think it's a big decision, and I'm pretty sure that all 5 of us are not gonna be on the same page on July 11th. So it's probably the decision's gonna drag out to August, but I think we should make an effort to have at least as much information as we can for the July 11th meeting, so that we can finalize whatever we need to make that decision for August. I'm okay with doing the decision in August.
Can I make a suggestion? This is Angel Montagna.
Hey, Angel, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but why don't you have the proposers start scheduling one starting next month and have one vendor come to each meeting. You can answer all their questions, and it's not, a difficult thing for other vendors to have to sit through it. And just do one every month, and then you guys should have all the information from each one to be able to make your decision.
I don't know if you have a meeting minutes.
Yeah.
So we have May, July, and August meetings.
We have not enough meetings to hit all of them, but if you guys wanted to, or you could break it down kind of what she's saying, rather than have all 4 at May, have 2 at May, have 2 at a workshop in June or at the July meeting, and then, set either a special meeting for end of July or beginning of August.
I like the idea of setting up a workshop and maybe scheduling them at 3 different time frames or 2 different time frames, depending on how many we want to interview. And this way they don't just sit there and listen to the other one talk.
Well, typically they'll leave the room. So, it'll be everyone will sit here, you'll pick whoever goes first, the rest will step out.
I'm respectful of people's time. I don't want them all sitting here. I think it's better to schedule them, I'm thinking what, we do an hour with each one of them?
I mean, they'll stay for as long as you give them, but generally the process, I give about 20 to 30 minutes for them to make a presentation, and maybe 15 to 20 minutes for question and answer after that. That's usually enough.
So an hour's more than enough. So, what do you guys think?
Yeah.
Dates?
No, that's the hard part.
Do they work weekends? Do they work evenings?
So this is why it's better to set one day, one time, and let them wait, so that way you can actually get it all done, rather than trying to schedule 4 days.
No, I'm not saying that scheduling 4 days.
Well, up to.
I'm saying scheduling a meeting and having them come at different times that same day. So let's say we're doing a meeting from 1 to 4. One of them comes at 1, one of them comes at 2, one of them comes at 3. We should be done with one by the other time the other one gets here. Make sense?
Yeah, well, and I think what Scott was saying was that half an hour should be sufficient, and that would just say, rather than have a 3-hour time frame, you have a 2-hour, and then try to keep it half an hour. If they roll over 5 or 10 minutes, we'll be back behind a little bit, but we'll be sitting around for half an hour waiting for the next company to come in.
Well, guys, I'm open on Fridays. Any Friday you guys want to do it, I'm okay with that. So I don't know if that works for you guys.
Well, so first, are you looking at a workshop in what month?
That's what I'm suggesting. I mean, I'm waiting for the other guys to weigh in.
Yeah, I would say workshop, let's do it, let's get it done. I would hate to push it out month after month after month, just because now it's the first company I feel we did just justice to, because we heard them how many months ago, where if we have them all kind of in the same moment.
I think what's most effective is you've got people in front of you, and you're gonna form an opinion, you're gonna act on that opinion, instead of trying to remember, this person sounds good, but I can't really remember the person that we talked to.
So it might even be better to set a workshop just the week before, rather than beginning of April, look at last week or first week of May, if doable, or I guess the last week of April. That way it's freshest in your minds if this is.
When is our next meeting? May 11th, you said?
May 9th.
May 9th? That's what we do. Cinco de Mayo. What's that?
Oh,
There's no Julio's after that.
I can make it interesting.
Can we do May 5th? I mean, I like that date. That was a good date.
Which day was that? I couldn't hear it.
May 5th, Friday, May 5th.
I'm good that day.
What time are you thinking?
Early.
I was gonna say, are we talking like another noon, 1
Earlier.
p.m. or?
I'm talking like, give me enough time to get coffee and come here, so 9, 10?
Well, so, and I will say, Fridays may be hard to get
That works.
other management companies in, especially late. I know a lot of them won't typically, like, we don't even normally do meetings on Fridays.
Yeah, overtime.
So, and then, you know, this is separate, but, I can't speak for 4 other companies getting in on a Friday, because a lot of companies won't do meetings Fridays. So, if we could do a different weekday, that might be a bit more conducive to getting them in the door.
If we do a different weekday, it has to be the evening, and then that poses time constraints.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for these companies, but, you know, just from my point of view, it's like, hey, that's a challenge.
So who reaches out to these companies to see if they're available for that?
Why extra scheduling?
Yeah, it's probably not gonna be me.
The district council is one that does it.
I mean, normally, so the RFP aspect I don't handle for scheduling.
Yeah, Infomark's not running against them, so.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
I don't feel awkward about them running the process and communicating. It would be
So
different if they were one of the contestants.
So see if May 5th morning would work, like 9, 10 a.m. And if that doesn't work, then they can provide another day of the week, but I think it would have to be in the evening.
So I think the way to preemptively handle this is set a couple days and options, and I reach out to them with 2 or 3 and say let me know what you can do and find the overlap. So if we give them May 5th early as one option, and if 2 out of 4 say
So
no.
I'm good any day that week as long as it's in the evening.
What time?
Friday's the only time that I can come. I'm talking 6 p.m. Does that work till 5:30? I think just enough time to get here.
Alright, so we'd say, what time May 5th? Just throw it out there.
I'm talking 9, 10 a.m. early morning.
Get them in, get them out.
So if we're talking afternoon meetings for that week, looking at, my availability, I can do the 1st and the 3rd, the Monday and the Wednesday. That night.
Do you have to be present for that meeting?
So part of the management is to keep record, keep minutes, right? I have to be here to record it.
Okay.
So,
but you can't be there on Fridays?
No, I can do Friday. I'm saying,
Okay.
if we're giving them a couple options, I can do Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Okay, yeah, fine. I'm fine with those days as long as it's 6 p.m. Monday, Wednesday has to be 6 p.m. Friday could be early morning.
You know, I understand. So does that work for you to, at least just not even having the date set? And the way this will work is once I get it, then I will inform you guys. We'll notice it as a workshop and it's taken care of, but.
I'm good those days. All you gotta do is let me know. I can make arrangements.
Herman, did you hear that? Junior?
No problem.
Herman?
Say it again?
Okay, are you available at 6 p.m. on May 1, May 3, the Monday and Wednesday?
At 6 p.m.?
Yes, potentially.
Like what?
While he's looking for that, Council, I have a question for you.
Yeah, as of now it's good.
Okay, thank you. So I'll work on that.
All right, thanks. I have a question. So on this spreadsheet you gave us, which I think is great that you did this because it gives us kind of a breakdown. Why is DPFG not on here? Is there a reason why you excluded them?
They're called Vesta on there, that's.
Oh, so this is DPFG.
Vesta doing business is DPFG.
I didn't know that.
So, yeah, same company.
Okay.
And just because there's a cost associated with advertising, if we can get it on the motion, just to authorize me to coordinate with a workshop with your management vendors, potential management vendors.
Okay, I make a motion to have a workshop set up to meet with vendors.
All right, and a second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Herman, do you ever vote on that?
No. Oh, Herman?
I can put him down as no.
Yeah. I don't know if all of you got a chance to look at all the proposals, but I'm not interested in talking to Rosetta. I just don't see any value in establishing a relationship with them. Not that I know anybody there or anything, but I just think that the other companies seem a lot more experienced and seem to have more support staff. So, you know, for me, I would like to meet with GMS, PFM, and Vesta, and that's it. But I don't know, you guys want to meet with Rosetta? Is there any value to that?
I didn't get warm and fuzzy from that either.
Me neither.
I don't know why, I just
don't want to waste their time, you know, making them come here, and we're not really gonna honestly consider them.
Yeah, you can shortlist if you want to.
I think 3 is more than enough for me.
Yeah, but I'll say there's no harm in having more options. You know, just someone else you say no to, but ultimately, if you don't want them, I won't invite them. If they reach out to me, I'll just advise them that the board's not interested. Or sorry, reach out to Scott rather, because he's on this solicited.
Herman, are you there? Did he drop off?
I think.
Oh, he's on mute. Okay, we need to move on.
Yep.
All right,
We'll figure it out. Huh?
Somebody's talking?
Yeah, we're asking you if you want to meet with Rosetta. I'm thinking that we should only meet with 3 companies, but do you want to meet with all 4?
No, 3. I'm agree with 3.
All right, so.
Rosetta, no.
So if that's your action, then I would have a motion and adopt it to name the 3 companies that you want to meet with.
Okay. So I make a motion to meet at the workshop with GMS, PFM, and Vesta for management companies.
Second for that?
I'll second.
I second that motion.
Yeah, with the delay, you probably would.
So Herman seconded.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Herman, aye, and Michael, we lost, so
Yeah.
it'll be 4 to nothing. So I'll get with you on the coordination and communication on that. The next item we've really already talked about, which was the parking resolution. I put it in my agenda because you had indicated that you wanted to talk about it, but we've done that already, I think.
I have only one question on that.
Yes.
What action would it take to just go back to the 2015 ones instead of continuing with these?
We do a rule hearing, a noticed rule hearing, and basically undo the amendments. I probably still have a red line somewhere that I can provide so you know exactly what was changed.
We'll save that for a later date.
The next item has some background to it. Let me try to explain that. This is the traffic services or traffic enforcement services agreement. The chairman was speaking with the patrol captain of the Osceola County Sheriff's Office about getting some additional traffic patrol in here, which is something that was discussed earlier in the comments. The captain sent a sample agreement which had been used with some HOAs to provide enhanced enforcement on private streets. And the chairman asked me to go ahead and negotiate an agreement such as that. I've put in the agenda what that agreement would look like, but I don't recommend it to you, and I'll explain why. That agreement is really designed for HOAs, for enforcement on private streets. Our streets are or public streets. And it is my opinion that the Florida statute requires the Sheriff's Department to patrol and enforce the traffic laws on our streets without charging us for it. And the agreement as presented by the Sheriff's Office contains a charge. We have to pay them, and we have to indemnify them from anything that happens. And I don't think we should have to do that. Now, subsequent to that, I reached back out to the captain 3 or 4 times without success to try to make that point. I ended up going to the attorney for the sheriff's office and posed the question and provided some citations in the statutes. This morning I got an email back from someone in that attorney's office saying, well, you're probably right, but we don't really know whether the roads are public or private, and asking me to reach out to the county attorney and have them make a determination of that. I don't think they do. I mean, we have bonds, and we have a bond covenant that we've signed that obligates us to let the general public use our roads while we still have the bonds. I can send that agreement back to them, but I think that they're obligated and need to be, kind of pushed to do their job. That's my opinion. And I would not enter into this agreement.
Okay, so what would be our process then to get them to give us the service? I mean, we need the services. This is why everybody's going kind of rogue here.
I or my successor can find the bond agreement that we have, send it to them. That's probably the next thing I would do, and say, look, we are a public road community. Here's the document that says that. That's probably my next step.
Yeah, because we've had several incidents here in the past couple of years, and we've called the sheriff. I mean, we've had kids hanging out here smoking pot until like late in the night, and the sheriff came and they go, the only thing we can do is go in there and say, do you live here? If they say yes, we can't do nothing. They're like, because we don't have an agreement with your community, we don't have the right to come beyond the gate to enforce the laws of Florida. And this is how all this got started, because even Supervisor Edgecombe came out to one of those events, and he thought he could do something, and they told him the same thing. So, I know we've been paying for a sheriff to come here for years. I know that. And all they do is park in the front and sit around here and really don't really do much.
And that's different. I mean, if you want extra, if you want someone to sit here, then you'll have to do the off-duty thing and pay for that. But this is actually just the idea of them coming into the community like they do everywhere else in the county and give patrols. And the residents of Villa Sol pay their taxes for the sheriff's department, and I think they're entitled to that. Now, sheriff's departments and sheriff's attorneys have trouble understanding CDDs. They're kind of in an HOA mindset, and so what I've found is you have to educate them. You have to push back a little bit and educate them, and I think that's what needs to happen here.
Okay. So how do we go about that?
Again, up to me. I'll provide some of the documents that specify that it's a public road. I just got their email literally when I was walking out the door. I would have done it today, but those are easy to provide to them.
Okay.
All right. The next item is the recreational policies. I put that in here because there was a discussion at the last meeting. I indicated that the prior board had been interested in making some amendments to these policies, but we carried it over, and I thought that you should take a fresh look at that. So I put them in there, not for any particular action, but for your review, discussion, or decision about how you want to move forward on that. The rules will need to be changed at a noticed public hearing. typically before that happens, I think you need to talk about it, talk about some of the issues. One of the issues that was discussed was a requirement for people to have an off-duty sheriff's officer at events here in the clubhouse because of things that had happened in the past. I think the fees and use by the HOA without charge was an issue that you'd expressed an interest in. So I think there needs to be a discussion. You need to set some time on an agenda, have a discussion about how you would like to change the recreational rules.
And that has a different type of notice requirement, is that right?
You can discuss it anytime you want to, but when you decide to actually amend them, it's kind of like the parking rule. You need to have a rule-making public hearing, which requires a couple newspaper ads. So when you're ready to amend and you know what you want to do, you need to set a date. The manager will help get the ads out.
Yeah.
And that can be a workshop. The discussion can be a workshop.
Discussion can be a workshop.
So just, you can't make.
Because I was gonna say, Florida Sunshine Law, like, how are we supposed to accomplish that?
Either you have a long meeting or you have a workshop.
So,
Yeah, kind of discuss it here.
Now, you can come with a list of prepared suggestions.
why don't we start there? I like that better. Why don't everyone look at these rules that we have and propose a new set of rules with whatever amendments each one of us wants on there, and then we'll bring it to the next meeting and figure it out, rather than doing another meeting.
Come on, you don't want to have a meeting to the meeting to the meeting?
I don't want to have a meeting.
It could have been an email?
No. That's not what I'm into. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Herman, you good on that?
I think I said there's a little bit of homework for this, Joe. So.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. And I think we should look at the towing rules, and is there any other rules that we're bound by as residents here?
So you've got the towing rule, you've got the recreation rule, you've got a general rules of procedure, which is which don't change very much. Those are your operational rules, how the meetings happen, how agendas are done, entering into contracts. There's some rules that apply to certain contracts on that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good thing that I heard. So, to Gabriel, how is the protocol for the meeting? How you prepare for the next meeting?
What?
Can you tell me the protocol?
He wants to know what the process is to plan for the next meeting. That's what I heard.
Are you talking about a public, are you talking about actually adopting new rules, Herman, or just a discussion?
No, just a regular meeting. Just a regular meeting. What you do for the next meeting on May 9th? What you gonna do? What is the protocol for that meeting? What you do? All the steps.
We take everything from this meeting, we do our follow-up items, and then about 10 days before the next meeting, we compile all of the agenda, and I reach out to staff to see if they have anything to add to it, or our recording secretary does, and then we send the agenda out and have a meeting. We don't do any normal advertisements for the already set schedule, so if we were to call a new one, then I would have that advertised appropriately as well.
So then the chairman doesn't have to verify anything?
You don't have to. If you would like to, though, then you just reach out to me.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just going based on what you told me last time, that the agenda, what changed due to the chairman, and that's how it goes, that it goes to the chairman see everything, and then it goes to the, everybody.
Yeah, it
public.
depends. Yeah,
So in this case, I wasn't noticed, it wasn't told, I wasn't emailed until the last minute, everything was sent.
Yeah, I have boards where some chairmen want to be involved, and I talk to them before it goes out. I have other boards that the chairman doesn't want to be involved, and they just show up to the meeting, and that's the first time they look at the agenda. So it kind of just varies.
Sounds like you guys have something to talk about.
Yeah, the last time when it was held up, I was specifically asked to hold it and talk to him about it. So that's why I had advised that was the delay.
So is that what you want, Herman?
Yeah, I'm good.
So the manager will work with the chair to.
Yeah,
I'll the agenda.
I mean,
Well,
even
he can
just
figure
because.
that out. I guess that's between them two. He just wants to be able to see it ahead of time. I don't think I have a problem with that.
Yeah, and just for everyone, we had some issues with our recording secretary out of bereavement this time. So that's why you got it at 8:30 p.m. I apologize.
So, fair enough, we'll look at it. So there's 3 rules policies, right? You're saying recreational, towing, and general.
I think that's right. I hope I'm not leaving something out, but I think that's.
Well, if you do, just send it to us. Because I'd like for us to review all the rules, and then we can set a meeting for rule changes, and we can just get it all done at
So,
once.
as far as the homework that you're giving the other supervisors, is just you want to do all of
No,
them?
I want to do all of them. I want everybody on this board to review all the rules and regulations and make sure that this is what we want to enforce as a board. Because if something's on there that we don't agree with, this is the time to bring it to the next meeting and say, I don't want this enforced for this and this reason. And if you can get the whole board to agree, then we'll have a new set of rules that everyone kind of supports. Because right now, I tell you, I get confronted about some rules that I think are silly. You understand? And I'm like, but I have to enforce them because they're there, you know?
Speaking of rules, last time you guys talked about the signs, and I was here, I took pictures of everyone in the building and outside by the pool, but before updating them, it doesn't make sense to do it before you update the rules.
Correct.
So that's why I didn't bring anything for the cost for new signs yet, because once we have the rules in place, we update the signs based on that. So after we have that public hearing and actually decide, then the management company can get it.
Now, the signs I think we need to get though is whatever the health department requires for the pool. Because I know we're not in compliance with that.
Yeah, I think, because we got a list of issues, and then Freddie had sent some off to the engineer and reached out to the sign company for a couple of things.
Yeah, that shouldn't be delayed. We should get that.
Yeah, but it was nothing for the pool. Was nothing for the pool. The pool, yeah, we're missing the pool issue, so.
Yeah, but the rules in here and outside, like, we can wait till we figure all this out and just get it all done at once. And hopefully we get some prettier signs.
Gabriel, talking about the signs, what happened to the signs that they look like a scratch out on the bottom? With black marker.
They were like that when I showed up to take pictures. I don't know.
I crossed them out because it's false information.
There you go.
Doesn't that mean like vandalism, Mr. Clark?
No, I don't think that's vandalism.
Like the names that they were on the door, also the CDD, that somebody just rip out the names over there?
Yeah, the names are on the back. What happened? There's on the door. You can open the door and get the names out of there. We don't want that. We give the order to remove every name from every door because this is not for how do you call that? A place to start putting names all over the place. This is the Villa Sol Community District.
The board needs to make decisions like that at this meeting. You know, if there's a policy change about what signs say and what names are where, this is the place to make those decisions.
We did that last meeting. Didn't I make that request? I made that request.
Yeah, you made the request, but what he's saying is that the rule change will cover what specifically is not going to be on the signs or what is going to be on the signs, which is part of the reason why I did not bring up a proposal for signs, because we've not decided what's to go on them. I have a folder of all these pictures, and we have a sign company that we use, but there's nothing in the works as of now, because if I get a proposal, or if I get signs made and you guys change it, it's a waste of money.
I understand that, but Chairman Comas here keeps bringing up on every issue, he brings up how liability is an issue. But yet these signs are ancient. You have supervisors on there that haven't been on this board for at least 10 years, and they're still on that sign outside. You understand? So people are walking in here and they're reading that and they're being misinformed. So I personally believe that when the election finalized, I reached out to every one of you and I asked you, what is the process so that we can do a transition and take care of all these things? Everybody said, oh, there's nothing to do, just come to the meeting, or nonchalant. But the reality is that I think that we have a responsibility to the residents, and I think when you saw that the majority of the board flipped, and those signs still have old board members on there should have been something that should have been presented at the first meeting in January saying, what do you guys want to do about this? Because I personally don't believe that any supervisor's name should be anywhere in this building. You understand? All decisions are made by the board, and they should carry the board's name on it, and that's it.
Right, but that's exactly it. All decisions are made by the
And then we agree on it on January. On January, we give the order by the board to remove all names from every area, and was not complied. It was until now still there. So that was voted on the last meeting on January 10th.
Well, you guys have to understand that we live here and we see people every day. And every day people talk. No one's liked those names since the first day you guys put them up. You understand? Because it's narcissistic of the board members that did that to do that. And for us to have voted on that in January, I expected that the next day those names should be gone. Right? And it wasn't. It was weeks later and it still weren't gone. So that's why we did what we did. We removed them because it's misinforming our membership.
Right, but when you tell me to remove names from the sign and update the signs, that means a whole new sign, right? I'm not going to take a Sharpie and I'm not going to draw on it. If you guys do that, that's one thing, but I'm not going to Sharpie over it.
Because it's something you can't do it now.
No,
it's a crime.
No, but that's the thing is, because I can buy new signs and then we can change them again in 3 months.
Well, I'm not saying change them, but make them accurate. I mean, whatever these signs say that don't apply anymore should be corrected. Whether you cross it out, whether you paint it out, whatever you want to do, but it shouldn't reflect false information. I have a problem with relaying false information to our membership. There's a gentleman that came here and people complain about stupid different things all the time because our rules are so unclear, and there's rules there that don't apply anymore and they're still there. So I mean, that's the biggest pet peeve I have with Infomark, that I feel you guys haven't kept up with anything in this community. Everything is a disaster. That's the problem I have with you guys. And it has to do starting here at this, all the leak marks in our ceiling, all the paint that hasn't been painted in the back. There's just so much.
But you have to remember we work at the board's order, right?
That's what I keep saying, but since I've been on this board, you guys are telling me what I can and cannot do.
No, I'm saying
it's not the board's decision.
We're not going to go back and just fix these random leaks. What we do is we bring it to you guys and
but we're paying $50,000 for a field manager to come here, and we should have a full report of every bolt that's off, everything that's scratched off, everything that's done, writing it on anything. Our picnic table here has graffiti on it for several months. No one's done anything about it. Nobody's reported anything. But I, as a supervisor, now have to walk in every nook and cranny of this community and report this to you? I think that's unfair. That's very unfair. You guys are getting paid really good money to maintain this property, and the property looks like crap. So that means you're not doing a good job. Sorry, but that's the truth.
No,
like I said, when we voted on those signs and those names being taken down, it should have happened immediately, and it didn't. So that's why that happened. Anyway, let's move on.
I would like to see the vote, because I don't remember, and I wasn't that meeting.
Sorry, wait.
About the votes to replace the signs. I didn't know that we had a motion and second. Also, there is no voting on removing the doorknob from the CDD office. Who approved that?
I don't know anything about that one.
Okay. Also, getting access to the camera system here. I don't remember any voting of that. Also to the cameras of Rivera. I don't remember any of that. So we have the building, now we need to replace the building to the Herman Perez building. That's not his office, it's a board's office. Everybody to have equal access. So I want all members to have access to that office, access to the camera system in the clubhouse, also in Embera. And I would like to order an audit of any information that was downloaded out of that camera since January 10 until now. Because he's complaining about access that he doesn't have But then he's watching everything that happens in this clubhouse, including the 2 workers here that are females, that he told them, I'm watching everything that you do. So what's up with that? What is he using that information for?
Hey, excuse me. Who said?
Yeah, who are you talking
Who
about?
said you don't put thing on my mouth? You know that's making false statements. You're gonna bring me that person on the next meeting and put it on my face to tell me that I said that, because you need to chill or you need to resign, because you are not working for the community. You're working for yourself. And this board works for the community of Villasol. That's why we're being elected. So I please ask you to work for the community and stop with these childish things, please. And for the security of the community, and Mr. Freddie Blanco that is there knows that Servasta says no more than 2 persons can be on a system just to prevent any security breach. So not everybody can be there. So he has access, my staff has access, and the vice chairman has access. That's it.
Now, for clarity, every little thing that we do as members of this community, board members, however you want to call it, has to come to a meeting to get approved, even if it's like changing something that's broken. That doesn't make any sense.
No, there are ongoing maintenance things that need to be done. When they cost money, when they cost money over, a limit, and the chair's got some discretionary limit. There's money in the budget for routine maintenance and changing light bulbs and stuff like that. If pump goes out and you're gonna make a $3,000 expense, it needs to come unless it's an emergency, and then it may need to be done and ratified at the meeting. But routine maintenance, you don't have to vote to change a light bulb. That's your question.
Thank you.
But to what Herman said, where he said that the chair and the vice chair were given authority, that decision sounds like it was made on its own outside of the meeting.
Authority for what?
I thought he just said that only you 2 were going to have access. Herman, it's hard for me to hear. Herman, what did you say about you and the vice chair having access to I think it was the camera system?
Yeah, when I was with Freddie Blanco working on the system, on the security, he said the most people that can have is 2 access. And I said that the best thing is, he says, to the chairman and vice chairman to have access, no more than that on the system.
Excuse me, I remember when I meet with Mr. Lucente, he's the vendor responsible for the camera system. I explained to you in the past, any board member don't request to me access to the camera, and in fact, any board member have the access for the camera at that moment, because I never give it the access. Informal have the access for the cameras, and when the board member requests to follow up any issue on the Red Center, Informal check out the camera. That's the way we working before. But the vendor have access as well, like the engineer for the vendor. But any other board member never requests camera access. Not to me.
And then, correct, you are correct, because you have one admin password for everything. And of course, you don't know who accesses who. That's for that reason, Servando Gomez, obviously supervisor, is asking for my stuff, because he knows that I put my name, because I'm a kind of a person. I do everything by the book, and I put everybody where they're supposed to get access. So that easy. Before, you didn't have the proper access. You have one admin you maybe share with everybody. You're saying it's not, but that's your word against mine. But it was only one login for everything. So right now it's different. Right now it's going to be a login for Iframa, a login for, the chairman or whoever. If we decide add somebody else, we add it. but we go based on what service that the vendor mentioned.
Okay.
Let's get moving.
My point is when the board member gonna request access to the camera, that's something that has to be approvable by all the board, not only for decision for only one board member. That's what I understand. And the past, well, I don't know if we have record, if the old field manager give you access to a board member, because I never have any request for the Mr. Comas or Mr. Michael or Mr. Bermuda for have access to the camera before. In fact, if from our employer don't have access to the camera to the Embera, because all the time when we have an issue in the community, we request the video to the Embera. We don't have the access.
Okay, we're missing the point. We are here, I don't know why we are on this conversation. You know, this should be over, the meeting should continue. The only person that's putting the CDD public footage online is Servando Comas. Supervisor Servando Comas is putting those online from previous meetings. So we need to just
Actually, my wife gave me.
keep this down, let's keep moving forward, and
This will sting a little bit more right now, though.
Oh, Supervisor Comas, you have access to the camera, so give you the access to the camera.
I don't have access to no
Well,
camera.
he has footage. How's he getting the footage?
Jason, hold on. So, all right, first off, remember guys, no audience comments. Now the vice chair can override this.
No, he'll hide from this.
Hold on. Remember, this is a government meeting. We are recording this. We gotta.
That's absolutely fine. I want it to be
We
recorded.
need to keep the quorum. We need to continue this.
This is just.
So, if the chair wants to extend that, which I would probably say should go at the end of the meeting, unless you want to extend it to him right now.
It's a short letter, and then I'll leave.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
All right.
So, answer your question, I don't have access to no cameras, either in the clubhouse.
I have the floor, sir.
Also,
Dear CDD Board, my name is Rebecca Simmons, 3029 Camino Real Drive South. I wanted to bring your attention to the fact that a current sitting member of the CDD Board, Servando Comas, has been harassing neighbors on social media. He has posted outrageous lies about the HOA Board and their duties as well, but while false, that is his right to do. Just unethical. It is not his right, on the other hand, to slander his neighbors and post libel and candid photos. This goes directly to this video stuff. He's posted such items as an unauthorized picture of my home along with my full name. He's doxed my wife. And street address. Unauthorized pictures of other neighbors' homes and other neighbors that he feels shows disallowed architecture. In this case, it's always the same few neighbors. It's targeted. Many statements on his post saying that I'm angry, hostile, lack education, as well as a myriad of other insults that cut right to the edge of slurs or textbook ad hominem attacks that don't refute any statements that are made in any argument previous, but attack me personally. Unauthorized pictures of current board members and their families, not original pictures, but pictures taken by him while he was hidden, without the subject's knowledge or consent. Unauthorized images of other neighbors and their families, again, candid shots along with commentary about what he believes they are doing or thinking at the time, which is ridiculous, sir. Incendiary remarks about current board members. He didn't specify whom, but we all know who he meant when he was talking about a crazy man with PTSD who at least had the balls to serve his country. He frequently takes pictures and their homes with no regard to who else may be around, what children may be in the area, and zero regard to our privacy as homeowners in the neighborhood. He posts these pictures online immediately, or we assume he does, because we don't know what nefarious things he does with them when he has them in his possession. I'm sure that the board can understand my discomfort in knowing that there are pictures of myself and my family sitting out there just waiting for this man who is already harassing us to post online at any time. It makes me uncomfortable to even want to walk through the neighborhood. It's gross. It's creepy. It's disgusting. Some of the posts he's written have been removed from the social media platform because that social media platform has seen them as being vile. He has been seen as uncivil, unneighborly, and offensive by Nextdoor. He's an instigator, and beyond the lies he's telling about what the board is or is not doing, which he would have no insight to since he is no longer on the board, he only serves to stir up unrest in this community, which is exactly what you're doing at this meeting, sir. That needs to go into evidence.
Can I have that?
I will, yes, absolutely. I will email you all of the posts because she screenshotted every single one of them. You want to know what you do to this neighborhood? This is what you do to this neighborhood. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Herman. And thank all of you.
You forgot your cup, bro.
Shall I finish my report now?
Sure.
Please do.
I just have one question because of this issue. So, this is an ongoing issue. And like Mr. Simmons just reported, he's targeting certain people. He's an appointed member of this board, never been elected by this community. There has to be some recourse here for the community. I mean, he can't just be going buck wild here, creating all this chaos and get away with it. You understand? He's talking crap about us not asking for access to the cameras. Has he asked access for the office? He hasn't asked anybody because he's hostile. He doesn't want to talk to me. I gave this man my hand at the first meeting, told him that I want to work with him. You know what he did? 2 minutes later, he posted me on social media as being I even forgot what he said because I don't pay attention to that stuff. But to offend me, unnecessary. So you're the council. You tell me what recourse does this community have for this gentleman to fix what he's doing to us? Because it's not right.
Well, some of the things raised are not CDD issues. They're issues that the court systems exist to address. You know, we don't regulate the conduct of
So there's no one that regulates the conduct.
The governor and the ethics commission regulate the conduct of public officials. So if there's recourse desired, then that's where to go.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Now, last thing I have on my agenda is I have submitted my letter of recommendation or resignation as counsel to the CDD. I will help with the transition and be cooperative because that's who I am. So I wish you well.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, if you've ever had a chance to read it, if you guys just want to accept it. It's a
Motion to accept Mr. Clark's motion of resignation.
I'll second it.
all in favor?
All in favor? Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Clark,
Sorry, I couldn't hear. Sorry, what was?
Yeah, it's the resignation letter from council.
They need to talk louder. This microphone is cutting out.
There's a motion on the table to accept Scott Clark's resignation.
Okay, a second.
All right, so we're on voting, so you're yes?
So do you vote yes or no?
Oh, aye.
All right. Then that passes 3-1. James, trying to keep him here.
Mr. Clark, I know you for 7 years. We can have our differences like we have in the past. But at the end of the day, I understand that you are protecting the district to all costs. I know the reason why you're leaving. I just leave it to that. And I wish
Why
you
not
well.
share it? We all want to know.
You You know the reason.
I don't know the reason.
You know the reason.
Guys, we're not, we don't need a big,
Let me just head that off. I'm not, if any one of you wants to call me and ask me the reasons, I'll be happy to talk to you. I'm not going to put that on the public record in a meeting.
Understand.
Period.
You understand? But he brought it up.
So,
I was gonna ask.
I wish you well.
Thank you.
You've been in the district for 20 years. So the person that knows the most about the district is leaving the district. The second person that knows the most is Inframark, and they are leaving in September 30th. The third person was voted out in November. So the fourth person then is me, and they are asking me to resign. So I just leave it to that. I wish you well.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
I wish the board well. I truly do. I hope you succeed in everything that you do.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the professionalism you have exhibited in the short time that I've been here, because I think you've been just and professional with us. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I think it's timely then that we look at, Chris, do you want to?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, okay, so why don't I, if it's okay, I'll move toward the speaker, so Mr. Harmon can also hear me. All right. One comment I have, it's a little chilly in here. This is a liability to be in this cold in here, I have to say. Next time, yeah. Okay. So next time I'll come with a parka and some boots, I think. Don't tell my family because I'm from Chicago, so I had to put them in shades. So first of all, you know, obviously big shoes to fill with Mr. Clark leaving. I know he has a ton of experience, and I know he was doing a lot for this community. I've reviewed some of the records so far. And I do have some comments on like what he was saying with Osceola County and the Sheriff's Department there. I've actually experienced this identical situation, and I can touch on that at the end too. But I completely agree, and I think that we could work well within the next month. I saw in his resignation notice that he will no longer be offering transitional services past May 9th. So I'll say that, you know, my firm and myself, we're ready to deep dive into this and get all the knowledge and information that we can from Mr. Clark during that time. So let me first start off by introducing myself. My name is Kristen Trucco. I'm an attorney at Latham Luna, Eden Bodine. We're located in downtown Orlando. I was licensed in 2016. At that time, I started at the firm in the litigation department, representing businesses, insurance companies, general contractors, national home builders, doing general litigation, defense work. And it was a lot of solo work in my office, researching, analyzing statutes and rules and writing briefs and memos. And I wanted some more face-to-face interaction with people in my everyday life. And so there was an opening in the public finance department. I applied to that and I got the position, and I've been representing CDDs ever since. So I'll tell you a little bit about the Public Finance Department at Latham Luna. There's the chair of the department, which is Jan Carpenter. She's a well-known government attorney in the state of Florida. She has more than 27 years of experience representing governments in Central Florida, including a number of CDDs. I've listed the current CDDs that we represent in this proposal here. She also represents county housing finance authorities as well as the state housing finance authority. And so she really has a breadth of knowledge, historical references, you know, historical experience with case law and CDDs and governments in general. So I'm constantly going to her if there's an issue that I want some feedback on to see, has she experienced it before? Most all of the time. Actually, I've never come across an issue that she's not already run into with CDDs that she represents at all, as well. So there's Jan, there's myself, and we also have Associate Jay Lazarovich. He recently graduated from Stetson Law School. Pasabar, he'll be with us for a year in April. And so he's great. We're getting him up and running. But I will say one thing that will distinguish Latham Luna from other firms, perhaps, this is just what I've heard. We're not going to be throwing, a brand new lawyer into this resident-run community. That's not appropriate. So you're going to see me primarily at these meetings, or you're going to see Jan if I can't be here, which I've never had a sick day in my entire life. So I'll be here, hurricane, I don't know, COVID, I'll be here with, no, I'm kidding. So yes, so it's going to be me at your meetings. We do things to try to reduce costs. We have paralegals, other associates may do some work. I personally found that I'm able to do contracts faster myself rather than delegating that work and then reviewing it myself. I generally spend between 0.7 hours and an hour on just getting an agreement done and sending it out. We also have an entire bank of easement agreements, license agreements, contracts with vendors, so I'm not having to recreate the wheel. That helps save on costs, because for the most part, filling in specific vendor information and any requests that the CDD board has. Other advantages and distinctions about Latham Luna versus other firms that represent CDDs, there's not a lot of them. But one thing that I found in my experience that sets us apart is that we have an entirely separate litigation department. Those are people that practice litigation day in and day out. Every type of commercial litigation you can think of, again, construction, home builders, Universal theme park, various different vendors, contractors, businesses throughout Central Florida. That's an advantage because I say, it's very nuanced law right now. If you've got a migraine, you're not going to a foot doctor. So if there was ever a claim that rises to the level of litigation, we have folks that do litigation day in, day out. 2 of them are consistently rated on the Best of Lawyers in America list, and all of them have received state recognition as well for their experiences. Very good litigation team. I'm confident that they could handle anything. Now, that being said, something that I personally pride myself on is that I've never had to raise a claim to litigation. There's someone in this room, a district manager, that might say, I think there's one on the burner, Kristen, that's about to go there. But for the most part, generally, I have never come across a situation where I'm not able to get on the phone with a resident or get on the phone with a general contractor or a vendor that we're in communication with, or a city, which has recently happened, City of Orlando. I've never had to get to the point where I've had to file a claim. And so I take pride in that. And I think that comes from, in part, my litigation background. When I'm drafting agreements, I'm thinking, how can I put some language in here to help us prevent litigation, or at least have some clause in there that when I speak to the other side's attorney, they say, we don't want to go into this, it's not worth cost benefit, there's a chance here we may lose. Okay, so I'm going to take that same approach with you all, in that, litigation is the absolute last resort. There's a quote that I heard when I was a litigator: there's only 2 winners in commercial litigation, that's the attorneys, because at the end of the day, one person's losing, both parties are paying their attorneys. So my goal is to keep costs down as much as I can to prevent us to go from litigation. I want to make sure that the rules, whatever language we can get in there to try to prevent going to litigation as much as possible, I want that to be in there. I'm a big believer, send out demand letters, I'll follow up on the demand letters. If I don't get a response, I'm going to be calling them. I'm going to be calling their lawyers every day if I have to. So it's very seldom that we ever have a claim rise to litigation. I personally have not, as of right now. There's some, but we're trying to work those out. So that's a little bit about my background, the department that we work in. We're not a massive firm. We have 15 attorneys right now. We don't have 100 CDDs. This would be our 28th because we're working on terminating another one in the city of Tavares for a developer currently that we established. So one thing that is very important to us is to make sure that we're not spread too thin. When I first started with Jan in public finance, one of the attorneys left, and so she had actually submitted resignation notices to a number of CDDs to make sure that we were able to provide the level of service that we want to. Our name is important. Of course, we have liability tied to
our own work, as well as if we're representing you, you all have liability too. With liability, obviously you already know this, but the residents are really the people that are paying for that. So it's our job to make sure that we're staying as safe as possible and we're staying out of the court. That's my goal. Let's see here. Anything else I have missed? I've already mentioned we try to keep costs down by using form agreements. We've got form rules for nearly everything that we've come across. I think that's it for me, what I wanted to relate to you all. A couple things just based on hearing feedback and seeing this meeting that I would want to do probably right away is get with Mr. Clark, if I was given the opportunity to work with you all and serve as district council, is to get with Mr. Clark and get those rules and review them, see if I recommend any revisions to those based on our experience. I would also want to get a running checklist. So I'd be emailing each of you, asking what are issues that we want resolved in the next year, what are our issues that we want resolved so that we can keep track. I find that works really well with some boards that have a lot of issues at place. Let's get a checklist together and let's be on the same page, so that we understand we're coming to a consensus about how things are getting taken care of and how things are getting checked out that list. Okay, so that's all I have to say right now. If you have any questions, or I can point out, these are our proposed rates as well. It's on page 2 of the proposal. I was contacted by a couple board of supervisors on this board and asked to submit a proposal, and I had done some research about just the rates in general. I saw some firms offer flat fees for attending the meetings, but when we worked it out, it was cheaper just to do my hourly rate versus a flat fee for attendance at meetings, because I think we can probably shorten up some of these meetings moving forward, especially if you're adding meetings. Our goal would be to shorten them and so that you're coming out less expensive than a flat fee for my attendance at meetings. And then also on page 2, you can see all of the CDD clients. So we've Osceola County, Orange County, City of Orlando, City of Kissimmee, Polk County, City of St. Cloud. So we're Central Florida based, and our office is located downtown Orlando. And I would be really excited and grateful for an opportunity to represent you all and see what we can get done. So I'm here to answer any questions that you may have for me.
Any questions?
Okay.
I have a question. How much time do you really need to work with the other lawyer to transition?
I probably, not sure, everything's public record, so all the agreements probably Inframark has, right? Your rules are.
Let me help with that. Yeah, I will, copy and transition my files. They are public records, things that you paid me over the years to do. So, I'll do everything that I can to help. I haven't worked with Kristen before. I've known Jan for a long, long time, and think very highly of the firm.
Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time and patience.
Thank you, absolutely, thank you.
So we're going to do this with the proposal. Is this something you're considering today, or are you?
I would like to consider it today if we could.
Yeah, you can. So otherwise we'll put on the next agenda just so it gets, in the agenda.
So if I may, all that would be required from my perspective, I would ask for a motion and a board vote on that, and then I can bring back an agreement for the board's consideration and work with Scott in the meantime for your next board meeting. But if there was questions about that agreement, I'd be willing to work with
Yeah, and this would be to be effective at the next meeting if that's the transition period.
Say it again?
Services to come to effect at the next meeting, starting with the next meeting.
Starting with the next meeting, correct, so we wait on.
Assuming, well, that's what, based on transition, so.
Yeah, if you approve this proposal today, then I'll start gathering information, get the agreement out to you all by separate email, of course, ask for your checklist items so we can get the ball moving. So I can talk with Scott too about, you know, what he foresees are the big issues and start this transition process.
Okay. All right. I make a motion that we accept, this proposal from Latham, Luna, Eden, and Bodine as presented by Ms. Chuko today.
Wait a second.
I'll second.
Are there any other discussion on this first? Now we can, any other chit chat, anything? No. Herman, do you have anything to say regarding this before we vote? Herman? All right, then all in favor?
Aye.
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 And any opposed? Anybody else want? Okay. Sorry. So passes 4-0.
I just want to say thank you. This is a huge priority for me, and to make sure that we get on the right track and that folks are happy and that this community is a safe place to live. So,
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
thank you.
I imagine you're gonna hang out, but yeah, we'll keep going. All right, so then, anything else, Scott? I know you said you're done, right? So,
I'm done.
all right. So first off, not on here, I just want to update you guys. I met with the insurance company to take a look at, one, the roof out here, or the ceiling that fell out by the pool. And they took a look at that. We're still waiting. I met with the adjuster, then I met with an engineer. And both of them got up on the actual roof and were shocked at the poor quality of it, frankly. And they both said we're going to need a full roof replacement in the next couple of years. So right now I'm waiting on a verdict of whether or not we can claim that hole on insurance. But there's so many other structural issues with the roof that they might deny it at first. And just a heads up, there's a plethora of issues. One is the flat right here
The what you said? I'm sorry.
The flat roof right here by the pool, you know, the addition.
Okay, yeah.
So one, that was not properly finished. It was the wrong kind of shingles. You can still see the nails in it, like it was just never done.
Shingles?
Yeah, there's asphalt shingles.
They put like an asphalt layer down.
Yeah,
It's
so.
like shingle material.
And then they actually looked at the shingles on the roof, and a lot of them are not even secured. They're just up there picking them up with their hands. One of the issues was that the grading of, like, the flat area is almost zero. So the water pools, it doesn't run off, and the shingle overlap, you know, where normally you do like a 20% overlap, this is like a 70%. So water's just flowing back, and it's damaging everything, and that contributes to a lot of these leaks that you guys have inside, or have had over the years. They both their opinions was that if there was a licensed contractor, he's probably lost his license. We know he shut down his business, actually, the guy that did this. But they were surprised that he was able to get a license at all. You know, this has been years and years and years of various things. So that's just a quick update for you. We talked to the engineer, I talked to Peter about it, and I think it was 2 years ago, they were looking at doing a full structural inspection for the roof, and it was decided to not do that at the time, but we might want to consider that. Just because of, if it's really that bad, we might be able to catch some of the damage up there. But everyone, the two guys said we're going to have to replace the roof. So that's just a big cost for you to also consider while you're looking at money.
So do we have active leaks?
Is there anything, I don't think so. We haven't seen a lot of rain lately. The last time we saw leaks inside was Nicole, and that's when that fell. They weren't here to look for leaks, they were just here to look at the structure. One of the guys I took back to your closet here, he got up in the attic and looked.
That was the insurance or roofing company?
Insurance. One is an adjuster. The adjuster couldn't make his decision, so they got an engineer to come out. And both of them said the same thing. They said, this is bad. But they didn't tell me anything about active leaks. I don't know.
So we haven't had a roofing company give estimates or assess the situation?
Not for this. This was last week. And I talked to Jasenia about it. And
Yeah, but that damage has been there for a while now.
yeah, and it took me a while to get scheduled. And it was once at the beginning of February, and then one was last week. So, and like I said, I'm still waiting. I forwarded all the pictures. I reached out to your engineers, got all the pictures at the time, 2 years ago when they did this work, or oversaw that work with the vendor. So I forwarded it all off to them, and I'm still waiting. So that's nothing, no action on this. I just figured you guys should know this. So.
Another thing on our maps.
Yeah, it's like the pile is
disaster.
gonna get bigger. So that's the only other thing I had. So then looking at the minutes, looking at the agenda, we have the minutes, and then we have the financials and the check register. Anyone have anything on those? Have a chance to look at those, any issues?
I think there's a couple of issues on the minutes.
Yeah, I have some minute stuff.
I think there's a lot of copy and paste, so there's a lot of like errors that I saw. Look through this Bible.
Who wants to go first?
You can go first.
There's no numbers on this, Gabriel, so bear with me. First order of business, last line, talks about who is taking payment, and it says Mr. Comas. It shouldn't read Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
And that was the only one I caught.
Now, when supervisors call in, does that constitute quorum with them?
No.
Because Mr. Edgecombe was not present, didn't constitute quorum, and he's listed as he was.
It doesn't constitute quorum, but his attendance is still tracked. He still attended the meeting, just virtually, digitally. We need 3 in the room for
Well,
quorum.
you're saying present and constituting quorum. You're saying that everybody listed here is committed to both things, and you're saying that he didn't constitute quorum. I know it's semantic, but I want accuracy. It doesn't make sense to me. Then you keep the order that you had in the agenda, even though that we did things differently in the meeting? Is that customary?
It can be either way. It'll either be tracked just by the agenda and inserted and moved around, or completely reordered.
So the order doesn't matter, you're saying, how things occurred?
It's a summary of what was discussed. So, do you want to see it in the order?
I mean, moving forward, I think so. I mean, I don't know what's.
Oh, I take notes like
I'm
that.
trying to learn, and I just think that, because the first thing we did at this meeting was elect officers, and that's like 5th order of business in here. And then, you know what I'm saying, everything else doesn't make sense because things were occurring with different officers in place, and, I don't think that it's accurate, but that's fine. But moving forward, I think we should reflect the accuracy.
Also, the time,
What? What was that?
The other thing
it says
is,
at
you
1
said-
p.m., it's at 5 p.m.
First order of business line.
Yes.
It says Mr. Comas called the meeting at 1.
Yeah, and the meeting was at 5.
Yeah.
So, my general comment is we should take a lot more care to make the minutes as accurate as possible. Aside from those changes, I think that's it.
Alright, do I have the noted changes?
Okay, you ready for mine? I got a few. says third order of business, second line, where it says Mr. Gosling and 3131
Yeah.
Riachuelo.
Oh, yeah.
There's no Villa.
That's good.
Also, on the next line where it says Ms. Batiz,
Yep.
you should add that she ordered an audit of the previous board as an order item that she requested that day.
Make sure it's accurate, not just an audit, she wants a forensic audit.
There you go.
All right.
Also on the next line, Mr. Burford, it should be spelled out B-U-L-F-A-I-R.
Okay.
Also, his name is misspelled on the next paragraph. Right there, like a couple of lines down below.
Yeah.
Also, for order of business, at the end of the second paragraph, that it says discussion issue regarding adding additional items to the agenda. You should add that was Chairman Perez that requests that.
What page are you on? Oh, I see.
Right there. And then on the next line is same thing. At the end of the line, when it says expiration date, it was also requested by Mr. Chairman Perez. And then on line number 4, where it says was stated by Angel Montana that Inframar will not be renewing the contract with Belasol as of September 30.
What about that one?
That it should state that it was Ms. Angel Montana that says
Oh,
that,
okay.
yeah, that the Inframar will not be renewing the contract with Belasol as of September 30, 2023. And it was a little typo on the 5th one, almost at the end before the 6th one, where it says Villa Preciosa.
Yeah.
It just says Villa Preciosa and then Drive at the end. Also in the 8th order of business, third line, where it says discussion issue regarding the minutes, it was stated that line 20, it should say Mrs. or Miss Alexander was not present. Almost at the end.
Yeah, that's good.
And then on the next page, on the top, that it says, on motion by Mr. Comas, second by, just says Mr. XCOM, that we approve the minutes unanimous for the November 2022, because the new board was not part of the board at that point. And then the next line over it says discussion ensued by Mr. Jack Wertzman regarding Mr. Excom does not participate enough to warrant the entitlement payment. So it should stay there. And that was it.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, so with the noted changes, I have them all stated here. We have a motion to approve as, with stated changes.
Motion to approve the stated change.
Mario, motion,
I'll second.
Corey, seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And then financial statements and check register, anything there? Any questions or anything? Oh, one thing, earlier we were talking a little bit about money. So you guys collect about $1 million in total total. That is split though between your general fund and your debt service. So your revenue for the year is 789,000. So you have 789 to essentially that pays everything. Your expenses come in at 760, I think it was. So that's where we have a little bit of money every year to put aside, but not a ton. So when you ask for that money one, this is it. That is including $183,000 for your pipe work and your roads, as well as a couple of the temporary things the engineer was talking about.
Do you know what the average cost to run this district is year after year without the extras, just for the basic necessities of the district?
I guess the question would be, what do you mean by basic necessities? Because at this point, that is an ongoing necessity, right? We can't rule it out.
No, but I'm saying without the damaged stuff, if this community was maintained the way it should be maintained and everything was functional, how much money would we be spending month to month just to keep maintaining it?
Well, if we were to remove the temporary line items, you'd be looking at 600,000.
So there's 180, we're only spending 189,000 on other stuff?
Most of that is the pipes. You guys budget 183.5 every year for the pipe work.
There's a lot of other stuff we pay for too now, don't we?
Well, yeah, so that's what you budget for the pipe work, but the way that works is, as your engineer is saying, what happens when we get to the end of the year, we look at how much money is in that, and then we use the rest of it. So, like right now, there's 50,000 owed against it, so we won't be able to do 180 at the end of the year. And that was some of the work already done on his behalf. But I can get that for you. I can go through and pull what.
Yeah, I would like to know what the fixed expenses of the district is versus the variable expenses, because that would help me make some decisions on the budget for next year.
Sure.
So we accepted the financial statements?
Well, and one other thing, just so you guys are aware, your contracts for security services, you guys are over at 10,000, over your 6,600. That's what we're using for your guard, for your weekend guard. Just looking at the variance reports, you guys are aware. That's all. It's informational. Not a huge concern. 10,000 out of 6 is not budget breaking, but that's only going to continue. We'll probably, if we stay on track, we'll be looking at being over 6 grand, or I'm sorry, 10 grand at the end of the year.
So we'd be over budget, is what you're saying?
You already are. So the budget was 6. Since we implemented this temporary security that just kind of turned into an ongoing thing after the budget, so it was not captured in that.
Why was this implemented?
There was issues with residents on the weekends harassing the employee. She felt uncomfortable being alone. Oh, there's also issues at school, just various things.
Okay, I just don't see the purpose of having a security guard here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to be honest with you, I just don't see that.
You guys can end it, it's up to you, you just let me know.
I leave it up to you guys, but I think, it's a waste of money.
Yeah, because having two of them is, it's double dipping. Not double dipping, it's not double work. You have the same person just controlling the crowd for events, plus you have the security doing the same thing. So, I think we should separate them on the weekend and utilize better the security money.
What does the attendant do besides clean in the mornings? What are her other responsibilities?
The general, the team responsible for the cleaning service right here in the Red Center, take care of the garbage around, some cleaners of the pool area as well. When they have a party, they change the schedule for come over here 30 minutes before the party. Leaving them, check it out the Red Center, everything is fine after the party. general, that's the schedule. She changed the schedule for, according to the party they have right in the restaurant.
Good. So, I mean, that's another thing, I don't think it's necessary to have her here during the entire party, you know? But,
In general, she is in the schedule of the party because every single party that can be no more than 8 hours. That's it, it's the same schedule for the party.
any thoughts, guys?
She also does, I'm sorry, I was taking note, access card systems during the day, or sorry, the cards for the access and the front gate shows the car stickers. So that's why it's.
Yeah, but that hasn't been working out very good, has it? I mean, I hear from a lot of residents that they can't get anything done when they come here. That was going on for a while, until recently.
Oh, yeah, because there was issues with the system. So it wasn't her, it was the system itself wasn't functioning, where it wasn't taking new residents. And that has been resolved, right, Freddie?
Yes.
I think it was resolved, December, something like that. But yeah, then we replaced it twice, and it was just the system. I talked to some of those people once a week, because they kept checking on me, and it was, sorry, we're working on it, there's no attrition going out, it's fixed, oh, it's back down, no attrition's going out. So I think now we're good, and fingers crossed it stays functional. But I've seen those systems, the motherboard chip that runs that, I've seen them replaced every single year. As soon as you get to thunderstorms, it gets fried, it goes out, it's like a $10,000 a year expense. So that's not for you guys, just in general.
And the security guards here 8 hours too?
Yes.
Anybody got anything to say about this?
I mean, we can bring back what was agreed upon and put that in the next agenda. If you want.
We have contracts with these people too, or?
There was a short-term agreement put in place by Magnasec that they proposed, the old board agreed upon. And it ended up turning into a perpetual thing just because when first it was for 2 weeks and then the issues persisted, so the board just continued to roll it over. So it's very light, but I can put it in the agenda for you.
Yeah, let's put it in the agenda for next meeting, that's fine. You good with that?
Now, I don't know if it's a matter of reducing the hours or if you're looking at removing them. Because I don't know if Magnasec will honor a half reduction or if they'll say it's not worth it anymore and they'll leave.
Well, I can tell you what I support. I mean, I don't know what the rest of the guys are thinking, but I think that we need to eliminate waste. And I think that, in my opinion, and it has nothing to do against Yesenia, she's a very nice person, she's very professional, and she's been very good with what she's been tasked to do, but I just don't see a purpose of her being here doing what she does. When I think for that kind of money, we could hire a cleaning company that would come in here and clean and organize everything and take care of things more often than she'd be able to come. You know, she's only doing it Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What happens Monday through Thursday? If someone comes Monday and makes a mess in the pool, then it doesn't get taken care of until Friday. So those are the kind of things that I think that, she gets what are we budgeting with her for, like 35 grand or something?
She's part of the field services. So part of the contracted amount.
So the 48 grand that
yeah, it's Freddie and her and all the services.
Okay, so we don't pay extra for her then? And how much of that is her?
That I don't know.
But anyway, that's part of the main contract. We can't change it until after the
Right, that's
the
yeah.
fiscal
I
year,
say
right?
you,
So-
yeah, it's like you may as well keep her.
I thought it was a separate thing since you guys added it mid,
It was added as part of it, just because we had a good relationship. And it was one of those like, yeah, we'll add her over the weekends. But that's why it's just weekends, not a full time thing.
Okay.
Now,
Basically, the schedule on the weekend for Yesenia or for any attendant right here is for the party, because in general, the people rent out the meeting room keys on the weekends.
Yeah, oh, and
Yeah,
also.
but she doesn't do anything for the parties, right? She just opens the door and people come set up, they take down. She just kind of makes sure that they clean up, right? If they don't clean, there's a fee, right?
Well, yeah, it's just a matter of a locked door. Like, who's gonna open and close it? Unless you trust the.
It just sounds like a lot of money for that, you know? But we can revisit it next meeting, huh?
Well, so on that though, are you interested in a cleaning company during the week? Because I think also the other thing that you're saying is she alleviates part of the issue of only being able to get your access cards Monday through Friday at the office, which was the old system, right? Where now they don't have to drive half an hour, 40 minutes, whatever, they can just come here on the weekend. Which I understand isn't a perfect system either way, but you know, that she at least is here for that.
Yeah.
So.
That's the part they do, help the resident with
Yeah.
comments.
Alright.
Alright, so then back to the agenda, we're just looking for approval if there's no other questions. Or acceptance, right?
Just financials, right? That's what we're on.
Yeah.
Motion to accept financials as they are.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Mario and Corey, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright, thank you. Passes 4-0. Checkers, sir, any questions? Otherwise, we just need to accept that one as well.
Motion to accept the check registry.
I got a question. Check number 5549. Here we go again, Blade Runners. I checked the invoice and it says to dump the debris in the conservation area. Do we agree on that in the last meeting? Do you remember, Gabriel, by any chance?
Sorry, what page are you on?
Let me see. I took a picture of the invoice, but I didn't see it there.
Which check are we talking about?
5549.
Remember
Bottom
the
of
check,
page 3.
the check register was sent via email. So I took a picture and it's invoice 458093.
Oh, it's in here. For some, it's actually in
But
here.
it's for you is but you watch it online, but for us, they don't print them out because then this will
Sorry.
it will be like
So 5549 Blade Runners, removal of tree behind clubhouse and removal of dead trees.
okay.
So what's the question?
Do we authorize dumping the debris behind the clubhouse? Is that what you said? In the
Yeah,
conservation
behind
area?
the conservation area. Yeah, that's what it says on the description.
But are we being charged dump fees? Is that what you're saying? I don't understand what the question is.
Do we agree on the last meeting to dump fees in the back?
To dump fees?
Dump the tree.
The debris.
I do not recall discussing that. I'm looking here.
The amount is.
But the invoice says that we're being charged dump fees? Is that what I'm at? That's what I'm at?
The amount is 1,200.
Yes.
Okay, I remember that one was approval, was for living and right there in the.
So it was included on the invoice?
Keep it right there because if they included the disposal, that's just gonna be more expensive.
Okay, so that doesn't affect the back area if we
No.
leave those limbs over there?
No.
It's natural.
It's natural?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have?
Hey, I'm seeing also the checks, the spectrum. We need to call them because I see a lot of telephone entry. Like I said in the meeting before, I was hoping to get something this meeting, but it's a lot of bills on spectrum. So we need to figure out the best way to put them all together or just one modem. You know, make sure. I know we need two. But it's looking like we have telephone entries and a lot of that, and it's a lot of money a month. So we need to figure out exactly what it is. And also I told Freddie about some equipment that it was on the guardhouse that they have a Spectrum owners. You know, they're the owners. If we don't return those, I know it's already past the time, but I said to check. Because if not, they charge the CDD back then, you know, for all those equipments that belongs to Bright House and Spectrum.
I'll let you handle that one.
All right.
So whose name was on is on that account for Spectrum? Is Inframark, is any manager in specific? How that works?
It was the developer. I called Spectrum and got it transferred last year when I started here, and we put it on the accountant so she can get in and pay the bill.
The accountant?
Yes. The accounts payable.
The accounts payable.
So I convinced, I got lucky with a nice representative, convinced them to give us control, and in order for the accountant to log in anytime we're overdue anything, she's the name on it.
Okay. So who else is in that contract besides the accounts payable person? Is anybody else that have the?
I think. Herman, were you able to get yourself added to that account, the Spectrum account?
What was that again?
Oh, no, never mind. Freddie answered it. So I think it's just her. The girls that we have in the office, anytime there's an issue, they go through her. So every time we have someone out here, Freddie talks to the front desk girl, Jasmine, and she sets it up. So I think it might just be her.
So what I'm trying to ask is, in order to make any changes around on the clubhouse, because I know we have the situation that the motherboards they were not communicating, and that was part of the internet system. In case of the district need to make any changes, is the accountant person needs to be present? Is the field manager needs to be present? How that works?
The front office take the permission for the accounting. There was another phone call with Spectrum and give the authorization for making change.
So to answer your question, Junior, the ideal process is that everything gets filtered through us, so that way we can stay in the loop. So there's an issue, then Freddie shouldn't be heading it up, right? Because when people go around the field staff, like Freddie, if he's out of the loop, he can't be on top of it for accountability. He can't make sure that things are resolved, that vendors come out. So it should be Freddie for that.
So pretty much that's why it's included on his job description to be involved with dealing with the vendors.
Yeah, Freddie. That's what Freddie will be out here with every vendor.
Okay.
Nearly. How many times a week are you out here? A lot, right?
Yeah. With the landscaping is one time a month, and we have something on with another vendor. We come in, we go check it out.
Yeah, no, he's calling me 3 days a week. He'll be out here, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, so we got the point, right? The point is to contact Spectrum, make sure the bills are correct, that we are not overpaying. You know, we're going out of the scope. The issue is make sure we're paying what we're supposed to be paying, and that we are not paying extra money for services that we don't need. That's the issue.
Yes, and part of the conversation I had with that rep last year was they could not tell me what is being used or not. Because there was a couple phone lines, two modems, 2 routers, and I said, what's being used? And they said, we don't know, you tell us.
So why would we just cancel the whole thing and start fresh? Make a new account and just get the services we need?
I think that's part of the bigger picture issue is that we can't because Spectrum controls the entire community. That per the deal that was made with the developer.
So you're telling me that there's no way that Spectrum can remove the services we're not using?
This is what I've been led to, that there's no replacement. Now, that's what I've been told up until this point.
Probably, it's probably we can change and use a different person. That way you can regular.
What do you mean by a different person?
When you cancel the contract, somebody else can make a new contract with a different person. That's gonna be for
I
a
can help
company.
with that.
Yeah, I don't think Spectrum needs to be taken off. I mean, Spectrum's the best internet service in the area. I mean, we don't want to get rid of them, but I just feel there's 2 phone lines here that are not being utilized and we're paying every month for them. I don't know, at least that much.
I want to check it out.
Thank you. Anyway, can we accept the check registry?
Mario made a motion to accept the check register.
I'll second.
Corey second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, thank you. That is all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Next will be
First.
Oh, sorry, I do. One thing actually made it under.
Oh.
Yeah. One thing did make it into Freddie's, that should have been under mine, and also council while he's here. The first thing under the field report is the discussion about the gate damage. So we've had several conversations with at least the chair about the district enforcing the fine associated with damaging the gate. Being that if someone hits it, there's a sign that says $250 plus legal fees, I believe it is. And the issues around a CDD collecting. We don't have fining powers. We don't have enforcement powers. If someone does break something, and I ended up taking through the minutes from several years back about this, we can essentially send them a letter and say, you broke our gate, give us money, and they can say no. And so a lot of people did. So when this act initiative was first implemented, some people were paying. And I think over the following year and a half, it dropped off to collecting, 5 out of 20 incidences of damages. But there's still a legal fee associated for every letter that goes in, right? So the board ultimately kind of said this isn't worth it. But, and Scott maybe will speak to this better. I believe that several people were taking small claims court over it at direction of the board. And
yeah, we did file some small claims suits, and we found that we were spending more money than we were collecting in. We had problems with evidence with Invera. We actually had a claim that we were ready to take to trial, and then suddenly found out that the video evidence had not been maintained. And I'll give the history to Kristen, and she can figure out what she wants to recommend to you. But we found that we were spending more money chasing people than just fixing the gate.
I just feel like, that's fine if that was decided, then there shouldn't be a sign there saying that they're gonna fine anybody, because we're not doing that. Right? Misrepresentation again.
You asked earlier about rules. There is a rule that relates to that, so we'll add that to the package. I'll get it to Kristen, and you guys can take a fresh look at it.
Yeah. When I remember when I was here at the meeting where Invera was granted the contract, I found Invera to be extremely expensive. And the whole selling point by the 5 board members that were here that day was that they were going to enforce the people that were damaging our gate. Because Invera had all these fancy cameras, they'd be able to provide the details, we'll know exactly who it is, and everybody's going to pay at least $250. That was a selling point for Invera, and that has never materialized. And that gate has been busted more under Invera's clock than it was prior to Invera. Because at least the big gates, people hit that, their car will know that they hit it. These little Mickey Mouse soft barriers you guys have put out there, it's like, I see it all the time. Guys just plow right into them because they know they're going to drop.
Oh, I get an email notification every day that gate is hit.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But anyway.
So the point of putting this on, the chair, I believe, asked for it to be put on for some discussion, but again, the district is in a tough spot to recuperate that money. So if the board wants to start going down that legal avenue again with your council, then that's an option to explore. But we're very limited in what we can do. So now.
Thank you.
If I may, we can take a look at what's currently in place and then come back to one of the board of supervisor meeting and just give you, our advice on it or options that you could pursue. Okay, so I'll put that on my checklist. My own checklist is an issue that we need to look into.
Thank you. Sounds good. All right.
Okay, I have a few items I'm going to the board. So in the agenda page 360, we have the item 9. That's the tree dislocated on the 3156 Riachuelo line. I remember the last meeting of labor and bring the proposal regarding the issue. We have it right there for the irrigation for the issue right there. So labor and myself was inspection of that area for checking out how that's gonna be affecting the CDD. And if you see the picture, the root is gonna lift the curve and make several damage on the asphalt. My recommendation is working together with the HOA for remove that street from over there as soon as possible, because that's made the water collected from both sides and don't ruin it because it's completely uneven at that area. I remember that amount was 2,500, I guess. It's maybe better approve, no exceed that amount and working with Blake Rooney for remove that tree as soon as possible.
It's a big tree.
Yes, it's a big tree.
Anybody have any questions, comments?
It's gonna get more expensive the longer it stays.
I know we're approving all these things. We have money for this?
For now, you're still early in the year, right? So as we move on, then you will start to get to the tops of your budget. And that's where it turns into like, all right.
I just don't want to get to the point where you tell me we can't pay management.
So, yeah, while you guys talk here. So first, it's looking at the damage that this is causing to the road. And it is only going to get more expensive. It's based on the size of the tree, so it's going to keep going up. So it kind of looks at, I mean, there are some things, even if you are maxed out, right? You have some extra cash where it's like, well, we're out of budget, but this could cause immense damage to the road. We still need to find this money. Like I said, you have a contingency line item, it's $8,000 that's used for essentially floating money to cover odds, and ends here and there, or we just apply to the budget if we're under. So looking at that, let's see, you have $500 for the parks, R&M parks. You have other landscape. You have about $2,000 in that. Common area, you have $1,000 left. So you have the money to remove it.
Freddie, 2,500, you think that's fair price for removing that?
Yes, because it's a
So they're gonna grind it and take the whole roots out?
They're gonna remove the root as well.
Just the one root? Or will they actually cut it?
Remember, they're gonna cut it and remove the root right there, but the root under the curve and the asphalt is gonna be there. They're gonna remove them.
Okay.
It's just they're gonna cut it and remove it around.
Do we have a proposal for that tonight?
No.
Oh, you said not to exceed.
Yeah, no, exceed that.
You submitted it last time, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, it was tabled. Or, I think voted, not even voted, not tabled, but removed from the agenda.
Okay. So, should we vote on this now or no?
Well, this was the tree in question of whether it was a CDD responsibility or a tree
That's what
responsibility.
he's saying. He's saying that the CDD should take it because it's damaging our roads.
Down to the road, okay. So because
Now, under normal circumstances though, does the CDD cover those trees? If let's say there was no damage to the street, would that still be CDD responsibility to remove that tree if it's causing other damage?
In this case, I consider it is because it's made damage to the asphalt, the curve.
Okay.
And of course, that's affected the CDD program.
Okay, so you're saying that if it doesn't cause any damage to anything CDD, then the tree is HOA responsibility?
The irrigation issue, that's gonna be.
No, irrigation issue, yeah, no question, but what, I'm talking about trees, we have a lot of trees here that are growing every day, and I just know that it's imminent before another tree breaks a line or something, and then the question is, does the HOA have to remove a tree if it causes damage to their stuff, or do we get the CDD to remove the tree,
Well, it's a little bit tricky in this case because the problem is that tree is made by the HOA. They trim it because it's in front of the townhouse. But in this case, it's affecting the CDD.
Gotcha. Okay. Fair enough.
But, question. So, anything after the sidewalks, it should be CDD. So why is HOA? Don't look at the past. Forget about the past. We're looking about what is black and white, and what is CDD and what is HOA. So those streets are on CDD property, on HOA property.
How is that determined who maintains what? Because I see what he's saying. What he's saying is, right, technically those trees are on CDD property. But you're saying HOA maintains them, so it's an HOA problem. So who determines that? Is it we just arbitrarily decide on that, or?
It may be in the covenants under street trees as to who maintains.
In the HOA covenants?
Could be.
Yeah, I do too. It's, sometimes we've seen it in plats, the recorded plats, the original developer will have something like landscaping, including trees and right of way, are maintained by XYZ. Sometimes you can go back to the HOA and say, you should be maintaining on CBD.
I think we should try to get clarity on that, because I think that's something that's very ambiguous, and I don't think anybody really knows what we do on that. And I'm just thinking ahead, I'm thinking a car comes plowing into one of those trees, knocks it on somebody's house, who's gonna take care of it, you know?
In several districts, CBD is responsible for the sidewalk, for the main, for the sidewalk, and the repair the sidewalk, but is not responsible at all for the tree.
So if a homeowner wanted to put something in their right of way, the CDD can't object to that?
Yeah, I think any planting in the right of way, you know, we're gonna say no if it's something that will mess up the road. but
I'm not saying planting, I'm saying, let's say anything. You know, they design their own mailbox that takes up a little space in the right of way. And, you know, they got approval from the HOA for it, let's say, and the CDD has no say in that?
Again, you know, and typically we want to have a dialogue with the HOA about that approval process, because we, you know, if the HOA says, well, we want everyone to plant, you know, live oaks next to the street, we'd like to be able to say, you know, we don't want that.
So, yeah, so I'm looking at the property bridge right now for this. The line is drawn on the sidewalks, but almost every time there's an easement agreement that puts the maintenance of that area on the homeowner, which in this case falls on the HOA. So owned and maintained are separate.
Yeah. And I think what I'm trying to find out is where's the document, because I know when that problem comes up, the homeowner's gonna look to us and say, you guys said, I've been living here, what, 13 years now? Almost not 14.
Look at me.
10 years. And I've always, from every CDD supervisor that has been on this board, they always said anything from the sidewalk to the street is CDD. The HOA has no jurisdiction on it. But then now we're picking and choosing, right? The mailboxes, everybody already said, well, CDD doesn't cover mailboxes. But they're in their right of way, they're in their property. Now the trees is an issue. So you understand, this is gonna keep going, because you guys wanna own the property, but you don't wanna own what's on it.
It would be declared in your declaration of covenants, so the paperwork exists. I can tell you.
Anything like that. But I would like to see the document that clarifies that. We can move on.
So as far as the tree goes, then, do you want to table it, or do you want to?
I'm ready to make a motion if people support me on this.
You can make it.
I do a motion to remove the tree of 3156 for Riachuelo.
So Herman made a motion? No, sorry.
Put a cost on that.
Oh,
2,500.
Yeah, sorry, as a not to exceed.
2,500. 2,500.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Yeah, the best way to see if someone supports you is you make a motion. If you got a second, you got support.
Okay, the other item I'm bringing to the board is on the agenda page 363, with the item 16. That's the ceiling repair. If I provide a survey for the repair that ceiling, that's a provisional repair. I was followed that one with Gabriel for the insurance company visited. After the other information provided by Gabriel, so I want to make sure if the board gonna move forward for looking for vendor, for price, for all the roof.
You put a temporary out there.
That's temporary repair for the ceiling. You see right there, the hole, but that was repair, that's a temporary repair.
So, speaking of, since I talked about insurance and very some on this now, do you guys want to direct us to to find a roofing company, come take a look, and give us at least an inspection.
But not for replacement, right? We're talking for repair.
Whatever you tell us. That's all. I just want to make sure that.
I'm okay, I don't think we're ready to replace, but I think I would like a full assessment as to what's leaking, what needs to be done, and how much it's gonna cost to repair it, until we can find the funds to replace it.
Okay, I would like to let you know to the board, but for you that knew on that one, the last year was approval, the repair for the section right here in the lobby, okay? They made an inspection for the completed roof, but the main damage was right here. So that's amount, the amount approval was $5,450. So the company responsible for that proposal was Total Roof. Several times I was in contact with this company, sent the email, I sent the contract, I provided for Mr. Scott, and they never signed the contract. The other company provided a proposal at this moment was Skyline Roofing. By the way, the supervisor Hernan provided a phone number for somebody else for that same company. But the price they provided for us was for $6,989. It's almost $1,500 more for the other company. So, and that's gonna be included, the repair and the lobby area. It's nothing to do with the section right here and the pool. What's going on with that section of the pool? That roof was completely repaired 2 years ago for a company. And the district engineer at this moment follow up every single process, follow up step for that process, and the final inspection as well. That roof in the past never have shingles. I don't know why the district engineering approval for that company installed shingle right there, because the inclination for that roof is completed out of the roof for installed shingles right there.
So what kind of roof was there before the shingles?
I don't have right now the number, but like the roof is completely flat, right? And the water dome room for the inclination and sun section, keeping water right there. It's like
So it's just the
granulated,
granulated
it's like the plastic system and roll it completed right there, and no shingle. I was looking for on the record for that share that information with Gabriel, and when the agenda was approved, this one was in 2021,
I think.
21, yeah, the minute when the district engineer at that moment was Mr. Ray Marabe. I was waiting for the last inspection for the roof repair.
Okay. So can we get updated quotes then to how much it would be to repair the whole thing?
It was April 2020, sorry.
April 2020.
I don't think there's a purpose in repairing this permanently if there's a leak up there. It doesn't make sense. We're just gonna put ourselves back in where we are. Should repair the leak in the roof before we repair any damage. Temporary is fine, makes it look perfectly safe and
But
safe.
that was only for the section of the ceiling, but we don't know when they start raining again, we're gonna have the leak, gonna make damage against on the ceiling. Because we have several sections with the shingle, like you say, if that one keep it this way, it's probably have an issue with insurance, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't even know if they'll approve this claim, just because of all the damage.
Don't the insurance have deductible anyway?
Yeah. But more of focus on the roof with their full advice that we need to replace it. And this was a loan provider, we did switch recently, so the claim being made at the time was under the old provider. So I'll talk to your new providers to see if we can get an inspection from them too. But the real issue here is that it just should be replaced at some point. He said there's a lot of wind damage as well, so it's in bad shape.
Yeah, I don't doubt it, but, you know, I think our priority is to stop the leak, because the rainy season is coming, it's around the corner. So I don't want to tarp it, because hurricane season is also coming shortly thereafter, and, you know, having all the tarps here when that happens.
them.
Well, yeah, and like I said, the engineer advised to do a full structural integrity analysis a couple years back, and what's in them.
What does that entail?
He'll actually look and go through the entire place and give you a report. Essentially what you're asking. Yeah, he'll give you a full report on the integrity.
I just don't understand why an engineer has to be involved with this, because we're not changing anything structural, right? It's just replacing a roof that's already in existence.
Not my wheelhouse, I don't know.
It doesn't make sense to me, but I just think that, my opinion is that we should get a full assessment by a roofing contractor of what needs to be done to stop water intrusion into the clubhouse.
Yeah, I know looking through the minutes, it may have just been that the engineer was doing the final inspection for the work, and that was an alternative at the time. I
But
don't
you guys said the engineer was involved in doing this repair, so look what that guy is. I don't know if I want the engineer involved.
So it sounds like you made a motion.
Is that what a motion is? Yeah, so I make a motion that we obtain bids for roofing contractors to stop water intrusion in the clubhouse.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second from Mario and Corey. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. We will do that. Freddie, you got more items?
Yeah, on the page, 371. And the item number 8, I was follow that one is February inspection. I was gonna follow up the section with one around the pump. That one was completing mowing and it's fine, but I wanna show you something in this picture right there. It's not included in the comment, but if you see the picture on the section at the bottom, you see some damage for the wall hack on that section right there. We inspected one more time yesterday, and the damage is more aggressive. They stay more area. So this is something really we have to pay attention. The same thing like right here in the red center.
Is that where, when Juan said that they moved up to here?
Yes.
But he already treated that area too, right?
No, that's area. The treatment service was right here completely behind the red center. And that made a.
I thought that's what he said.
Yeah, he said he had two
He
separate.
said he treated here and then we moved there, he treated there, he said.
We'll follow
I wanna follow with him.
I thought that's what he said, that's what I heard him say. But is that what you're bringing this up for, is to get it treated, or is there more that needs to be done there?
That's the attention. I wanna follow that one with one.
Yeah, definitely, I mean, it needs to be treated, it needs to be treated.
Everything else, if you have any questions, we can talk about the proposal we have in the agenda.
No, we'll move forward.
Got a lot of proposals to go through.
Oh, wait a minute.
Might like to use the bathroom before this meeting is ridiculous.
We call a quick recess here.
We only have 4 hours,
Yeah.
4 and a half.
So we'll just keep going.
You got 2 hours left.
Nah, this one more.
You sure?
Can I ask a question that, these are not 4-hour chairs?
Yeah.
That boat ramp was supposed to be taken out, I heard it's still there at Vegas Town. And it's still there right here. It's okay.
All right.
What,
Is it still, I hear it's still sitting in the creek and it was supposed to be taken out back in September, you guys okayed it? After the hurricane?
I know there was one item coming back and they decided to not okay.
No, I don't know. I think doing those for the morning.
So we didn't, so it's still there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there was, we brought it up back in May of last year, that there was concerns, landscaping out there, and I know when it was brought up after the storm, there was a lot of overgrowth and whatnot, and the board decided to not spend it. It was something like $7,000 or something. Yeah, so, but I'll make it work. I'll dig through the minutes rather than my notes.
Okay, the agenda page 391. We have the amount for that's not a proposal for replace the IC unit.
The AC unit.
Right here in the red center. We
Well,
have two
replace
different, yeah, we have two different units right here. One is controlled, and one is working for right here, the meeting room, and the main bathroom, and the other one is really working with the gym and the other section of the building. I guess around 2 years ago was replaced by unit because was damaged, and that's a new one. A month ago we have an issue with the AC, don't was running right here, and the supervisor and me, we have vendor to make an inspection of that one, and he provided a proposal. We have that proposal in the agenda as well, I'm going to talk about that one as well. So the price for that unit is $10,300, $352.
So the unit is currently not working?
Now it's working
It's working
because
now.
I was in contact with this vendor working with us before, it's April Street. The technician show up and made one inspection and troubleshooting, finding an issue with the small electrical part, and he repaired for less than $200. But the advice for the vendor is replace the unit because the compressor is consuming a lot of amp, so probably soon it's gonna broken. So.
How old is that unit?
Oh, like 18 years.
But on the inspection, hold on the inspection it says that unit doesn't have any freon, the R32. So how that unit is working if it doesn't have no freon?
Okay, that one not the inspection, the vendor, the bill review give it to us. When I was contact the Prestige, they come in for me the troubleshooting, and they find that the issue they have at this moment was a problem with the capacitor. So they put the unit running again because we have a party last weekend. But anyway, I request a proposal for the board member to have a better idea of how much is the price to replace that unit right now. So that proposal is for over 10,000.
Yeah, but how a capacitor will do anything with the freon? I just want to make sure I'm hearing it right.
Okay.
Capacitor doesn't have to do anything with the freon. If the unit doesn't have no freon, it doesn't have freon, and then it's R32.
Yes, and the report sent for Amplify Solution, he talking about the Unity don't have the refrigerant. But the truth is the other vendor come in and check it out, made the troubleshooting, and he see the issue was an electrical issue, and leaving the unit running. So Ampro provide another proposal, it's in the agenda page 406. The amount for that unit is $7,500.
So the first, so you only have two proposals here, right?
3 proposals.
What's the third proposal? I'm missing something here.
Okay, in the agenda page 406,
401,
something else too. You have one proposal for Ampro
Okay.
for 7,000.
7,500.
Yep.
And they didn't provide any more information than this?
That's the information he provides to us.
Really? He didn't provide any size of the unit?
Have you reviewed the price today?
It's a 5-ton.
It's missing, Freddie has it, the email, because he sent it to Freddie, the one complete with all the units and all that, so it wasn't put out on the agenda for some reason.
It does say 5-ton, so it's similar.
Yeah, but.
It doesn't say Sears.
What would they say? It's a 15 Sears, 5-ton unit. It's a Goodman, which is not a really good quality unit. You know, and, I mean, I would think that other guy also put the same kind of information on there, no? Because how can you compare 7,500 to 11,000 if you don't know what the difference is? Anybody have anything to say on this?
Freddy, do you met with these vendors?
I meet with the A-Prestige vendor, the other one I'm pro, send information to us.
Okay. So I'm assuming that have you worked with them before?
With the A-Prestige, yeah, we working with him. They installed that unit 2 years ago. They working with us on another issue as well.
Also on the report, it shows that the new unit, the 2020, the AC filter never was changed. And I told you guys to change it, and I have to do it myself. I have to buy a filter, I change it myself, and I have the pictures for later. I couldn't be there because I'm dealing with something right now, but it's very disappointed that having the reports and everything that was said on the reports and nothing has been done, you know. And he mentioned it that it needs to be changed ASAP. And I went later, I have to change it myself.
So the the difference between one bid, one proposal versus the other for Prestige is what?
Around 1,000.
It's the Sears, right? That's the only
Yes, the
difference,
Sears.
is the efficiency that is causing us the extra 1,000?
Yes.
Fred, I see here two proposals from A-Prestige. Is that for the same thing or for two different?
But the difference is like Mario said, is the Sears for the unit.
Okay.
If it's more Sears, more efficiency,
Yeah.
but it's more expensive as well.
Goodman GS14.
I just think there's a very big difference in price, and I think we need more information to see what the differences are in these bids, you know? I mean, it's almost $3,000, $3,000 to $4,000 difference. And, yeah. What if the 7,500 is a better unit? We don't know.
I can tell you probably is the brand, well, the different, with the vendor work is the different brand in general. So.
But Goodman's not a good brand.
It's a regular brand.
My neighbor has a
The
good
other
one.
one, the Alpro proposal, he talking about is a Carry brand. It's one of the best brands.
Carrier?
Yes.
So he's giving us a better brand for less money, but we don't know the series on that unit.
That's actually.
The series of the units on the other email, it has, you're talking about the other invoice, the other work order or what?
Yeah, we're talking about the M Pro.
Which one?
One.
Oh.
We're trying to get more
Yeah,
information
it's
on the
another
unit.
email that Freddie has. It's another email that Freddie has with all the information, with everything on it, what piping they're gonna put in, what filter they're gonna do, what PVC pipe they're gonna do. They did all that, and the year, how many warranty, all that.
Yes, because I request that information.
And that's what they forgot to add it up.
To the vendor, to Alpro. I don't know why it's not, apologize, it's not the agenda. But we request that information as well.
Anyway, the unit's working right now, right?
Yeah. always working.
That unit is off. It should be off.
It's freezing in here.
It's cold in here.
Yes, because when the vendor that we worked before, April Steve, when he showed up for the troubleshooting, he told me the issue was an electrical issue with the capacitor. So he put the unit, but he was really responsible and told me that the end consumption for the compressor is pretty high. And it's possible the IC working for a month, 2 months, or probably weeks. So he can, told me for all.
I'm sure if you're working it this hard.
Yes, but it working good. But the problem is, it's all unit is possible that's broken in any moment before the summer.
I don't know, I would like to see.
Hey, can you send the inspections to each supervisor so they can have it, so they can see the inspections and they can see the gauges and they can see the results of the inspection? Because if they don't know what the inspection says, it's going to be hard. And that's what I thought is going to be on the agenda as well, the inspections of each unit, so they can see everything that he came out on that he says it doesn't have, the capacitors are bad, the voltage are bad, and the freon is not there. It's not, the gauges is at 0.
Well, and now, April still don't put a freon or refrigerant in the unit because they don't want to charge, if they do it, they charge for that one.
Right, so it sounds like we need more information. We'd like to see those reports, and we need to table this and move on.
Correct.
Put it on the next agenda with more information.
But we need to try to, we're running right now in one unit. So let's get more bids by the next meeting and try to get this done quick, because if not, the other unit will be in jeopardy because it's overworking.
And can we get a bid from like a bigger company, like Bel Air or ProTech or one of the big companies in town, just to see how this compares?
Okay.
All right.
Alright, so that's pump house air conditioning or guardhouse air conditioning, right?
Yes, we have another proposal right here. It's for the guardhouse IC condition.
No. Why do we need a guardhouse air conditioner? We have a guard.
Okay, that proposal was by request for the chairman.
Do we need air conditioning in there?
For instance, air conditioning there. We have one small unit right there. It's the provision of the small one.
A lot of these were provided by Herman, so questions might be better for him.
Yeah, so my question is, right, why do we need air conditioning in the guardhouse? So you said there's a provisional air conditioner in there now, so why do we need that? How about that? Start there.
Right now, that one is working. Right, it's a small unity, but it's not a split unity like they have right now right there. So, Mr. Nan requests bring couple proposal or check it out what is the price for install mini split unity right there. Right, Hernan?
Yeah. So, me being in Florida long enough, I know that without air conditioning, things get damp, moisture sets in, you're gonna get mold. So that's what I was expecting to hear from you guys, it needs air conditioning, even though there's not a guard there for environmental issues. But now you're telling me there's a provisional air conditioner in there, and how does that operate?
Okay, right now that was working with a small unity, and that's.
But is it like an indoor unit, or what kind of unit is it?
Indoor.
Is it right on the window?
That's
One of those ones
unit,
you
the
roll
small
in,
one.
has 2 pipes that stick out of
Yes.
it.
The indoor, the small one.
Okay.
So remember before, the security guard was working really like a kind of storage. And we have right there the equipment for Embera. All the stuff was removed from right there. Clean it up. I meet with the supervisor now right there because thinking of the future, if they're gonna need use the security guard, be prepared for have some bid for putting the IC unit working there.
Okay. How long would it take for them to put that unit in there from the time we sign the contract? How soon can they do the work?
I don't understand the question.
Like, if we sign a contract today for this unit, how long is it gonna take for them to put the unit in the guardhouse?
Okay, as soon as the proposal and approval, we send that one to the vendor and they send the schedule for us. But
Usually it's a couple of weeks, a couple of days?
Probably a couple of weeks, yeah, a week, 2 weeks.
'Cause that's my point. My point is that there's no plan right now to put a guard in there, 'cause we haven't really considered it. And I think spending the money that we know we're tight on to put a new air conditioning unit in the guardhouse without knowing if it's gonna be of any benefit to anyone, I think this is a decision we can make at the same day that we make a decision on what we're gonna do with a guard, or what the guardhouse is gonna be used for, like it said. Does that make sense?
Yep.
What do you guys think?
I agree.
So table this issue too?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The other one is the gate service.
So what's the guardhouse security issue here on the agenda?
Okay, the supervisor and then meet with that vendor and request that proposal. That's the same thing the insurance that will request that proposal.
But what is it for?
24/7 guard service.
Yeah, that's the proposal for 24/7.
It's $218,000 a year.
How much?
$218,000 a year.
That's it? Yep.
I think it's in your budget.
It's in the budget?
No, I don't think it's in the budget.
No, not that much. We have 88,000 for the current Emera contract.
All right, so there's no need to talk about this right now, right? Table this also, pay security.
I'm okay with that.
You guys all right with that? Okay.
Tell us, yep. Let's see.
Now we're up to gate service, right?
Yes.
Sure. All right, so my understanding is, I spoke with council prior to this meeting, and my understanding is that our contract with Vera is on a month-to-month basis, right? It is my experience in the last 6 months at least, and Vera is providing absolutely zero benefit to this community because the gates are a disaster. So we can't enforce, they can't hold anybody back. There's, basically, we're paying them 10 grand a month for nothing. That's the way I look at it with my lay mind. So I think that if we're not bound to a contract with them and we're giving all this money away, the best thing to do is to give them notice of cancellation, which I think we need 30 days, is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I would give them. It's undefined because our contract was canceled nearly a year ago, and we've just been limping along, billing monthly, so we're essentially on a month-to-month.
Okay, so we give them notice that April could be our last month?
I would do
End of April?
30 days notice.
Last day of April?
Last day of April.
Yeah, and we need to work out the logistics of what equipment they're gonna take and how they're gonna take it, because I think it's advantageous for us as a district to make sure that they leave wiring that we can utilize, that they don't come and just clip everything to the ground, and we gotta run new wires for everything. You understand? So I think, is that something that's normally done, or?
They define in their contract what is theirs, and I don't think wiring is what they're gonna take away. They've got stuff that's proprietary to them.
My understanding is that what belongs to them is the kiosk, the visitor kiosk, and the LPR camera. That was my understanding. Everything else is supposed to be ours.
It may be more than that, but there's a specific list in the agreement.
Is it possible you can send me a copy of that? I haven't seen it.
So, where we can find that list?
He's gonna provide it, lawyer. Okay. Yeah, it'd be nice to have, knowledge ahead of time before we give them notice of what exactly belongs to them and how they intend to remove these things. Because my experience has been with businesses I've worked with in the past that sometimes when you cancel contracts, they kind of get upset. They just come and rip everything out, and if we're going to incur extra expenses because they damage things on the way out, it's not beneficial to us. So I would like to see someone supervise the removal of their equipment to make sure that they leave everything in a way that it's still usable.
So, you said you wanted that in front of you before you issued the termination, so are we changing our mind about last April?
No, I'm gonna make a motion to terminate the contract, but I'm asking council to get this information before he submits the cancellation notice, so that we have the information ahead of time. Does that make sense?
Okay, but nobody's gonna then say, let's don't cancel, you just want the information.
Yeah, it's not gonna change your mind.
No.
Okay.
I want the information ahead of time because I wanna make sure that we know what they're taking before they know they're getting canceled. I don't want them to get a cancellation notice and say, now we own everything's coming out, you know? That's the point.
Okay.
So I make a motion to give Vera cancellation notice.
As of April 30.
April 30th, correct. I'll second that.
Alright, so Mario, motion, Corey, second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Alright, thank you.
That brings me, I contacted a local company called Complete Access Control. It's located right here in St. Cloud. And I asked them, they're a small company, but they have a lot of fabrication capabilities. So they can build things out of metal and redo things, and they provide maintenance for the gates. So I asked them to basically quote me 4 separate quotes that I have here. The first one, if you look at 22801, is basically, my understanding is, and this is what I think I've heard from you guys, that none of the motors work, right? The motors for the gates are done. Is that correct?
I understand the gate, the swing gate and the entrance, that was working. It's just for the section for the exits is out of service. That's what I understand.
And when was the last time that we confirmed that they're working?
I have to check it out to make sure.
But the motors are the motors the same age?
Yes.
They were all put at the same time. Okay, so that's why I asked them to do this bid, this proposal, which this one entails changing all 4 motors, installing them, doing everything it takes to install the motors, and it tells you the scope of work in the back. I guess there's loops. I don't understand all the technicalities of that stuff, but he's told me that it's everything we need for the motors to work, and that would be a $25,156.80, the total amount to replace the motors.
I'm looking at your Vera contract, there is wire as their property in here for the barrier gates, lane delineators, kiosk. So.
Okay, so that's good to know. That's good to know. So that's one that, we talk about this one first, or?
Yeah, if you want, so if you have multiple bids for the same thing, I think it's better to go through all of it, and then we can circle back and look at action.
So the way I envisioned this, when I ran for office for this seat, the number 1 complaint from all residents is the conditions of the gate. It's an eyesore, it makes our neighborhood just look terrible. So I was looking at different options that we can utilize that will keep costs down and hopefully provide the needed access control that we need. So I envision changing the motors, refurbishing the gates that we have right now, and making them operate appropriately, and redoing kind of the pavers and all that stuff to make the neighborhood look nice. And if we can do that successfully, then we don't have to pay a monthly fee to Envera. And the access control system is something that you pay a small amount monthly for the cloud and all this stuff that they need to operate it. And I think will save us a lot of money in the long run. It's a big investment early on, but I think in the long run, it's gonna be worth the expense. So the motors are $25,000, as I said here. We have the bid number 2 is the estimate to refurbish the gates. So they will remove the gates, take them to their shop. They're gonna sandblast them, fix any dents or bends or anything they have, and they're gonna powder coat them, bring them back here. The supports that are in the ground, they can't remove those, so they're gonna paint them, and they're gonna put brand new hinges, and they're gonna level them out, and in order for them to open properly and close properly, and adjust it as well with the motors to make sure that that's going correct. And that also includes the gate where the well is. They're also gonna take that gate and also refurbish it. And that cost for the gates, and I asked them also for a VSO logo at the entrance. I would like to see a nice VS there when we come in, and it's thanks to coming home. So all that's included on the second bid for $11,500. And the third bid is, so this is to replace the arms that are not working. I believe this is replacing all 4 arms. Because does Envera take those arms that are on the entry side?
I don't think so.
No, those are ours?
I don't think any arms go with it.
Okay. So I had his bid replacing all 4 arms, because I thought that, they were probably going to be taken away, or they've been there long enough that they might not work for a long period of time. And I think if we're going to make this investment, we should make it to the point that everything's going to work for at least a while. We don't have to worry about spending more money on the gate. But those, I was shocked because I thought those motors were a lot cheaper, but they're talking for those 4 motors of the arms is almost $18,000 on top.
So Scott, on here, they have barrier gates, they have 6 15-foot barrier arms included in their equipment. I don't know, being that this was the original.
You're looking at the Envera?
Yeah, the original, because the 2015 is legible, the 2018 was, I guess, a bad scan. So being that they were initially put in, do we pay them every time they put new ones? We pay them for the labor, we don't pay for the arms already.
All the time when they replace it, they charge it for
Oh,
the damage, yeah.
So if we're paying for every arm, then
Yeah.
it sounds like, I don't know. I mean,
We're paying them, we should be owning them arms.
I would say that if we're paying for every one, but I'm not sure.
I mean, you wanna take 6 broken ones back that are piled up around here, we can give you plenty of broken arms. There you go. Have enough sitting around.
So anyway, when we find out what they're actually going to take, I'm willing to, I'd like to have all 4 of them replaced if we're going to do it, or just not replace those now, whatever you guys decide. But if we're going to do it, I'd rather replace all 4 of them so that we have, like I said, a functional gate for a longer period of time that we worry for more repairs. And then the last bid for the 22804 is basically, I'm hearing a lot of noise over the years that our access system to the clubhouse, the pool, and all these things is old. And this is why it's always down, and it loses signal, it has all these problems. And my understanding is that we're on limited time with it, and that it will have to be replaced. So, given the opportunity to fix the gate properly and have it operating the way it should, I think it's also wise to invest in a new access system that will kind of integrate everything, clubhouse, pool, all the facilities, and the gate all into one system, so that you use kind of the same way you access the gate, you access everything else. You can still have the option of stickers for those that like stickers. You could use the option of an app that you can open if you want to use your phone. So this system is by LiftMasters called MyQ. My understanding is it's very easy to operate, and it's resident operated, so we don't need a third party to create a line up front to let people in. It's basically I show up, I hit the name of the person I want to see, I come up on their video screen on their phone, they know me, they open the gate and they come in. If I don't know them, I can just cancel it and the gate don't open. Now, I know with what you're thinking now, right? Public streets, is that what we're going now?
As long as you have a public access.
So that's my question, what is required?
They have to be able to get in. If they say, I'm here to visit the CDD asset, then you have to open the gate.
So how would that work?
That I can't, I don't know.
That's the question.
I thought you were gonna tell us that, since you got all the proposals here. Because that's what the one thing that the Invera provides is, oh, you're here for the CDD, we'll open it for you.
So, okay, so when somebody shows up at the gate,
yeah, as long as because the roads are public, when they ask who you're coming to see, all they have to say, at a minimum, is I'm here to enter the CDD.
Okay, if they don't say that, then they get denied, right?
No, you can't deny them. That's the bottom line is you cannot deny them.
so you mentioned something, Scott, last meeting about if we don't let people in, we're at risk of something with the interest with the bonds. Can you explain that more to us? Because I didn't really get it, to be honest with you.
Well, so when you take out bonds, you enter into bond covenants, part of your contract. And one of those covenants is that you have to maintain public access to the roadways within the district. That comes out of a Internal Revenue Code provision that regulates the issuance of private activity bonds. And if they find that your bonds are private activity bonds, then they become taxable instead of tax exempt. And your bond agreements say that you are on the hook for the difference between, basically the tax that gets paid by your bondholder on those bonds, which is a whole lot of money.
And that's for the entirety of the bond, right? Well, does it retro?
Yeah, I think they do it retro if they make that final. So it's a lot of money, plus you're probably at risk of being sued maybe personally by bondholders for malfeasance of your duty as supervisor by breaching those covenants. I mean, it's just a really bad.
Now, would it suffice to maybe add someone onto the directory, like public road or CDD, whatever it should be, that if people hit that, it automatically opens? Would that suffice, or?
I'm going to let your new council going forward, give you advice, because we don't all agree 100% on that. So if you're gonna go forward and plan to change the gate system, you really don't have to make me happy.
Yeah.
You need to make.
Right, unfortunately, I completely agree with Scott. If the roadways were financed with tax exempt bonds, you cannot restrict public access or you face losing tax exemption. There's certain, damage clauses in there too that could require you to pay entire bond amount due within 90 days. If you default in that way, you could lose tax exemption benefits as well. So, if the roadways were financed with bond funds and those bond funds have not been redeemed, paid off, then you can't make the roadways private. But if you have access to the CDD through a different entrance, then you could close off the front gate. But I have to review the CDD infrastructure, what they own and what was financed with bond funds and what bonds are still outstanding to really answer that question. But
So let's just say that regulation still applies, let's say. But what I'm trying to find out is what is the minimum requirement for me to avoid any issues with that? Because I know that we talked about doing in past meetings before I was a supervisor that put in the license thing and everything, and when in Vera, even we said about not doing the kiosk, and they said just put a button where people just hit the button and the gate opens. So I'm saying, can't we just do that with this system? Kind of just have someone that says, you know, like on the directory, have like public road or CDD, and when people hit that, the gate opens automatically. It doesn't.
I mean, I think you possibly can, you can't hide it, you know.
Put it alphabetically.
To make it where it's there, but nobody can find it. I mean, it has to be real access that people can
Completely
use.
Like if right off the bat it's look for a name, public access, and then everyone's just gonna default to that.
Well, wouldn't
We could
it,
also
it's a
give
direct.
a call into the CDD's bond council and see what they would advise to, on what they're comfortable with, and
All right,
if they feel
I mean,
they still meet that, bond requirement. So.
Yeah, I would definitely not want to violate any laws and create unnecessary liability, but I'd like to make it as restrictive as we are allowed to make it. All right, guys, so that's my spiel. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. How many house does community?
How many what? Houses?
Homes, yeah.
It's 489 units, but there's 351 houses, 138 townhomes.
Okay, it's just because I think a little bit about the proposal for the swing gates, right? Years ago, when the swing gate was working before, they don't have the same number that how we have right now, right? And the traffic don't was the same one. So you are thinking the perfect world, that system they can work and fine, but right now, you know how stressful that's gonna be, that one for the operation, for the swing gates. So the tailgate that's gonna make with the people when they come in and the heavy traffic days. Moments.
Well, I think that, you know, the traffic time is only at certain times, and I thought about that, and that's gonna be my suggestion when we get that far, is that I think the gates should be open during high traffic areas. I mean, times, I mean, like, for example, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., gates should be open, people going to work, coming to school, going back and forth, the gates will take a pounding on that, but the arms will still be there, so the arms will still provide some benefit, and yeah, and I think in the evening also, we should consider maybe 5 to 7 o'clock, or 4 to 7 o'clock, leaving the gates open, because, yeah, I agree that you don't want to open.
Yeah, that's
up the
important,
gates.
keep in mind.
Yeah.
A new system like that.
Remember, this company will also provide, once we agree to have them installed, they provide a service agreement where they're gonna come out every 3 to 4 months, grease everything up, line everything up, make sure things are being taken care of, and if something like that is gonna happen, they're gonna let us know ahead of time, hey, your hinges are wearing down, you gotta look at, you know, maybe replacing this soon, and we'll know that ahead of time, so that's the goal.
Say as having districts with big iron or aluminum gates, they get hit just as much and they're more expensive to repair, just as, which I know is obvious, but.
I've been here, I told you, like 10 years, 11 years now, and I've seen that when the gates were swinging over, I might have seen 3 people hit my gate. And I can see 3 people hit me in very barricades at least 3 times a day. So, you know, I think people won't hit them as much because, like I said, the cars will get damaged. So I think they gotta think twice about that.
So, are you looking for action on all of this right now, or is this for the next meeting? What do you?
Ideally, I would like to have action now because we're gonna give notice to Invera, and this company needs time to create that infrastructure that we need to take over May 1st. And they need to order the equipment, and this could take a couple weeks.
Yeah, so as far as that goes, you guys have $88,000 on your Vera line, your contract services, and you've currently, as of the financials, which are behind, $33,000, so you have about $50,000 there.
So don't we have a proposal that was approved prior to the last election for like 98,000 or something, where they were gonna put Ranco to stick a bunch of stuff in here?
It was to replace Invera. Again, I just am reminding you of your budget. whether
What
you
I'm
guys-
saying, if that was approved, where did the money go that was allocated?
No, so you guys are able to go above your budgeted amount as long as you're aware and willing to amend the budget.
So is that what the plan was, to break the budget that we're ranking?
I guess so, it's not my decision.
No, I'm just asking because I saw the proposal that was approved.
Yeah.
It was for like $98,000. I'm thinking I'm saving us $18,000. You're telling me we don't have enough money.
No, I'm telling you, you have $50,000 budgeted, and then, you know, we can find money.
$50,000 budgeted from what?
From your contract for your security service. So you have $80,000 for the year.
So you're saying that if Vera finishes April 30th, from May 1st to September 30th,
You should have half of that.
we should be covered, right?
What's the total here? It was 9, 7, oh, and also we're tax exempt. If you ever do get proposals, then we just need them less tax.
Yeah, this one has no tax.
Well, one of them does, that's what I'm just.
Well, the first one he sent, I'm not even talking about that one, that was done.
Okay.
Because that was the original one he sent first. So I calculated it's about $89,000 to do everything.
I mean, $89,000 to do everything, you're gonna be over budget.
But, like I said, how much would we be spending on Invera from May to September?
I think you need to clarify how you're gonna provide public access in this system and make sure that council is happy with it before you sign contracts for a bunch of money. That would be my last piece of advice to you.
Thank you. I don't know, guys, help me out here.
So maybe just one option is you could look for a motion to delegate authority to you, Mario, and then subject to district council sign off. That's an option so that I have an opportunity to review the bond documents, perhaps reach out to the district's bond council and just get some approval there as well, and just some comfort with what the plan is to move forward. And the proposal that you brought, is that, have they already approved the, kind of the other button?
No, I haven't talked to them about the other button because I don't know what the minimum requirements would be, so.
The minimum is going to be public access. So we're saying that probably an other button would be sufficient, but I'd like to check the documents because I've never reviewed them for this district yet.
So it sounds like rather than action tonight, we should also table this. Until your council can be looped in.
If the board says we should table it, then table it, but I don't agree with that motion. I think.
Oh, no, this is just.
Because I know those systems, I want to input something, I was checking, because I checked another company, it was, I think I sent them, I didn't see it here. One of the gates on there, I said that on time. They told me that only changing the gate, just to do process little by little, they say they can put on the loop, like as soon as the car gets there, the gate starts opening automatically. That's some type of thing that they can do little by little, just to introduce a new system, like you have the public access, just driving into the gate, and then the gate automatically starts opening. That's some of the options until they figure out exactly about the problem. Because I know I sent a proposal by night, they do something like that. On the screen, you can press it, a green button or something like that, and you go to. Just an idea.
Make a motion.
Hopefully do something with the entrance.
So, for the sake of figuring this out, I think proposal 222803 can wait. The arms, I don't think is the priority. All right, because we have two working arms. The arms on the side of the exit would be where we need to work on, but I think we can wait on this. But I would like to make a motion, as council suggested, that the board consider giving me the authority to, execute this? Once I clear with council?
delegate authority to you to execute these proposals subject to district council sign off on the arrangement for access, to allow for public access.
So without the third proposal, so the 17,941, I'm taking out, and I just want the other three to be able to move forward so that we can have a nice gate before Rivera leaves.
And, Kristen, can you say that one more time?
Sure, so motion to delegate authority to the chairman, correct?
Vice Chairman.
Vice chairman to execute proposals subject to district council sign off.
Thank you. All right, so we have the motion. Do we have a second? We can second and then we can go to a vote even if you are not in agreement with it.
Everybody second?
Can you repeat the motion? Because it sounds far away.
Yeah, Herman, the motion is to delegate authority to the vice chairman to execute the proposals for gate access with district council approval.
I second that.
All right, so we have a motion and we have a second from Mario and Herman. Now, any other discussion on this before we vote?
I have a couple of questions, Mario. The MyQ app, is there any cost associated with that for us to use the app? I'm familiar with the app, I have it on my back door, but is there any association fees, like Isabella was saying, maintenance,
Not maintenance stuff, but like I said, the cloud operation and all that stuff, that I believe it's they sent it just now, they didn't send it to me ahead of time, the different plans, but I looked at it quickly, and I think $140 is like the most expensive plan. If you wanna go with all the bells and whistles, $140 a month for the maintenance.
Is this for Butterfly?
No, this is MyQ, LiftMaster MyQ.
But there's gotta be some kind of monthly.
That's what it is.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
I know you wanna bring the gates back into looking good, and powder coating now sounds nice. Love the idea, but I'm thinking cost at the same time. Is there a way that we could look at it and get them to do what they have to do to get the gates to work properly, and some of them need some adjusting? And maybe hold off on the sandblasting at the point. Let's proof this concept that it's gonna work for the community, and then look at making the nice upgrade to it, and not spend all that money to figure out that it's not necessarily gonna work the way we had intended. I'd hate to spend the money, powder coat them, and have them sit open like they need to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to look at cost as well.
How much is the total of all this?
Freddie added it up, yes, $79,000 more. So Mario said he thought it was.
That's removing the 17? Not doing this part? Or you put the whole thing?
So without the 17, it was 79, right?
The estimate 22803 is not included?
No, I don't want to sit that out for now.
Oh, okay.
So 25, 50, 62. 62 without the 17 included.
62,000. So, yeah, so what you're proposing, Corey, is to fix the gates?
To do what they gotta do to make them operational. I know some of them are a little saggy and hit curbs, so they're obviously gonna have to be.
Correct, but 2 motors aren't working, so you're gonna have to replace at least 2
No,
motors.
but I'm saying, like, let's cut the powder coating out for now. Let's take and remove some of that repair work on the sandblasting repair work. If they have to make small adjustments, see what we can get them to do now to make them operational, get the motors in them to make them operational. Let's make sure the proof of concept works, this will work for our community, and then go back, and if we have to, then have the powder coating done, and then have, that work done for us, to kind of finish the problem, like cherry on top. Hey, we got a new gate, it's working, it's gonna be a few days without the gates, I understand, but they're going to go away and come back looking brand spanking new, because this is working.
Okay. I would like to find out how much they'll charge to do that. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be that much further than the powder coating, because, you know.
Again, I was trying to look at cost, if we can pull the sandblasting, that kind of, those are nice to haves and not needed for the function of the actual gate. Maybe that'll save us a little on the front end. End of the budget year comes around, we have extra money, or going into the next budget year, that becomes something we can put the cherry on top and make them look all snazzy.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, if there's not a large recurring expense, then yeah, you will end up saving money year over year. It's just a matter of figuring it out in front. It sounds like, assuming that it works.
Yeah, I don't provide because I read your book, the butterfly effect is like a thousand a month, and like you, I think it is less than $200 a month. Do you agree?
Butterfly says 19,000 for the year on here. It's an annual subscription.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So, but that's butterfly. Then we got my Q, and my Q is less than each boat. Because that's the only business that we can buy for communities. And I think nowadays, if you go to the website, that's 200 give or take per month. Just to have the cellular backup here.
Alright, so
the expenses will go down, the expenses that we're spending right now is going to go down, like that's down.
Alright, well, we have a motion in a second, and we talked about it, so now we just need to vote.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
How much is the total of all these proposals?
So the three right here is just under 62,000. 61,588.
What is the stuff that is not included? The 25,000?
17,000.
17,000. And that's the one that has a subscription of $19,000?
No, that's different.
No.
That's something else. Okay.
Yeah, there's another one for $18,000.
That's for the arms, the barrier arms,
Yeah,
the motors.
12-foot gate arms.
Okay, so 61,588 for 6 months. That's what we're gonna get for the rest of the budget. And Embera is what, $100,000 a year or 88? 88, so we need 44, and this is 61. So where is the other 17,000 are gonna come from?
It comes from your unassigned cash. So you guys have 6,000 you can pull from your gatehouse. You know, something like 40,000 from your contract. You have 1,100 from your access control software line. Beyond that, it's going to be out of either your reserve or if you have any unassigned cash.
Unassigned cash, $300,000.
That's for the reserve. That is the reserve.
Okay.
So it's whatever is left in your cash. What would be put towards the reserve? Again, you know how we had a little bit extra last year. Whatever that number is, you can pull out. So you know that there is money. It'll be tight. Now, when you look at priorities, I know that was discussed, then you kind of have to weigh, if you do move forward with this, are you guys okay with not approving expenses in the future for the next 6 months, 5 months?
You know, that's not gonna happen. Rainy season is just around the corner.
Well, and that's kind of the thing is, you know, how important are these items versus how much money do you want to have a safety net of? Because if you guys, especially since we talked about the roads and assigning $100,000 to that and $80,000 to the bonds, then you're emptying the bucket real quick. So if you empty the bucket, then you have to kick everything down until next year when you get your revenue. So next December.
So we empty.
But if we keep the, how do you call that, Embera, then we're going to be draining more money. So the only way to stop the draining is just open the gates and be done with it. Right? That's the only option?
Well, yeah, if you wanted to cancel Embera and just keep the gates open, then you would save the rest of the money in that line, and you would just have no gates for the, until you replaced it. But yeah, that is another option.
No, but what I'm saying is that was just worst case scenario. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is that we're looking one circle, right, circle. So we know that if we put this system in, it's going to be a fixed price. Like way less than what we pay monthly right now. Right now we're paying like $10,000 a month.
Oh, because you're saying 88,000 for Invera, but Invera is making way more than that a year.
Oh, and I'm not telling you, it's just a matter of finding the money to do the installs. That's the issue, because I understand that you're kind of.
No, but I'm saying because the gentleman here is accounting for the 88,000 based on the difference of what we're going to save. But the reality is that Invera makes more money on repairs and all the bull crap they come to do here that bring up a bunch of people and it looks like everything looks the same when they leave. So, and it winds up costing us 110, 120,000 by the end of the year. Am I not right on that, or?
I'm gonna pull up the budget here and see what last year's going to be. But yeah, ultimately it comes down to, you guys can't afford it if you are willing to just risk having to put off other things. Just not knowing what else, because you're cutting real thin, right? You're cutting real close to the line. So it turns into, yeah, we can always avoid this. Yeah, Invera last year, I think it was actually pretty close, because that's a contracted amount, right? And then you have the $9,000 as additional. You guys used about, you guys have gone around the hard end for the gatehouse the last 2 years, a couple thousand. So, like 12 in 2021, you guys were at like 12,000 for it. We actually increased it 1,000 this year for the budget just because you guys were over. And that, being dependent on the amount of repairs necessary, that will kind of fluctuate. So if no one hits it for the rest of the year, you guys want to use that item anyways.
That's not going to
Are
happen.
you gonna bet on that one?
It's not going to happen.
I know.
So repairs is what's going to happen if the system that they are proposing is somebody hit that who's going to fix it?
Well, I was going to ask the same thing. I think complete access controls would do that, wouldn't they?
They would repair them, we'd have to pay for it, sure.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is with bigger gates, I guess you would hope that there would be less people hitting it because it's not something that would just bump off real easy. A lot of these arms have the auto breakaway or the auto raise on it to prevent heavy damage. So, but yeah, the cost could come from someone slamming into your gate, and it's a $12,000 gate to fix instead of a $200 arm.
Correct. So that is the reason why the previous board stopped using those gates. They were $5,000 the motor a piece. The gates were falling apart, so why are we going to invest money on something that is not working anymore? So that's what we decided with the speed arm system, even that it only costs $200 and it gets hit every day, but it's cheaper than to pay somebody to come here and charge us $150 an hour to replace something that is going to be more expensive if we go ahead with this system. I understand that we want to improve the community, but we have to look at the budget also.
So what is your solution to replacing there?
Right now, there is no solution because we don't have the funds. Unfortunately, no.
So you're proposing leaving the gates open and doing nothing?
I don't believe no. Not leaving the gate open. That won't make any sense.
So if Invera leaves, what are we going to do? That's the question.
Herman, what were you saying about the spike?
That's another 20,000 that went there on the spike. That could be paid for the engine because we don't need spike there. We got a proper gate working.
If we remove the spikes, as soon as those gates open,
More or less, I think it costs around that amount of money, $20,000.
Yeah, and I remember looking at video footage the exit gate where people would wait for someone to leave and then they would bully them to get in.
We've seen it happen.
Yeah, oh yeah, I was kind of surprised actually. You see
People
cars,
wait timing.
they would pull up and they would refuse to
Yes.
move, and they would grab their engines until the cars got pushed back.
That's what's gonna happen, unfortunately, if we remove the gates. I mean, the spikes. Actually, a lady the other day tried to access the community through that side, and the 2 tires were blown off.
Yeah, those are very popular, the spikes, they're everywhere.
Those kind of spikes everywhere?
I'm not a spike
I'm gonna
expert.
tell you that there's a lot of complaints from the town homeowners in that street and there's been a lot of videos with audio being uploaded to social media that shows how loud those spikes are, and people are leaving here 3, 2, 4 in the morning, and those people have to sleep like that. I think it's unfair to them.
Well, and that was something I told a resident I was gonna bring up at this meeting, who has been complaining since they were installed.
Those spikes gotta go.
You know, and it was, hey, my response at the time was, there's a new board, maybe that you guys will come up with a solution, because the old board, we couldn't figure out a solution that wasn't just remove them and, you know, waste all the money. Because Freddie advised that just the nature of the spring, you can't get around that noise. It doesn't matter how slow you go. It's just one of those, I don't know what the solution is, but the old board didn't want to remove it. So now coming to you guys, that's what I would ask. Just put it out there.
That should have been something that should have been considered before they were installed. Right? Because that's 20 grand that you blew for nothing, and we're gonna wind up removing them anyway because of the complaints.
That's some of the things that you need to investigate before making a decision, making how they sound, the quality, all that. You need to do all the proper due diligence before buying anything.
Right now, I'm proposing tightening our budget for the rest of this fiscal year.
Proper, working with the ones that they decide how they are right now. And then we can utilize those files from the different locations to prevent people to park on the parking lot just after 10 p.m. So we can lock those spots where, people cannot come in during 10 p.m. hours. Because those spikes, you can lock them up.
Now, Mario, if you want to use, $80,000 out of the reserves, that, because you have 300,000 reserves for emergencies, and that's where we're pulling from, probably going to use for the roads.
For the paving,
Gonna use for the
exactly.
costs. Right, so, but there is more money in there, it's just, I can't recommend that you guys drain.
And I don't want to do that unless we have absolutely no choice, but I don't want to do that. I'd rather do less with less money, but that's the number I need. I need to know where the number is, because we at least need the gates fixed and we need the operating system for the gate. So that's 50 grand right there. You understand? If we don't want to make it nice right now, we don't want to do this, but all the cosmetics are cheap. That's the $11,000. The rest of it is what costs money.
So, and I guess the slower way to do it is you increase or, base whatever expenses at the fiscal year, at the new fiscal year, and then you have Convera terminate at the fiscal year. That way you have the full amount ready to go at the beginning.
So now we blow another 60 grand on Convera.
Well, that makes no sense. Well, that's what I'm saying.
You're telling me don't spend this money because let's give it to Convera. It makes no sense.
You know what we can do? Instead of paying Convera, they cancel Convera, they get a security guard that we used to and put it at the gate for now until the fiscal year.
But Convera takes the equipment with them. So then you'll have a guy with no gate to stop people from
Well,
getting
yeah, but I need to do patrol, just for the insurance purpose. Remember, it's like you say, it's like Nancy said, nothing can be done, nothing can be, stopped or whatever, so I need to do the two. And I can say we work because I've been doing it for over a year myself, and it went down drastically. Doing those rounds, just having just lights and going around. Just imagine having a proper security, doing the things you're going to do, it's going to be way better. And people can call them just if they have an issue.
Mario, probably the number can work if you remove the proposal for the system right here in the Red Center. But by the moment, continue working with the system you have right here in the Red Center and focus on the gates and the entrance.
But it's the same system.
It's the same one?
Yeah, it's the same system that's going to operate everything.
Okay, but
So you're saying just do the installation in the front and do this later?
you can keep it that one for the rest center after the new physical year.
Yeah, I can look at that.
And that's gonna give you a better number for working with the gates and the entrance, and just keeping that number by after the new physical year.
Is there any money realized by removing what's existing here and the services in the clubhouse existing here that we could put towards this? Because this is all inclusive to all access control points opposed to just the gate, right? We've been looking at it from the perspective of just the gate, but we haven't looked at any realized money that we could potentially gain to do this because we're now getting rid of the access control system here for the pool and the clubhouse because it is included in this one.
I don't think that makes up the difference.
It may not, but it doesn't get us incrementally closer where we're short 40K and let's say we're now at 15K and now we're a little bit more comfortable of saying let's do it.
I got somewhere I gotta be,
Completely
Thank you, sir. I
understand.
apologize
Thank
for
you.
the long
come
meeting.
on this length of a meeting.
Kristen also,
I'm bumping into something else.
but thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see you guys.
See you guys.
Okay, I will.
But do we pay a service fee for the clubhouse here?
I'm trying to look up.
Trying to-
There's another agreement from 2018. I'm trying to find what the cost of that is here. This one was just scanned so poorly.
Remember in Vera, we have two contracts.
Yeah.
One is on the entrance for 7,000 something, and then another one here in the monitor the clubhouse for like 1,600 something per month.
Yeah, let me just pull this invoice. Yeah, so if you were to remove this aspect of it, you would also lose your overnight monitoring.
Correct.
Overnight monitoring to the roof.
In there.
And what kind of,
There is a flat, because I called them, and they say that they cannot watch anything.
what kind of benefit have they provided?
What was that, Lauren?
What kind of benefit have they provided? Lots of things happen here and their service has done nothing.
Yeah, it's $16.65 a month for the clubhouse, which comes out to just under 20 a year. So, yeah, you'd have.
We're incrementally closer. We're
At
not.
this point, 10.
Yeah, I mean we're a little bit more comfortable than we were before, but not entirely. I knew it wasn't going to solve the problem, but.
So you will still have May, June, July, August, September that you were saving with Embera. So we're talking about what, like $40,000?
Between the two, 50-ish.
50?
Yeah, well, yeah, if you were to cancel the gate and this, be about 50 together.
And then this is 61. So we're still 11 short.
10-ish.
But you said we have something on budget, right?
Yeah,
Besides that, besides what we'd be saving with the bear, you have other money.
Generally, you always keep some amount of cash, just not tied in anything. You just have a little small bucket of cash every year. Last year we had 300 or 400. The board initially tried to assign 500 to the reserve, and I made a mistake there. So we had just over 300. It was like $327,000 because when we moved the $300,000, it left you with about 27 grand in cash on hand. So, assuming relative expenses, you should end a little bit positive this year. But that was before all this, the pond and the road and everything. So,
As soon as the hurricane.
You think that CDD time, the pond, the road, and all that's going to get done this fiscal year?
I mean, it depends on how much comes down. Well, so the $300,000 in the reserve, that's a good use for it. So that's for like emergency reserve for your infrastructure.
Listen, guys, we're talking a difference of $11,000 here, okay? That'll be your savings in September, that you don't have to pay, in Vera, the following month anyway. So the money will be recovered within a month, you know, so we're not really, we're splitting hairs. I just think we should do the whole thing, but you guys give guidance of what you're willing to approve today, but I think we need to approve something.
Well, so, I mean, you pay Vera $9,000 a month combined. So this 33 is currently at 42 for February services, and I have pending for March. So by April, you add another 18. So you would be that much more off, because you would pay them through this March and through April. So now the gap is wider. So, but ultimately, you know, 10,000, 20,000 drop in the bucket if you're looking at this 300,000 that you have in the reserve.
I just think we could put that back in the first 3 months of the new fiscal year. Because it's saving so much every month, it makes no sense.
Yeah, and you know, that's where any decisions made, I can try to reflect in the budget accurately, but otherwise I have to go based on what is currently existing, which can end up skewing the whole thing if you guys end up just chunking off $100,000 to $100,000 expense every year. So, and then we'll also see where we're at fiscally as far as do we the board want to increase, do you want to stay the same, see what it looks like. So it's up to you guys. So as far as what's approved tonight, that's what, there is a motion right now for you to execute these with the council. So we still need to vote on that. And I would my thought was that this meant all of them. The initial motion was to cover everything.
No, before we started the motion, it said the 17,000 for the back.
Sorry, not the 17,000.
Yes.
Yeah, so table the 22,803, but then the remainder of them were captured in that motion. So we still have to vote on this. So having talked, yeah, that's for $61,589. So now is really the time when we see who wants to do this. Now keep in mind, since we lost Mike, we could have a split vote if this goes 2-2, and then it just gets tabled. So I think we just call our vote at this point if everyone's comfortable with it.
Do we have any other options at this point? Are we looking at anything else?
We don't have any other.
Yeah, no, I know we lost Mike Lynchburg.
We don't have any other cheaper options. This is the most cost-effective option I could find.
Yeah, so you're number 4, and then so that's
Because
where.
Butterfly and Max is providing what we thought was a stellar system, but like Gabe just said, it's an $18,000 a year commitment with them as well.
Gotcha.
You know?
Besides the 300,000, how much we got in reserve?
That is your reserve.
That's it?
Yeah. And then the rest, we'll see what you have in unassigned cash. So, and that's where, so when I came on, I don't know if you recall when I was like, we need an increase, and the board said no at the time, is because I was also kind of surprised you guys didn't have a reserve for.
I'm gonna be the bad guy one more time. In order to accomplish all these things, we need more money. It's all the way around.
I've already said this. I'm the bad guy.
No, I'm the most popular bad guy here. So it is what it is. We cannot just throw our future in jeopardy and hopefully nothing happens.
Well, and I did tell you guys when you all started that it was going to be, the hard truth is things cost money. So someone has to really raise the assessments at some point. Someone has to be that guy. A lot of boards shy away from that because they don't, especially like the career chairman, 20 years, they try to never do increases, but ultimately, it may have to be done at some point, it may not, but yeah, I mean, the more money you can do anything with, right? So are we going to call a vote just so we can, one way or the other, figure out where this lies?
Yeah, that's a vote.
All right, so
do whatever it is.
Those in favor, and to remind everyone, the motion is to delegate authority to the vice chairman to execute the proposals after district council sign off for a total of $61,588.99. So those in favor?
Aye.
We have Mario and Herman, and those opposed?
Me.
Corey and Junior opposed. So, this we can table. But now we need to address the termination to Rivera. Are we postponing this, or is that still happening, or will it just be gateless?
I just think that they're not providing any service and we're throwing money into the air. I think that if no one wants to fix the gates, then the best thing to do is just have an open community.
Well,
Just
that's
leave
why I'm
everything
asking.
open.
It's another option.
People can come in and out whenever they want, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you would save the money.
I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna have an uproar of residents though, because everyone bought into this community because we're gated. Whether it was a false advertisement or a false insinuation that this was a private community, it is what it is. But I spend money here to buy my house and I want gates. And to me, it's not an option to leave them open, but it looks like that's what the majority of this board wants to do. But
split.
I'm still into, I still feel that Rivera should get another dollar from this district because they're not providing any value.
So we're gonna continue the termination and figure this out later. Yeah. But that's where we're at currently. So unless someone tells me something otherwise, that's what's gonna happen.
That's my understanding.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
One question, I know Magnus is already a vendor, so a vendor, can we increase them without, well, they have a budget already on the,
If you wanted to amend or add any kind of service like that, it would need to come before the board.
Okay.
There is a proposal from Magnus that can.
From who?
The company that does the weekend security. Magnus.
Yeah, because they react to that proposal, it's going to do something other than others, so I think we should have it on standby, to emotionally, if we're going to cancel, to have a media security going around.
So, I have a question. What's the number that you said we do have that we can put towards the gates without skewing the budget?
All right. So the financials lag, which is where it kind of turns into not necessarily a guessing game, but some math, right? So should be at $51,000 out of your 88 by April. So that leaves you with 37 from one line item. You have that's from your contracted line item. You have another 6,500, so we're at 42 from your R&M gatehouse, and then you have 1,100 for your access control software. So we're at like 34.
34?
Oh, sorry, 44, right?
44. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm gonna reach out to access control and see what is the best they can do for 44,000, and I'll bring it to the next meeting.
So Herman, are you saying that you want to authorize some kind of increase for Magnusec right now?
Well, I'm just trying to, yes, because if we're going to have cancel Rivera, right, by April, and they're going to be out, and we're going to be until May, that's going to be the next meeting, then we're going to be without any entrance or any security here. And I know it's going to be a lot of people are afraid of it. So
yeah,
I think we should increase a little just to cover until September.
Yeah, so on page 426 for you guys, there's a proposal for Magnusec, $22 an hour for a dedicated officer. Now there's a roving patrol supervisor with a flashing light for $35 an hour. They have checkpoint placement tracking for their employees. So, and the security vehicle has a charge of $6.25 an hour for the first 40 hours, and then the vehicle is free and plus gas. So, I mean, it's an alternative. I don't know. I mean, you won't pay $8,000 a month, but that is also.
It's going to be close, though, right?
Depends how many hours you give them. If you're looking at 24/7, or if you're looking at only overnight, or whatever it may be.
24/7
That'd
is
be
like
good,
2,700 a week.
Week.
Yeah.
3,700 a week.
Yeah, live security is expensive. Which is why most districts opt for this virtual thing. Since that came on, it's replaced almost every security guard. I have very few districts with a live guard. And most of them are run by the HOA.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand why Envera has given us such bad service when I've been to communities that Envera services and they're much better than ours.
Could be a month to month.
No, when they had the contract, it was the same.
Yeah, complaints have been going for a couple of years.
Complaints came within months of them starting.
There was a letter issued in 2021 from district council to them about the poor performance. And so then in the beginning of 2022.
You don't have to go that far. Spring Lake Village right here on Bonnie Creek, they got Envera. Their gates are always beautiful. I've never been there and seen it destroyed.
So, to wrap this up, we're not doing that. Do we want to look at this Magnusec thing, or also, no, we'll just figure it out in May? Because you have Envera until...
It's up to these guys. I don't want to spend any money that's not going to provide any value in the community.
Okay,
I mean, that's what you read.
we got it until April 3rd, right?
Yeah, you said last day of April, the next meeting is May 9th.
Yes.
So, you have 10 days. Alright, so we got a couple more proposals to go. Freddie, we're on the Infomark now.
Yeah, we have, just to let you know to the board member, we have around 20,000 more in proposals. You wanna show you wanna review every single one?
We have no money. What was the proposal?
Well,
We can look at what's necessary, just look at each of them and it's a quick yes or no, right?
So what's the next proposal?
Page 436 in the Infomark.
136.
Yeah, so fountain.
We have an award order from the Ross State removal and touch up the paint, the function, and the monument entrance, and the community.
So like that one's aesthetic. $640.
Touch up paint on the, and remove the stains from the fountain monuments. I say we let that go. It's aesthetic. We need to spend money on that right now.
Table?
Yeah. So we have another one at 437. 437 is the award order for the PVC cleaning service. That was the pressure washer, remove the rough stain as well, and the PVC frame all the way down between the security guard and the access.
Again, that's aesthetic.
Yeah, and we don't own those fences, do we? Why are we cleaning fences we don't own?
Because it affects our appearance, I guess.
Yes.
Aesthetics.
What happened with the basketball court? It looks like somebody tried to clean it, but it doesn't look clean.
Yeah, that one was cleaned up. You can see that in the next weekly report. That was made the pressure washer last week.
Big difference.
Yes. Another one is on the page of 438. That's the award order for the speed bump installation and the security guard. $1,190.
That's to replace the one that we just removed?
Yes. In fact, it's the other one to the visitor line as well, for putting close to the security guard.
No, I think we need a comprehensive plan for the gate. I don't like piecemealing this like this. I think that we need to come up with a comprehensive plan and do everything at once so everything works. Because this doing a speed bump here, spike there, this, that, hasn't worked. We spend all this money and we have nothing to show for it.
Okay.
So I don't think we should do anything until we decide the gate situation.
Okay, the other one is at the page of 441. It's award order for the W pump station in the trash can replacement.
We're still on there.
What's the cost of just the doggy station?
like $200
It's close to the $500 just the W pump station without the labor.
You said 500?
It's more expensive.
That's just for the trash can replacement?
Yes.
Really?
So what's a brand new unit?
The brand new is around the $200.
So you're charging us $200 to put something in the ground?
The guy's gonna pick it up, man, and deliver the installation.
I feel like Amazon, I could do it for $200 and just your guys' labor to put it in the ground. And get it shipped, instead of picking it up. Alright. I feel like that's a lot of money for one station.
The other proposal we have is in the page of 443. That one was a request for the supervisor, Perez.
Wait, so are we deciding on the docking station first? No?
No.
Right now, we have an issue with the hard drive and the recording machine we have right here for the camera system. They have, supposedly have 4 hard drive and only 2 of them is working. So, right now it's working, made the recording, but we don't know for how long that's gonna be working. Hernán.
Herman?
That proposal, if you see the page, 444, is for a new recording system.
So when the vendor came, he mentioned that he needs to take the whole unit out for maybe days or weeks. He doesn't know until we find one of the things that is creating the issue. And then I told him, so, because I know it's going to cost a lot of money just to fix it, so I told him to give a proposal for a new unit, a new DVR unit, NVR. So, because having a camera for all that time instead of just getting a new system is creating issues. So, and then he said he doesn't know exactly. It could be 1 day or it could be weeks without it because we need to put those sticks to run the RPM into the fair.
Yeah.
So is this necessary, Freddie? Herman, it sounds like this is necessary.
The system is working, but they can be.
Well, it works. We can take the old one and we can take it, but we're gonna be without camera.
Yeah.
If we can leave without camera, then hey, you can take it and figure out, but we need an estimate on how much it's gonna cost to fix it. If we're gonna cost the same and just, having the new one.
I guess that, the motion earlier was for termination of the Navera gate services. Are we also terminating this? Because they are separate contracts.
I don't remember me clarifying gate only.
Well, it was just, the motion wasn't clear, I guess even if we just specified a little bit. Because we said Navera services, it was during the gate discussion. So I just want to be clear. I don't want to terminate this one if we were not supposed to.
I mean, my intention was to terminate both contracts. I don't want to give them any more money.
Is that, Chris?
Is that how everybody understood it?
Is it the consensus of the board? Is that what everyone wants to do?
Is that how you guys understood it?
Navera in its entirety.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the motion was to provide termination to Navera effective April 30th. So that was just for both gate servicing.
So Freddie, the hard drive issue is going to be resolved with these $922? Is that what it is?
No, it's on the page 444.
The one right before that.
Oh, jeez.
It's 2100.
Oh, yeah, the 2147.
Yeah.
That's just to replace the hard drives?
That will replace all the recording system.
Recording system. do we have a quote in there to just replace the hard drive? Or is this all,
He came to do the hard drive. When he came, the hard drive only cost us to replace 200 and something. But when he opened the system, he noticed that it was multiple hard drives. So he said for him to know exactly which one is failing, he needs to take the system out to his shop, leave it running until the hard drive fails.
For the
It can be a day or it can be weeks.
right, so my thought, Herman, is we can run that same test here. When it fails, we'll know which one fails, we'll still have recording, and let's just authorize money now to replace the hard drive when that moment happens. Instead of taking us blind and allowing us to go blind, we'll just let the test run.
Already the hard drive, he has it. He already has it. And he already came and tried to change it. So when he noticed that it was that, then he said that he needs to take the system and make the hard drive, fail or whatever. So we can wait until that's another option, like when you mentioned, wait until the hard drive is gone and then he can change it. He knows which one it's going to be. But he said also maybe if the hard drive that it is combined with some of the memory of the system, then the system is going to go offline. And we don't know what an memory. So that's an option. But already pre-approved, I think, right? Freddie, the invoice for the hard drive, we already approved it. I already approved it with you.
Yeah, no, it was
We
already
didn't change
approved.
it, so. But I think we should keep that hard drive and then just do what Corey mentioned, and just wait until later.
Right, so we have a new hard drive waiting in the back, right? We're just waiting to see which one of the two existing is the bad one. We're just waiting for the failure time to come. So then why don't we do that? Because there's no more cost to us. We'll let the failure test essentially happen live and replace it with the
problem
best.
is the time for the test the hard drive because it's the only one, it's 4 of them. That system has 4 hard drives. And only one, he have the trouble, but he have to keep it running and he can give you probably a week or 4 weeks and testing.
Right. But eventually it's going to fail and we'll figure out where that failure is when it fails. And instead of him taking this blunt.
Working and it's recording, but we don't know for how long.
I'd rather have him figure out when it fails here, where we have it and we're not blind for months on end potentially, while he tries to figure out which one's bad.
Okay, the problem with this kind of troubleshooting, if the system file right now, he can tell you what is the hard drive have the problem because they're working, the 4 working together.
How old is the system?
Like 3 years.
3 years?
3, 4 years.
And the hard drive already failed?
I think like a 4 year, 3, 4 years.
I mean, it's a lot of rewrite. Right, I don't think it keeps everything indefinitely. It probably has a rewrite function to certain points of action. It doesn't keep our data indefinitely, right? It keeps it for X number of hours and then rewrites over it. So that's probably where a lot of that is constant rewrite.
There's 4 hard drives.
But they're all backing each other up is what it is. So they're all running, so like 2 of them will record and 2 are backing up those recordings.
All right, what are we doing?
Yeah.
So it can wait. You can also just delegate the chairman the authority, since he seems to be involved with the vendor and the oversight of the computer, the camera system. If you guys want to do that.
Yeah, the chairman was with the vendor or myself and we made the troubleshooting for the system right here. And he was completely with the information shared by the vendor.
You tell us if you want to table it completely.
I just think if it's not urgent, we don't need to spend the money and figure it out.
We have a solution in there. When it fails, you have a hard drive.
If it fails, we have the hardware. What we need to do is just make sure the vendor has our hard drive already, and when that happens, then you can change it, just to have it.
Yeah.
Right,
So it was $200 and something deal.
wanna follow that with the vendor as well. Yeah.
So it sounds like we got a solution.
Yeah, the other proposal is on the page 446. That's a request for 2 camera installation. One is in the front view window, and the other one is in the office of iCentrance. It's in the page 446, Hernan. That's the 2 camera request. For right here for the building, for the
Not the
resident.
camera by not the camera by the tennis court that is damaged?
Oh, no, that one is for 2. One for the gym, at the front of the window, and the other one is for the,
When you say
the entrance.
gym front windows, that's outside or inside the gym?
Outside.
Oh, okay, so it'll be.
That one is for outside.
Let's table that one. Yeah, let's table that one.
All right, okay. Okay, the other
And
one.
let's table everything that is for the gate as well, the cameras for the gate, because, we're not moving
Yeah.
further on that, so.
Yeah, we have okay, that one is important. That's the agenda page of 471. That with the technical. And, oh, yeah.
I mean, I assume we're just gonna table it, I just wanna make sure.
You said 471, right? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, well, we missed one on the agenda, on page
That's
4.
right there.
What is this anyway?
Okay,
What's the BPW?
the 471 is for the technical pool. That one is the motor replacement for the pool, right? That one's gonna be an spotted motor. Let me tell you what's going on in the past. When the issue with the COVID-19 and the 2020, when we had the issue with the pump, at this moment the board made the decision for rebuilding the motor.
Rebuild.
Yeah, no, rebuild the motor. So that was one for shipping. So waiting for a new one is almost 6 months at that moment. So the board made that decision. Around a couple months ago, we have an issue with the pump. The pump stopped working. The vendor showed up right there, made a troubleshooting, and he found some issues with some cable right there. He replaced it. But the problem is, right now, the motor is running with high and consuming as well. So the advice for the vendor is make sure for have another motor because that's a kind of motor is difficult for finding. He found one motor for $2,682 for keeping like a spare. Just in the case if this motor is broken, we have already one right here for replacing it.
This is a brand new motor?
Yeah, that was a brand new. Part of the issue they explained to us with this kind of motor is that 10 HP motor with single phase. That's the problem, He tried to look for another solution with 3-phase or double phase motor. So it's a little bit more expensive, but he don't provide the proposal yet.
But don't 3-phase will require us to change our whole electrical system? I think this was an issue that came up before.
That's have to
And it was
change
extremely
the
expensive.
system. So
I like the idea of getting the new motor. I don't like the idea of putting the new motor away until that fails. I think we should put the new motor in and leave the other motor aside for when it fails. Because if you have a motor that is already manufactured defect and you're saving it for a year or a couple of months, and then you decide to put it in an emergency and it doesn't work, then we got a problem.
that makes sense to me.
So I would suggest
And
that.
also he mentioned with these type of motors, we need a voltage regulator because since they're single phase, this one is connected straight to the current, so it's giving no voltage to any single phase you put there. So you need a regulator by there. They said they need to have a regulator on it.
Yes.
Regulate the voltage so it doesn't damage the engine.
Yes, I was in contact with the vendor, we're talking about the regulator as well, but he told me he's waiting for him, the manufacturing company for provide the right regulator for that one, and he don't provide us information yet.
So this price doesn't include getting the regulator?
No, just for the motor.
So it's gonna be more. All right, let's make a motion to approve this brand new motor for the pool since we've been paying every year for it used. Hopefully this is the end of this.
So, motion from Mario, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Corey, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright, thank you. The one that I was talking about, Mario, there's a proposal for some pressure washing in there, the streets. It was Benny's, power wash, pressure washing. It's $325 to remove the, donut rings at the intersection.
I'm not with that, because they're gonna do it the next day anyway.
Thank you.
So,
And we wasted money on the roads, it'll be seal coated and or replaced.
Yeah, table that one as well. Alright, so now I believe that's all the proposals there, Freddie?
Yes, that's all.
Alright, so, anything else?
I have one last thing I want to bring up, and it's for council really. I'm very unhappy with Infomark's service, first of all, and I'm very unhappy as well with the way their leadership communicates with us as supervisors. I feel they're very, how to say, contentious, and they basically have treated us unfairly, the new supervisors since we came on. And they have expressed their desire that they don't want to service us after this contract's up. I have taken it upon myself to walk this community, and I tell you that the community is terrible. I mean, things are just not being maintained. Anything that I feel a management company should be doing is not being done regularly. Since we've came on and we've made these things, I start seeing more activity of people coming out and doing stuff. But it's still, I don't feel that their staff is reporting everything that needs to be done. I don't feel we're getting the proposals to fix the things that need to be fixed. So, I spoke to Angel briefly about this, and she wanted me to submit a list of everything that's wrong. I'm like, there's thousands of things. It's impossible for me as one individual to submit all these things, right? There's signage that you can't even read. There's, the rust marks. All these things have been going on for years. It's not new. And no one's fixed it. No one's done anything about it. So I think that we need to look into exercising our right under the termination clause of their contract and holding them accountable for what the contract is stating. And, if they're not willing to get us up to par within the time frame that the contract says, then we should terminate. And I think that's my suggestion. I hope the board supports this.
Okay, if I have direction from the board, I can look into what options exist in the agreement. And call each of you and get a consensus on, potentially writing a notice letter. I don't know what the early termination options are, but it's something that consensus of the board, and you give me direction to look into that and see what we could work out regarding potentially an early termination. It sounds like you've sent a notice that you're not renewing.
Yeah, I'll bring it to, after we'll talk, I'll bring it to Steve.
If that's the direction of the board to try to work out, it's
I want to bring something up. Obviously myself, I just, give legal counsel for the labor because I was fighting with all the issues that was going on with the community. And for some reason, he allows me not to do it because we're going to get legalized or whatever, or it was legal coordination. But I told him, but this is something that Infomark is not doing, so I just wanted to let them know, let the vice president know what's going on, and I want to have it in writing, and I want the help from the legal counsel to help me write this letter properly, to deliver to the 30 days that is on the contract, that they have 30 days to fix and put this standard in the community, and they cannot do it, then the contract is gone, I couldn't do it. So it's on the contract. I can share with you as well. And I just want to put that on the record.
Okay, so
then if
I'll
somebody's
make.
trying to do that direction.
Do we need a motion for this or no?
Sure, sure.
I'll make a motion to allow our council to, look into providing Infomart with their early termination, based on our grievances. Anybody second?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was writing it.
I said,
Second, Mr. Herman.
well, I put it here, that the microphone is far away.
Yeah, it died. I'm sorry, the meeting was so long it died. You're plugged into my laptop. Mario moved to allow council looking at early termination for Infomart based on existing grievances. Is that what you're seconding?
Yeah, the candidate of the.
Yeah. Alright, so then all in favor of that?
Aye.
1, 2,
Aye.
3. And any opposed?
No opposed.
Alright. So, any other requests, comments from supervisors?
Nope, I'm good.
I have a quick question regarding the Invera termination. So are you going to be sending that termination? I don't know if there's like a pre-inspection, right? I mean, I would recommend that maybe Infomart go out and take pictures if they're gonna be removing the property or removing some property from the CDD, that pictures be taken or someone accompanies Infomart. You know, we've had board members before accompanying Infomart and a walkthrough before. I don't know the extent of their agreement yet, but.
I'll send you the agreement. I think it would probably be best coming from council just because there was the initial letter for the non-renewal was issued by council. I'm happy to do it. I think it'd probably be better coming from you.
I'm gonna look through the agreement anyway as a precautionary measure. I'm curious too what indemnification rights we might have too.
Yeah, and the reason why I say you was from council is also part of Invera. I believe the chair said something about Invera was under the impression that they were still under an annual contract, and that's when our council said, no, that is incorrect, we're actually on a month-to-month because of this non-renewal issue that was issued last year. So that's something that Scott and I and you will touch on more. I can provide you the correspondence I got from Scott and loop him in as far as catching you up.
Okay, great. And then Infomart will do a walkthrough before, once that goes forward and they remove any property, you'll walk through with them.
Yeah, Freddie can do it. Any other comments from the board?
It's my understanding there was an inspection to the building here.
Yeah, you're talking about the fire inspection?
By fire marshal?
Yes.
When was that? Do you remember? Kind of ballpark?
No.
No?
Do you remember what that was? We did get an email from the chairman with all the existing violations. Yeah, Freddie has an email for it.
Yes.
So who made the inspection with the fire marshal?
I got an email from Herman.
I think.
So it was the chairman?
Yeah.
Because it's a lot of violations we have, and I told them before we get into more trouble, and he gave us all the fire extinguishers, what are needed, 2018, the doors, they need to be fixed, the exit ones, the pool, they need to be fixed, it's a lot of stuff that we have to be fixed. That's a violation.
Especially if we're renting this place, you know, because if there's a fire at that door, everyone's gonna be locked in here, and they're gonna burn. Unless they break these windows, which, you know, in the middle of a panic, that might not be an option for them. So I suggest that we bring things up to code. That's what should have been done from the beginning.
So who's responsible to make that walkthrough with the fire marshal? Is a board member, is a field manager, is a district manager, who is it?
It doesn't really fall on any one person, it's kind of just, if the supervisor...
I'm doing my due diligence.
No, I'm saying a supervisor is welcome to, there's nothing stopping them from doing it. You know, where if they don't want to be involved though, they don't feel it.
So, well, my point is, the field manager is the one that's done it in the past, so why one member needs to be involved in that kind of walkthrough?
I believe he just took the initiative to do it.
Okay.
And when was the last inspection the field manager did? With the
We don't have
violation?
record for inspection with the fire marshal. In any other district we have.
Well, what about
That's it.
fire inspection period?
We don't have record for that.
Well, we wouldn't do the fire inspection, we would just get someone to do it, right? 'Cause we-
Okay, but when was the last time it was done? That was my question.
Just for the extinguisher, that no inspection with that.
Yeah.
With the fire marshal or the fire department, we don't have record for that.
So the reason that I'm coming out
We
is,
know 2018, at least we know 2018.
Yeah.
That's the last fire extinguisher.
Junior, what was that?
the reason that I'm pointing out is apparently there were multiple people doing that walkthrough with the fire marshal instead of just one.
Again, we found out by an email with the concerns, so I don't think we were involved in the coordinating of it. No.
Okay. All right. So my last request, I would like to have access to cameras in the clubhouse, cameras at the gate. The combination of the door logo, I would replace it myself, the same way that it was replaced by somebody. To all the board members, all together, not only one person.
I second that motion.
Alright, hold on. Motion, Junior, and so, would it be easier to say that we are looking for access for all supervisors to just any district? Are we looking at specifics, like the cameras just for the gates and clubhouse?
Everything.
Office?
Everything.
Well, I'm just, moving forward, is this something that we are looking at writing into like agreements with vendors? Like for example, if we switch over to a new vendor for this, do we need to say up front, all supervisors need access to it? Or are we just retroactively right now saying everyone gets access to the clubhouse cameras, the front gate, and the office?
Now the access in question, we're talking viewing access, right? We're not talking.
It's okay, we didn't mention to give to more people, the more it's, so open, the gate in this control by, off as well. I don't have,
So,
because that,
I guess let me ask council real quick. Do you have any opinion if there's a vendor that runs, that oversees our camera system with an individual supervisor, like as in one, a singular supervisor having access to that system and not all of them?
No, my personal opinion is that video
Two of them,
footage is public record.
two supervisors.
Yeah, so
Herman, hold on.
my thoughts about it is that video footage is a public record that should be available. So if that agreement doesn't have a provision in there that the vendor agrees to comply with public records, then that needs to be something that we amend the agreement to state. So I don't have an issue with that being distributed.
Well, no. So I'm saying like currently, everyone's saying that two people can have, there can be two accounts with access to them, right? Per the system. One,
Okay,
with the vendor.
okay.
Yeah, so if one is for Herman and the second is for the vice chair, as he stated earlier, it would only be chair and the vice chair.
Okay.
Is there any problem with the other three not having access?
Yes, I think we should, if they're requesting access, then they should be permitted access.
Then, yeah, that's what we're looking for, is
Yes.
he's
Yes.
requesting access is
Absolutely.
equal for everyone.
Absolutely.
So I guess you don't really even need a motion for this, because that should just be a standard, is all supervisors should have access to all district material, right? So that includes the office, that includes the camera systems. So I don't know if we can get with this vendor and figure out either a shared account or something for the district.
Yeah, maybe send me the agreement, because now I'm curious what that agreement says, if we have like public records requirements in there. And I can work with them about seeing how we can provide additional footage to the other board supervisors if.
Yeah. So just for the record, then to be clear, that motion just fails. It's unnecessary. and then forward to council the existing agreements. Now, the door for the office, that was not us, so I can't provide access to that.
Yeah, that's something from our mind.
Here is not nobody denying anything to anyone. He just creating issues, okay? I can give it a access, and that will change because the law couldn't find the key as well. And that's something that is easier for everybody to have access to it.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
So we're getting an access, and then I'm going to send to you, you know, to you.
I think what started,
one to you, and then you send to him.
Yeah, please.
I think what started all this, in my opinion, is that Supervisor Comas apparently has his own personal keys to this place. And during an HOA meeting, he was at his will going in the offices, grabbing chairs and bringing them out and sitting on nice cushiony chairs while all the residents were sitting on hard chairs. And I just thought that that's not good. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a supervisor and I don't have keys. He's a supervisor, he doesn't have keys. We never got access to anything, right? But there's supervisors that have. And I remember clearly when I won the election, I sent an email to Infomart and I said, make sure that no one that is no longer on this board has access to anything. Make sure that we get access, make sure that all these things, and everybody said, don't worry, nothing's gonna happen. And next thing you know, we see him with keys in his hand. Right? It's something that should have been disclosed to us. Because if he has keys, we all should have had keys.
I didn't know he had a key, but I also would have removed it because he's not a bonus supervisor.
Excuse me?
I said I wasn't aware if he had a key.
Well, I'm pretty sure that there's ex-supervisors that have keys to this place and he has keys. Trust me. I'm pretty sure that exists. That's why we should have changed the locks and rekeyed everything when we won. That's what needs to happen. To make sure that no one else has access to this place. The codes to the keys to come into the back areas haven't been changed since the last supervisors were here.
Do you want to authorize a locksmith?
I already requested on that meeting and it has not been done since January 10th.
Mario, do you want to authorize a locksmith? Expense for a locksmith?
I don't know, does the chairman want that?
We spend a lot and Freddie thinks he's gonna do it, so we don't need to spend anything.
Well, no, not the key box. I'm talking about all the doors. We can have them all rekeyed. We just need a motion for it. And like a not to exceed of, whatever amount. I don't know how many doors we would need to rekey, but, or we can, authorize the chair to approve an amount. I'd probably say the not to exceed. What is it for a lot now?
I would rather do that, just authorize the chair to make a call on using, I don't know, what do you think, $400? That should be more than enough, I'm thinking.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But come up with a reasonable number.
$500, sure. I mean, and if not, then we'll just revisit and add more.
Right. Then let's wait 2 more months.
So nothing right now?
Well, let's get a locksmith for both
We
of them.
get pricing, so it sounded like you wanted it done now, and not to exceed, let's just.
I think we should do it now, but I'm not the board.
No, but you can make a motion, if you brought it up, so I'm asking if you want to make a motion for it.
Yeah, I can make a motion.
So.
All right, I'll make a motion that we approve, that we authorize the chairman to spend up to $400 on rekeying the entire clubhouse to make sure that it's secure.
And just part of that is to obtain new keys, because there's a cost with that as well, so.
Can we video?
And
Well, Herman's asking, can it be digital?
digital what?
Like a digital lock?
As long as you stay within the budget, I don't see why not.
Is that more expensive?
Probably.
Do you want to work back two proposals or?
Alright, so Herman, are we talking about replacing it instead of just rekeying the locks? Because right now we're talking about.
We're gonna rekey.
Yeah, right now we're talking about getting a locksmith. Yeah, right now it's getting a locksmith, changing all the locks, that way anyone with an existing key loses access. And then separately would be to replace the doorknob, because I think that would not fit within the $400.
And we're talking rekeying, right? Not changing locks.
Let's rekey and just start there, and then the future holds the future.
You need those doors, unless, I don't know, that one right here costs me, what, $60? So, you know, we don't have too many doors. We got 1, 2 doors. Maybe we're gonna do the 2 doors on the, where,
So-
the side.
I have a question.
That one, I think we need them.
The district manager's knowledge, how many people have keys to the clubhouse?
My knowledge is that there's a set in that room and that's used for staff and Freddie.
That's it.
It's right there, it's the.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah,
The
the
main
key.
keys.
Oh, the lockbox key and then the
And in
keys.
the past, the board member have a key.
Who?
The board members.
All of them had keys.
Give that key.
I mean, that's the alternative, well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't stop if there's existing keys floating around.
No, you got me from before.
Yeah, no, I know,
So that would be another thing. I don't think that all the board members need keys, including me. I think that just like we do with the outside thing, have a code, because we're not gonna be paying for rekeying every 2 years when the board members flip. You understand? So I think once we rekey, there should be a set of keys put somewhere in one of those lock boxes that any supervisor can access, and nobody has keys.
And that's what we didn't do it before. We put a key box right there and give only one key for every time a technician coming for inside for Incomar, use the key box. And the same one with the security guard. Everybody else don't have the key because the key is in the key box.
Alright, so we're saying not to exceed $400 to rekey all the doors. We can look at changing the knobs later. And only the keys on site.
Correct.
Alright, so I have a motion from Mario,
Second.
second from Corey. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? Thank you. Anything else?
There was one last thing I wanted to say, I forgot.
Corey, anything? While he's thinking. Junior, anything? No. Herman, anything else?
No,
If I can't remember, it probably wasn't important.
Alright, then adjournment?
Adjourned.
Alright, meeting's adjourned at 7:27. Thank you.